Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
1986 was when England last won an Ashes Test in Brisbane. Stuart Broad was 4 months old, so probably had no idea that his dad Chris had hit the winning runs. The Gabatoirs well named. Since that 7-wicket win for England in 1986, Australia have won 7 in Ashes Tests, while England have only managed 2 draws, 1998 and 2010. So here we are at the fag end of 2025, and hope for England is once again renewed. To add a bit of sparkle and fun, it's a pink ball day-night test. Joe Root thinks we don't need them.
I agree.
Australia,
So do I.
Australia just love them. They've played 14 and they've won 13. 13 of those 14 have been played in Australia too. It's not surprising that they have the world's best exponent of pink ball bowling in Mitchell Starc. England's pink ball record is not quite as good. They've lost 5 of 7 and all 3 in Australia, but England fans, the one solitary pink ball defeat for Australia was, guess where?
The Gabatoir!
Brisbane. Shamar Joseph, smashed toe and all, blasted the West Indies to an 8-run win. So there's hope. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Tony Bishop, and alongside me are fine men, never afraid to make ballsy statements, pink or otherwise. It's Messy Jez.
Balls to the wall, I say. Pink balls to the wall.
Pink balls to the wall, good lord. And of course the bear.
Good morning, peeps.
And one we should start very quickly. I'm Tony Bishop, by the way, but we should start most importantly of all by saying that we've had a minute's silence at the Gabba for the very sad passing of Robin Smith. Certainly the judge, a player I remember watching as very fondly in his heyday. What a cutter and puller of the ball he was. So
I met him.
Huge. So you met Robin Smith?
When I was doing the World Cup in 2019, funny enough. I'll mention that again. But he turned up a couple of times. He was promoting his book at the time, the judge or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's right.
I think I've got a photo with him, actually.
Well, let's move on. Sad as that may be, black armbands for both sets of players. Respectful silence from all around a very packed Gabba. But the news, of course, that you're going to want to know is that the toss has been won by England. Ben Stokes, yet again, has said he's going to bat. Team news, England, as we expected, the value of a good number 8, and that number 8 is going to be Will Jacks.
It's more than a number 8, really.
Interesting. Other than that, of course, Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Jamie Smith, Jacks at 8, Bryden Cast, Gus Atkinson, and Jofra Archer. Australia, again, as expected, they brought in Joss Inglis, which is interesting, presumably as a batsman, because they'll have Carey behind the stumps. Weatherald, Travis Head, destroyer of England in that second innings at Perth. Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, English Green, Carey Stark, the white ball, or the pink ball king. Not Nathan Lyon, no.
He's out.
So who's in instead?
Joss Inglis.
No, sorry. Nisa is in.
Oh, Nisa is in.
Nisa is in and Inglis is in.
So it's Nisa, Bolland and Doggett, that well-known firm of solicitors. Right. Bear, both of you really. Toss decision. Probably
Right
the
decision.
lights come on about 5:30. Good decision, you reckoning, Messrs?
Very much so. I mean, the couple of things about Brisbane. It gets dark much earlier than it does in Adelaide because they don't have daylight saving in Brisbane. And it's a much shorter twilight. Because it's further north, the twilight is really quite short. It's a good batting pitch. You'd be mad not to bat on this wicket. I can see England having the opportunity to bat Australia out of the game by the end of the day. If they get 400 runs, a good chance of that, I think.
I think there might be some Aussie double-think in that that particular pronouncement, but okay.
We shall see.
Bear, good decision for you, the toss?
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense to bat first. As I said in the podcast, I kind of wish this decision had been taken away from Stokes. I think they're almost better when they just get presented with a situation. I definitely think it's the right decision to bat first. I think, how many times have we said it in a test match, win the toss, bat first. It's a fucking hot, sunny day.
It's very hot, apparently.
Apparently they've cut the grass very short.
It's not that hot. It's only 28 degrees at the moment in Brisbane.
By English
and
standards,
humid.
that's hot.
Yeah, it's a sort of London 28 rather than a Perth 28.
Well,
28
we just
in Perth
saw
is
Matt
cool.
Pryor and Stephen Finn, and they were both going, well, they didn't go, fuck me, it's hot, but they did say how hot it was. When you said the podcast, Bear, I assume you mean the Bishop and Bear.
Of course, I mean, that is the podcast.
Well, I was going to say, because there's been literally thousands of podcasts because we've got all that extra time after the 2-day test, and most of them have been talking a load of piffle, to be honest.
Absolute bollocks. There's so much shit has been spoken since.
Well, anyway, so here's a chance for you not to talk shit. Jacks for England, Penny for Bashir's thoughts, and what do you make of it?
I don't think it's a bad decision. I don't think there'll be a lot of spin used. You've also got Root as a second spinner as well, so if you need to get overs out of a spinner, look, they might go for some runs.
I disagree, Bear.
Do you?
Australia's strategy in ping ball tests has to be to bat long, and when they've been successful, you need a spinner. You really do. But I think
England are hoping they won't be in
Bashir.
there very long, aren't they? Especially in
I think both teams are going to bat long in this. I really do.
Well, you've got some faith in England's batting. Mitchell Stark is crouching on his haunches. He's got the
How
look
many
of a
balls
man.
do we give Crawley? Are you going to get through an over today?
Well, would he score a run? There's the first. If I'm a member of the.
Well, we better give him his jingle.
If I'm a member of the Crawley family, I've got a slightly tightened.
Sphincter?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Duckett should have taken the first ball. Surely, as a
I don't think you
Yeah.
change that shit. Look, he's got to get through it. He's either getting dropped after the third test, which they probably won't do, or he carries on. Anyway, here he is.
Well, 3 slips in a gully are awaiting him, not surprisingly.
But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Crawley must fight to survive.
It's a backward point as well, so...
And the bowler is...
Well, it's obviously this fellow. His left arm over, and it's left by Crawley. Good bounce, taken at chest height by Carey.
Nice bounce. Good
And
bounce.
there was no run, but encouragingly, Zach Crawley wanders down, does a bit of gardening, has a little prod of the pitch and a nod back to Ben Duckett, who's probably gone, well played, Zach. Just keep doing that for the next couple of hours and we'll be fine.
Well, they do. I mean, that's the one thing they do need to fucking do is get a head on their shoulders. And when things are looking a bit sticky, stick in the fucking game. And England are so bad at that.
Well, this is the strategy, isn't it, for white ball games, particularly as dusk comes in and the lights come on. Is you just got to battle your way through it. Easier said than done. Stark in, just nips away. Crawley looked like he might dabble, pulled the bat inside. It wasn't a particularly convincing leave, was it, there?
Well, he definitely left it, though.
Well, he did definitely leave it. Barmy Army in good voice. They're crammed in to the Gabattoir. Flags waving. Somebody had a flag of St George that just said "Oi, big boy" on it. Not quite sure who that might be referring to. Don't think it's one of us, but it could be.
Biggest Dickus.
Biggest Dickus and his wife, Incontinentia Buttiker. Do you find it visible? Right, Stark, in he comes, over the wicket. Beats Crawley again. Did he leave it bare? It was just that line where you're not quite sure.
He played down the line of off stump and went past his edge. Look, as long
I
as
suppose that's sensible in some ways.
it is. But his bat's miles away from his fucking body.
Slightly cross seam. Looked like it was slightly a cross seam.
Well, I was reading about that actually. He's bang into his cross seam these days, as Starkey.
Yeah, gets that little bit of movement.
But if they have cut it very short, then there should be you wouldn't have thought, unless there's some moisture in the pitch, there wouldn't be a lot of seam movement, and especially after an hour or so, get some sun on it. Is the temperature going to warm up over the next couple of days, Mrs.?
No, it's going to over the next couple of days. Did you say?
Yeah.
In comes Stark again over the
yes.
wicket. Driven.
Yeah!
Crawley has runs. He's off and away, and I think he's going to start with a 4. Beautifully drilled away.
That'll make him feel good.
Through his off drive really, and he's away with 4, slightly over pitched by Mitchell Stark. And well, write this on a postcard, tell your family, hoist flags with the news and send out town criers, whatever it takes. Zach Crawley has got his first runs of the series.
It's me,
Took a long time to get there, Tony.
Sorry. Yes. You were poised. You were poised like a caged bear. Stark, full, clipped off his toes nicely. Out to mid-on, takes a single. And he's on 5. Riches. Absolute riches for Zach Crawley.
The key for England, these two really do need to last 20 overs.
Yes.
If these two last 20 overs, I feel good.
Well, let's take these overs one at a time, Bear. There's
Absolutely.
one ball left in this one. Zach Crawley's not facing it. So barring something unusual, he will have not only got through the first over, which would be the first time this series, he's got runs.
Absolutely.
Which would be the first time this series.
Riches, I tells you. Riches.
It is riches. It is riches. Ben Duckett is scratching at his mark. Now, he made a few runs, didn't he? But
He got a couple of 20s and
going in both innings, didn't he?
He got 20
21
odd.
and 28.
Whoa! Sorry,
Are you all right?
I've got.
Are you ahead of
You're
yeah.
ahead. Try and control
Yeah.
yourself.
Sorry,
if you can.
sorry.
But I'm guessing, thank you, Messers, that this wasn't far away. And in fact, we've got some birdies taken. Duckett has gone absolutely first ball. Edged, taken at first slip. These two are not going to survive. This time it's the Duckster who's gone. The pink ball king has struck.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Duckett has gone for a duck.
So I talked some shit.
And
We all do. We all do.
Oh dear. I think that went
It was a great delivery.
It was. It was
it
on
was
that.
taken by Labuschagne. Actually, it was very similar to the Crawley dismissal in the first test, but it was just a tentative little forward prod, wasn't it?
Listen, it's it's his first ball. It's never. You're always most vulnerable. New ball, first up. It's going to happen every once in a while, isn't it? Unfortunately, we don't need it happening today, but it has, and we have to say goodbye to Duckett.
The crowd says you're out.
Well, I'm sorry, England fans, if you've just joined us, and we're going to go and catch up with you. England are 5 for 1. Crawley, all 5. Beautiful off drive, but Ben Duckett has gone first ball, caught Labuschagne at slip. Off the bowling, well, of course,
Mitchell
Stark, who now has 82 wickets.
Can't we break his fucking arm?
At 17. And it will bring Ollie Pope to the crease. Messers, can we do some quick hellos before we jingle up?
Yeah, it'll
Ollie
just
Pope?
be hellos, except for one super chat that we've got.
Oh.
Super chatters will get read out. Philip Shaw, 6016, has sent us €5.99 saying, I've got nothing to lose. I bet on the belly wobbles. We've got hellos from Mog, Brian in Brisbane, Invisible Bob, Ifram Ahmed, Mayank, Adam Newman, Eric, J001.
Morning to you all.
Nessa. Well, I wasn't sure he was even in the mix to play, but he's in, is Nessa, and he's swung that away a little bit from Crawley, who leaves it with great intelligence. Invisible Bob was one of the names you read out there, was it?
Yes.
Can you tell him I
like
can't
that.
see him?
Michael Neeser's here in town. Michael Neeser's here in town. Hi-ho, diddly-i-ho. Michael Neeser's here in town.
I like that. Who did that?
Who's that one?
That's
That's
Mog.
interesting. Was it? Good Lord. It's a great
Wow.
accent, Mog. Nessa, in he comes. Left by Crawley, probing away at that Crawley off stump. Neeser's not daft, is he? He knows that what has worked for Mitchell Stark. And obviously he's not the left armour, but nonetheless.
Speaking
he
of jingles,
knows where to aim.
Mog says to play the Gabatoir jingle.
Oh, right.
We will do. We will definitely do that. When did they decide to bring Nisa in? That really was quite a surprise to me. I suppose
today.
yeah. Right, over the wicket he comes. That's wide, and Crawley very sensibly has nothing to do with it, nor indeed should he. Oh, England, England, England. We were ecstatic, weren't we, Bear? We were thrilled when Crawley leant into the perfect drive. But Duckett, it did swing away from the left hand, Duckett from the left arm bowling. And he just prodded forward, edge was taken. 142 kilometres, so not express. And familiar story. That's well defended in front of his off stump by Zach Crawley. No run, just nudges it into the onside. So it's 5 for 1, or 1 for 5 as it says on the captions we're looking at.
Of course, because the bloody Australians can't get it right.
We just have to live with that. It's one of the things we just get on with, Bear.
Aye.
No, I can't expect the whole world to just do what we do. We're not the British Empire anymore.
God damn.
Oh, that swings in. What a ball that was. That was interesting. That ducked in to Crawley. I have to say he defended it quite well. And to be honest, that's the sort of ball he does play all right. That's what happens here. Yeah, real in-swinger. Quite hooping, really. But Crawley was solid with absolutely everything in line and defended it. But some movement there, Bear. Or were you too busy trying to find the jingle?
Too busy trying to find a jingle.
All right, I can't.
Okay,
distract you.
just a few
One
more
ball
hellos.
left off
sorry.
the over the wicket, left again by Crawley, but it toyed with it perhaps a little bit. Through it goes to Carey. It's the end of the second over. It's 5 for 1. Messers.
Sorry, Tony. So we've got extra Fluffo with us. Ralph Pyridine in a light 320. Ed Mace 9370.
Ed Mace is our Ed from Brighton University, who is social, should be on socials as well for us, which I think he is.
Philip Shaw and Tim Wilton Davies, Lockie 6, lots and lots of people, and we got 2 more super chats when we've got a minute for a jingle.
Well, we will, but let's just hold that for a moment, because Ollie Pope, welcome to the crease, Ollie. You're going to face your first ball, and it's going to be from Mitchell Stark. Over the wicket comes Stark, swings it in. Pope raises his bat, leaves it, and I'm not sure that was that far from his off stump there.
It wasn't that far, but it was a good leave.
Well, there's only 2 kinds. There's only 2 kinds.
Well, there are, to be fair. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get this into here. And there we go. Here we go. The fuck is that?
That's the Gavitar.
Stark in. Oh, sorry. Yes, Stark in. Pope has a swish down leg. Doesn't get anything on it. He's survived 2 balls. That said, if we're celebrating his surviving 2 balls. It doesn't smack of optimism, does it? Really?
No.
Probably swung too much in a way for Mitchell Stark. Carey took it well, tumbling to his left. And there was no run. 5 for 1 England. Is it still going?
2 minutes. 3 minutes and 51 seconds.
What of just death noises? That's Mog, what
the hell is going
Mog,
on? Mog,
what have you created?
That is so Mog.
Right, Stark. Over the wicket he comes. He's played on.
Fuck's
Pope has
sake,
played on
mate.
outside edge. England are 5 for 2.
Oh, fucking hell.
Me. I
It
should
was
have cashed
wide
that.
of off stump. It could have been left. He could have done anything with it. But the one thing you didn't want to do was plant your feet, waft your bat, inside edge, off stump rock back.
For fuck's sake.
England are 5 for 2.
I mean, the point is there.
His middle stump. Played it onto his middle stump.
The problem is just... fuck off.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I mean, it's just a shit shot. The bat is at 45 degrees. It's not a horizontal bat. And it's not a fucking straight bat.
Well,
And on a bouncy pitch, you can't be doing that.
in Crawley, we have to have faith. And who's he going to be joined by? Sprinting past Ollie Pope, probably trying to avoid eye contact. Because what do you say to a bloke who's just got himself out like that? Not a lot you can say. It's Joe Root. Doesn't like pink ball tests.
No.
He's been quite vocal. It was saying,
I have to agree with him.
well, I think I don't.
I
it's not
think
he
they're
doesn't like them.
unfair.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was we didn't have time at the intro I mean, one of my questions for you chaps was definitely something along the lines of, are they an Australian plot? Because Australia plays more out of 20, this is the 25th, is it, or the 24th?
It's all about TV viewing figures.
Australia's played 14 of them, and they've won 13. Only, I think only one of those has not been in Australia.
Well, they won the one in
They
West
thumped
Indies.
last time out. Well,
I mean,
Stark took a six for, didn't he?
Yeah, I watched a bit of that. I mean, that ball on that test was hooping around before it went to twilight dusk, and when that came along, it was impossible.
But
bat.
you know who the new man to the crease is. Hasn't got a ton in Australia. Can he lift that?
Like a pick, but Nazirati has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Start
Introduce
tail
yourself.
right
Joe
up.
Root, actually.
Tickled nicely. It swung in, but it was worked nicely off his legs. That's how you do play off your legs. It's down to backward square. They should come back for 2. And they advance to 7 for 2.
So much for my let's get through 20 overs and not lose a fucking wicket, eh? Jesus fucking
fuck.
Christ. I mean, that
was
is just appalling.
It was a funny shot from Pope. I mean, literally.
Funny.
Well, funny, it depends on. Probably
You
funny
could have
if
left
you're
it alone
Australian.
perfectly safely.
He could have
Exactly.
left it as it was. He didn't really seem to move. It did possibly moved in a bit.
No,
it
it
wouldn't have
didn't.
hit the stumps. That's the key thing.
This is it. You should have just fucking left it. Just
Or
leave.
get your body in line.
Well, that's the other thing. Get right across. But no one
But
gets
anyway,
right
in comes
across.
Stark over the wicket. Swings, beats the outside edge of Joe Root. That was a bit unroot-like. It was tentative. It was a proddy. It was neither forward nor back. Stark's having fun. His hair wafting in the Brisbane breeze.
We need Stark to get injured.
And he's making the pink ball talk. But although
Well, it's not. That didn't do anything.
that just was... I was
It just
literally
went
about
across
to
it.
say that.
It just
That
went
was
across
just
him.
slanted across the
Well,
right-handed route, wasn't it?
I mean, that is the thing about Stark. He does get the one that swing in, and it is almost the one that goes straight on is the danger ball. Because if you're playing for a little bit of in duck, then and it doesn't, you know, and you have to be slightly off, and it's going to catch the edge.
83 wickets then now for Stark, and that 17 average will have improved, I suspect. 2 for 7 he has. That's beaten the outside edge. It's just evaded a diving Steve Smith. It was
didn't beat the
between
outside
third and second.
That was a drop.
Took the outside edge. Did someone get a hand on it?
Yes.
You think they did? Because you've had the chance of being in the future.
No, actually, I'm watching behind you on that one. I think he dropped
It's
it.
gone for 4, so Joe Root, the net result was England have moved on. Root, he does edge it. It
Only just a drop. I mean, it would have been a fantastic
pitched just
catch.
short of first slip.
It would.
Which is Labuschagne, and it was
It was
Steve
Smith.
Smith dived across him,
Yeah.
and I think he just got barely a fingertip to it,
Yeah.
It wouldn't have carried to Labuschagne either at first.
and
slip.
it wouldn't have
No.
carried to Labuschagne.
It would have been an amazing catch.
So let's be positive and say Joe Root actually dropped his hands on that, kept it down, and he's got 4 runs. England are 2 for 11.
And that was
Okay. So I've got to do these 2 super chats. Ombre Nuevo has kindly sent us £1.99.
In comes
Says,
Nisa. That's guided backward a point. Won't quite go all the way. I think it's going to be caught. Yes, it is. It's going to be a bit of relay fielding. And England should get 2 more for Crawley. They do. He moves on to 7. 13 for 2 Messers.
Ombre Nuevo says Duckett just wants to have a bowl. And Philip Shaw sends us €2.49. Says thank you all. England will win, I promise.
Well, it's not been a good start. Listen,
It's lovely.
we all know cricket. Strange things can happen, but England have really got to screw their head on.
They do. Nessa in, beautifully clipped,
well
off
there,
his
Jim.
toes, through square. 4 more for Crawley. I'm not going to say he's looking in good touch,
Don't say a thing.
but
I mean, England's strategy throughout this series now should just be to see out Stark. I mean, he's clearly got into their heads already. We're only in the fucking 3rd innings of the series. Everyone talks him up. It's got into the heads of England. They're playing stupid shots at him and unnecessary shots. Just, if it's not on the stumps and it's not a very full half volley or very short and definitely you can cut it, just let it be. Let him fucking blow himself
his
out.
bat raised. In comes Nisa. And, well, that was played down into the ground.
No, I
onto
think
his
inside
toes,
edge onto
I
his
think.
pad, I think.
Yeah, I think it was onto his toes. Getting some broken up images here, Bear. We're having to make it up as we go along a bit.
Well, that's nothing to do with
Do you
us,
think-
Tony. That's the fucking satellite signal, okay? I
Okay.
can't change that.
But you can, though.
No, I can't.
You always say you can't do things, and then you end up being able to
But
fix
it's
them.
fucking coming from a satellite truck in bloody Australia. How am I supposed to out fucking fix
You'd
that?
find a way. You always find a way. Remember the 3 stages of Bear? No. Oh, hang on. I think I've thought of something. I've done it. So wide of off stump. That's sweetly driven. That's beautifully
Nice.
steered away through extra cover by Crawley. Feet not quite to the pitch, but he's
Nowhere
tall
near the
enough to
pitch.
lean forward and get over it. And it's 4 more. He moves on to 15.
Riches.
Not one more for me, I must have 2 or 3.
England 21 for 2. Actually, I'm taking all of that back. He did have his feet to the pitch. His weight was perfectly over the ball.
Well, his foot went down the track at a line of off
His
stump.
foot was 3 foot away from it.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah, but his foot was in line.
No,
Yes, it was. Well, we don't
No,
it went
near.
forward. Nessa, over the wicket. That's beaten the outside edge. There's a shout from behind it. Well, there's a very retrospective, polite inquiry from Nisa. I don't think there can be anything on that. It was a bit half-hearted from Carey. Carey started it. Up then went the slips. And then completely
close.
as an afterthought, Michael Nisa sort of said, well, maybe. Polite inquiry, let's have a look. Snicko. I don't think that.
Ooh.
Oh, there was a slight grumble. But mind
Slight
you,
grumble
the
there.
cheating
Probably
bastard
seems-
umpires over there.
Well, it's not an Australian umpire.
It's not an Australian. I can tell you who your umpires
I
are. It's
didn't-
Adrian Holdstock
I
and
just said the
Sharpadilla.
cheating. I just said the cheating bastard umpires over there. What happened in that last test? Who was it who got strangled down the leg side? But it was Jamie Smith.
Smith, I think, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
Nessa's going to be in too. Crawley, who clips him off his toes again to short mid-wicket, takes a single. Moves on to 16. England 22 for 2 after 4. They've lost Duckett, his first ball. They've lost Pope with a horrible non-shot playing onto his middle stump. Messers.
Okay, we've got a few more hellos at the
Fantastic.
moment. In light 320. Tactical Koki. Suda, who's with us, and thank you, Suda, for cleaning up the feed. Beer Battered Gummy Shark is with us. Etiek is with us. Hello, Etiek. It's good to hear from you again. Elite Joel Wilson is with us. Delanus. Nilak D40. Oh, he was the one who was spamming us. And Bruce Fox 1060. So sorry we can't read them out at the moment. If you super chat us, we definitely will read them out.
Of course, that's the whole point of it.
Well, Mitchell Stark over the wicket to Crawley, who drives. Doesn't really quite get hold of it. I think that's going to be the unmistakable figure of Travis Head, who chases it to short extra cover. And they'll get just... they should just taken a single. Yeah, they did. Travis Head then proceeded to do a kind of a windmill double action before rolling the ball back, which I thought was quite interesting. There's some interesting names there you were reading out, Messers.
Yeah, there are. We've got lots of new names in there too, which is really nice.
Exactly.
Don't remember.
Elite Joel Wilson and Invisible Bob. I'd love to see the meeting of those two. Hello, I'm Invisible Bob. It doesn't matter if you're invisible. I wouldn't have seen you anyway.
Exactly.
Would answer Elite Joel. Right, 2 wickets. I hope I haven't said the wrong thing for England. 3 slips is what I meant to say. That's wide of off stump. It goes through to Carey, and there is no run. Both wickets, almost inevitably this morning, to pink ball king Mitchell Stark. He's now got 83 pink ball wickets. 2 for 12 for him. Zach Crawley 17, Route 6, 23 for 2. Michael
Suda, who says Bear needs a beer, and he also says everyone said that was the right decision on Smith Bear.
Or to dive in front of... Yes, absolutely, because...
No. I'm talking on the last... I still disagree.
Oh, we're talking about something else. Okay.
We're talking about the 10 minutes it took
Joe
to
Root
get Jamie
Stark
Smith out.
in, up onto his toes, goes Root, plays it down confidently enough into the ground. He looks a little bit watchful about it, but he did everything right, really.
Yeah, that's what he's
23
talking
for
about. Banana Brooks believes that Crawley did hit that. It's very hard to say on that tiny little murmur on the...
the question you have to ask in that case is, did Labuschagne hit his one as well? Because there was a similar sort of murmur on the bat of Labuschagne, and he wasn't given out.
Yeah.
Not that it made
It's
a lot
very
of difference
tricky.
because it was in the first innings. But you've got to be consistent. They're either both out or they're both not out. One can't be out and one can be out, as far as I was concerned anyway.
No, I agree with that.
Mitchell Stark, at the start of his run, big loping stride in that he has. Left by Joe Root.
Sensible.
Sensibly left, says the Bear to my right.
Give yourself time, Watch the ball for 4 or 5 overs. Don't have to score. Bazball, in its essence, is, score quickly, but if you get in, you can always catch up. If you're out, you're fucking back in the hutch, mate, and ain't nothing happening.
Wisdom indeed. If you're out, you won't be scoring runs. unless you've already scored a hat before.
He got an 89 here.
Don't
God,
think
he was
we
only
could
11
accuse Duckett
short of that
today.
elusive ton last time round.
Right, Stark. Past umpire Shaftula he comes.
That's good ball.
Swings it in a little bit to Root, who is solidly behind it. There is no run. For what it's worth, I don't blame Duckett. Anybody can get a ball. It was a good ball.
Yeah, it was a good ball, and it was the first ball he
a little
faced.
bit tentative, but those happen. Pope, on the other hand, was just
That's just a
poor.
shit shot.
and somewhere Jacob Bethel is going,
Yes,
hello, did
please.
you call?
Yeah, exactly.
23 for 2, England. Yes, we're here again. We aren't 5 overs in. I mean, all the wisdom says you've got to bat 50 overs and then you can make hay with a pink ball that's gone floppy and hittable. That's nicely played, but straight to backward point. And there is no run, but he did play it nicely. 5 overs completed. England 23 for 2. They've got to get past to that 50 overs. The early signs are not good. Messers.
I can reveal who Invisible Bob is, actually.
hello. Right.
It was our very own Will Reynolds, but he tells us on WhatsApp that he's now switched to TuneIn anyhow, so he probably won't be coming any further with us. Sudahu says, Pish, one... there's a lot of discussion on the channel about what's out and what's not out, but you know, I think it's good discussion to have on there, but we won't read them all out. So, yeah, at the moment we're lacking super chats, which is really what I want to be able to read. But I'll read this. But Raj Patel says, good morning, my favourite people, Tony, Bear and Messi. Stark is a pink ball maestro, very harsh on Webster to be
clipped
out
by the great Zach Crawley. Out to deep mid-wicket. Should have come back for 2, one would hope.
Mm-hmm.
They did indeed. Score moves on to 25. Had quite a spell at Glamorgan, didn't he, Michael Nessa? I think 2 or 3 seasons he played there. He's played 2 tests. His debut was against England at Adelaide in 2021. He made 35.
What, Michael Neeson? Yeah, he's a bit of an all-rounder,
and he
isn't
took
he?
1 for 33. That's short and rose a little bit, and Crawley kept the bat low, the hands low, and everything out the way. So there was no run. What else did he do? 1 for 28. His wickets on his debut test against England were Hamid, caught by Mitchell Stark, and Dawid Malan.
Bloody hell.
Who he
That's a
got
different side,
LBW. I know, hardly need to tell you that Australia won.
He's got a good record for Queensland, particularly at the Gabba.
Oh, he's
but
doing
the last,
really well, yeah.
Last 3 Shield matches, he's taken 2 fourfers, 2 twofers.
Yeah, that's why off stump and left. No run.
I mean,
he's got the best average for Queensland. He's their second top wicket taker. 14 wickets at 25, 4 for 30 against South Australia in Adelaide. And he's been taking wickets for Queensland in their one-day cup game as well, which I think might have been at the Gabba. There was a game at the Gabba recently. Only lasted 3 days. Queensland and Victoria. Who took the wickets there? Gurinder Sandhu and Xavier Bartlett filled their boots in the second innings of that one for Victoria's second innings. That's nicely clipped away by Crawley. That's through deep mid-wicket. Is it going to beat the field? No, it's not. It seemed to be a very lazy lope by Boland after it.
He's not the quickest, is he?
Not the quickest. He looked like he was wading through treacle. I thought he looked like he was seeing it through to the boundary and then suddenly realised I better just put in a little bit of an effort. So it's 3, it's 28 for 2 for England. Beautiful blue skies, fluffy white clouds. And curiously, a Father St. Christmas stormtrooper, an inflatable. I can only say it's at top of some flats, and it's an inflatable stormtrooper in a Father Christmas hat, who's accompanied by
a big bear,
a giant teddy bear.
I'm everywhere.
He is everywhere. Yep, we're going to change
at the end of the over. We've got 2 balls left, Gary.
So give us
chill.
Gary is looming, and let me tell you, when Gary looms, you know he's there.
I can't have beer. I've only just got up.
3 slips gully, mid-off, mid-on. Nisa in. Oh, and played okay, solidly enough by Root, but I'm not sure it was the full face of his bat. I think it was just a little hint of being slightly inside edgy. Hector's come dressed for the part, let me tell you. He's wearing his cricket jumper.
Bear, you might want to let Al Hotch in. And is Hector at the studio? Or
Hector's here? No,
Yeah.
there he is. Hector here, of course he is. He wouldn't dress up in his cricket jumper at home. Well, actually, he might, to be honest.
Oh, that'll be why I can't see. Yeah.
28 for 2. Nisa. In he comes. And Root has, I think, been bowled. Has he?
No.
It
No.
just missed.
Inside edge
that
onto
off
pad, I
stump.
think, past the off
Inside edge
stump.
onto pad. Goodness me, that was not solid. But it's 28 for 2 after 6. Messrs can read us some messages. We'll have a little shuffle-a-roo in the studio.
Sudahu says Nisa is the equivalent of Adil Rashid. He's only to be mentioned with he's got 100s batting in the Shield. Stephen Kelk's with us, says, well, hello there. Why, oh, why did England choose to bat? Scream. And Extra Fluffer says, Michael Nisa could only afford one S. Yeah.
Well,
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll catch you in half an hour.
I'm with Stephen Kelk there because you can't win a match in the first session of a test, but you can lose a match, and England don't want to be losing 2 wickets every half hour, which is what they've done in the first half hour. England are 28 for 2. Hector, it's not looking good.
Morning, Gary. No, not the best start for England, but Joe Root and Zach Crawley.
Oh, that's uppish. It was very full from Stark, and Crawley chased it as he does, but he got plenty of bat on it, and it's rolled out to backward point on this very slow outfield again, after a slow outfield in the first test, and they're through for 2. Crawley has 24 off 23. He's being very much Zach Crawley, going after his shots, giving the bowlers a chance, and Mitchell Stark doesn't need much of a chance, does he, in a pink ball test?
No, he doesn't. Well, that's 3 from 3 now, striking, getting wicket in his first over.
Yes.
26 times in his career that he's done that, so he's no stranger to early success, but these two here, hopefully they can sort of quail the storm a little bit.
As Stark's in again, left arm over, that's very wide, left alone, goes through to the keeper. We can say hello to Al. Al, how are you doing up there in the darkened north?
Well, it's dark outside and it's dark inside.
Yeah, well, quite. Very good, very poetic. Yes, we could do with some of that bright sunshine affecting our mood as England fans. Never mind the bright sunshine of the Gabatoir, where it's a beautiful day up there on the coast of Queensland. As Zach Crawley, bat raised, Gooch style, looks up. He sees Mitchell Stark coming towards him, and this is very full, and he reaches for that. The feet as ever, not really moving. And if there's one thing I want England to do in this series, it's just line the bloody ball up. Move your feet, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, and it's excusable. The Duckett situation, for example, he slightly got stuck in his crease, but that's fine. That's his first ball. Zach Crawley now, he's mid-20s. He's been out there for a while now. He should get his feet moving, as he has done. He's played a few nice tries, but...
I think Pope was out to his third ball, crabbing across the crease, not really lining the ball up, bowled off the inside edge. The thing with Pope is that he plays that shot of his 103rd ball as well. This is very full, and it's pushed by Crawley to Travis Head, who is at mid-off, saving 1. Unlike the West Indies mid-off at the Hagley Oval, who was conceding 1 to every push. Off the captain, Rustin Chase, as well. I mean...
Have you been following that?
No, we were just watching it earlier, and Rechin Ravindra and Tom Latham were more or less hitting the ball wherever they wanted to. Misfields, it was all a bit of wheels falling off for the West Indies. I don't know what's happened since, but
no, they've both made centuries.
The lead was well over 300 when we switched across to the Gabba. Crawley on 24, Root on 6, already dropped Root by Stephen Smith. A very tough chance second slip, diving in front of first slip. The ball would not have carried Mark Wall would have caught it 4 times out of 5, I would suggest. As Stark is in, it's very full and it's driven. But Travis Head looking very like sort of David Boone these days, isn't he? With the tash and just the gait of Travis Head there at mid-off. Of course, David Boone wouldn't have been at mid-off. He'd have been under the helmet at short leg, whispering sweet nothings to the batters.
Yeah, he just gets cooler and cooler. The more runs he scores, probably the more confident he gets, the more he can have that swagger about him. But
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you look at Travis Head and you think he must be averaging 47 or something in Test cricket, but his average isn't that good. But when he's good, like the girl with a curl, when he's good, he's very, very good. Al, we're coming to you after this ball as Stark is in. That's a full toss, and Crawley again sort of slightly crabs it out to mid-on. He missed out on that. It's the end of the over. 30 for 2, 7 gone. And Al, you're in. Have you got any super chats?
I have got a super chat from Jay Grover.
Jay.
Jay Grover sends £2 and says, "Hey up, thought this was starting at 4:30. A couple more. Philip Shaw, the Gorillas always win. Brandy Ball does not. Andy Roylance is the plan just about until it starts to get dark." I also have a shout out, a personal one, to the Smith family in who live in Brisbane, and their little son Oscar. Oscar was the mascot who stood in front of Cam Green.
Fantastic.
Early today, and any of our 10-year-olds' fever dream would be to get out on the Ashes field, and little Oscar fulfilled that for Chris and Helen, for all of us, and all the Gorillas, I would imagine, and all the people watching. So big shout out to Oscar.
Well, fantastic. We'd all look like mascots standing in front of Cam Green, of course.
Well, indeed. Indeed.
Excellent. So after that little bit of two-way family favourites, Radio 2, 70s there, we'll get back to the action, and there's a change of bowling. It's this man.
Boland, 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 here comes Scotty Boland. Boland, 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 Boland.
And he's in, and this is on a length, and the ball doesn't get up at all. And Brook does well really to jam a bat down on that. We've seen some excellent carry through to Alex Carey, taking it about head height. But as I was saying to you earlier, Hector, that's the one you've got to be careful of, because I mean that didn't really get up at all. He was on the back foot, was Root, jabbed the bat down, but no harm done.
I think the pitch so far has looked good. I know that was it the first ball of the day that went very high, but other than that, it seems that the carry's pretty consistent.
Yeah. Some good gas from Mitchell Stark at 140 clicks plus. This is through to the keeper, left alone by Joe Root. You can close your eyes and you can see Joe Root leaving the ball outside off. You know.
Well, that is what we need from him, because I was listening to the Sky Sports podcast, and Matthew Hayden said if I was Australia, I'd just be bowling 5th, 6th stump to Joe Root, and he's eventually going to have a waft at it, and I think that's maybe how they'll attack him.
I think it was the 1985 series where Australia bowled well outside off stump all the way through the series. I think Jeff Lawson was bowling it outside off stump, and England won 3-1. So, but different days. As Boland's in again, that is outside off stump, and Root goes up on his toes, and he plays that sort of half-hearted square cut. It's more of a square push. It's certainly not the square cut of Robin Smith, whom we lost this week. And he was a great hero in a time of very few heroes in England Test cricket and one-day cricket in the 90s. And Robin Smith certainly showed great bravery, great heart, stood up at a time when lots of England's cricketers couldn't manage to do that, and he's a great loss to the game. Joe Root gets an inside edge, goes down to long leg where Mitchell Stark does the fielding, and they're through for 31 for 2. Have you seen any YouTube clips of Robin Smith's square cut? It's a thing of kind of brutal beauty.
I haven't yet, but I've been put on to watching him against the West Indies.
Yeah,
and apparently he was just getting battered all over, but stood up.
At a time where a century against the West Indies really counted for more than 100 runs.
Yeah, absolutely, it did. Only Alan Lamb could score them, and then Robin Smith could score them. But his swaying, it's more of a arch back limbo out the way of a bouncer was fantastic. There's some great photos of him in mid-air. His whole back kind of arched away as the ball from Kirtley or from Courtney or from Ian Bishop goes past him. At the moment, though, it's Scott Boland bowling outside off stump. And again, that's slightly full of a length and went through head height to Carey. So there's pace in the wicket. That's why Zach Crawley has got the gig. He was never not going to get this gig in Australia because England play him because he likes that pace on the ball. He likes that bounce. He was, of course, top scorer in the Ashes played in England, the last time it was contested. And having bagged a pair, he's now got 24. And he's looking up again. Intense concentration. Boland is in. This is on a slightly full of a length outside off stump. It's just pushed through vacant point and they're through for a single. It's the end of the over. 32 for 2. Al!
Mayank, what do you think, everyone? Is this going to reach lunch break on day 3?
Oh.
Henderson thinks Jeremy Henderson says, I think this could be a cunning plan by England to get Australia batting in the twilight. Extra Fluffo, hope that's not a polyester blend sweater. Beer battered gummy Stark. I smell a conspiracy theory. Slow outfield versus Bazball, perhaps.
I mean, they're expecting the sun to shine brightly, so you wouldn't want the grass to be too pared back, even at the beginning of the day, because at the end of the day it may be very sparse indeed, like the Oval 1976.
One last one for Wibble from Laos.
Oh, right, fantastic. And this ball is outside off stump, and Crawley subsumes his attacking instincts, just sits on that, it dribbles out to point where I think Cam Green comes round from gully to do the fielding. There is no run.
Well, 32 for 2 here after 8 overs. Mitch Stark continuing it into his 5th. He has 2 for 14. Crawley scoring quite quickly at 25 for 31. I wonder what involvement Cam Green will have with the ball, especially in this morning session before the lights starts to dim.
Well, I have a bit of a theory about that, as you know, which I shall share with you after this delivery from Mitchell Stark. Running in, joint highest wicket taker amongst left armers in Test history, and a huge kind of shot there from Zach Crawley. It was more of a spoon, and the ball went in the air, but there's always room over extra cover, and the man ran round from deep point. I think that might have been Travis Head as well, wasn't it? And England are through for 2. I mean, it looks a dodgy shot because he's just sort of spooned it there, but he's actually landed 50 yards away from the fielder. So,
well, he just needs to be careful. He's had a few now that have been up in the air, and if I was Australia, I wouldn't mind placing sort of.
That was absolutely safe as houses.
Yeah.
There's a lot of open space. That looked like a golfer laying up on the second shot.
Yeah, I think that's a very good analogy there, Al. There's always room over extra cover. As Mitchell Stark is in, and that's a big heave by Crawley, attempting to pull a short ball. It's the first attempted pull we've seen. He missed it, so did the keeper. It's through for one of these, but it's byes.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
I mean, that's gone way over the keeper. I mean, it was short, to be fair, not sort of, really short, but it's gone way over an extended, leaping Alex Carey. Plenty of life in the pitch early on. 38 for 2 now, England. Attempting Crawley to make hay while the sun shines, and the sun is certainly shining. That's a very full delivery, and Crawley, bottom hand came through a little bit there, closed the bat's face, no timing, went to mid-on, no run.
I have a couple of super chats for you when you're ready.
Fantastic. 2 more balls and we'll be with you, Al.
Yeah, that's a bit of a danger there for Crawley. It's just that in-swinging, slightly fuller I think Mitch Stark there was trying to hit the Yorker. Luckily for Crawley, it didn't come off. But England just need to be careful that he can always swing it back in.
But we haven't seen that ball swing back in much, have we? I mean, that's the trademark Mitchell Stark, isn't it? The ball that swings back in, hits the stumps to the right-hander. But we haven't seen that much of it. See, there's a perfect example. I think he was looking for the in-swinger there. Instead, it turned into an off-stump half volley, and Crawley just sat on it, and he hit it for one of these.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
Yeah, perfect shot. That was just pure timing. His feet were in the right place and just, yeah, he just...
Well, it was in the slot, wasn't it? In fact, he hit it uppishly, and it wasn't that far away from Mitchell Stark. And of course, we do know that he can take catches off his own bowling, running back in. Can't remember who it was who was dismissed that way in the first test. It was Crawley himself. Well, there we are.
It's going a little bit quicker that time, though.
It was going a bit quicker, but it didn't miss it by far. And a slightly sheepish grin on Crawley's face suggests he knows he slightly got away with one there. He has 31. And he's in again, is Mitchell Stark, and had there been a silly mid-off there for the leading edge, he would have caught it, but there isn't. It's Travis Head at mid-off. It's the end of the 9th over. England are 43 for 2. Crawley has 32. Root has 7. And Al, how's your super chats?
Jeremy Henderson sends us $2 Australian. Low tide on Brisbane River in 60 minutes. Swing, question mark.
Oh, question mark.
Jay Grover sends us £2 Raise one for the judge. Loved him as a bairn. And then Jay Grover also sends £2 and says, maybe not raise one, thou know what I mean.
Yes.
An excellent sentiment, though.
Yes.
Well worth remembering in a time where we don't.
Yep, that's right. Two great stalwarts of the England middle order in the 80s and 90s, Graham Thorpe and Robin Smith, both gone long before their time. But he was younger than me, Robin Smith. So it's really a bit distressing.
That arc between backward point and extra cover, he was fearsome.
Absolutely fearsome. A front foot square cut was his signature shot. And Hector, do look it up. At a time when bats were very different, when attitudes to batting was different, he was playing 21st century cricket in the 20th century. Here's Scott Boland. This is a length ball, just outside off and just tucked there. That was the shot he was trying to play earlier. Bottom hand coming through from Crawley, hits it into the mid-wicket area. It's vacant, so they're through for 1. Boland looks to be rather more friendly pace than Mitchell Stark.
Well, yes, yeah. I think we know that for a while now, but
it wasn't that much difference in the last test. He was about 138 most of the time. Stark was 140, 141.
I think the thing with Boland is just almost Hazelwood-like, just hitting that the same line, the same length every delivery. 3
slips a gully and a backward point, and Root advances down the track to Boland, suggesting he also thinks he's not bowling very quickly, although speed gun is telling us 139 clicks. And he just drops it and runs. Good cricket from England there. See, I mean, it's hard to believe that was 139 kilometres per hour, which translates to about 89. Root just walked towards it, dabbed it and ran. But it often looks that way. It's very hard to tell. The speed gun can often appear to be somewhat capricious in its judgments. As Boland is in again. Crawley faces up and is beaten on the outside edge by a ball that doesn't get up. It's taken knee-high by Alex Carey. And that's the first false shot from Crawley for some time.
Yeah, he doesn't even really tuck his bat inside. That is just a genuine... Gone there, presses forward to defend, and genuine play and miss there.
Yeah, you can see that he wasn't quite balanced because the back foot came round, so he was aware that he'd set himself up and he was going to be missing it and was trying to sort of get out of jail free. But to his credit, the bat was beneath the eyes, so, that's a better technique than reaching for it. Again, he likes to work in that ball to leg side, but it's Michael Neser who was at mid-on. Fullish ball that was clipped there, and there is no run. There's a slight kind of pause in the intensity. Are you feeling that from both batters and bowlers?
I do, and I think this is exactly what England need at this point.
Oh, they do.
To what Bear was saying earlier, we just need well, ideally Duckett and Crawley could have taken us through to overs 20, 25 when hopefully the ball gets a bit softer. As we were saying as well, England don't necessarily want the softer ball, but it's sort of taking that swing off it and the threat of the bounce.
Yeah, it gives you a greater margin for error as Crawley leaves that one to go past through to the keeper. It does seem to have been, despite England losing 2 wickets off the inside and the outside edge of the bat, England do seem to be willing to leave the ball a little more.
And I think that's something that Joe Root would have probably brought out to the crease when he joined Crawley. Just need to calm it down a bit, try and take the sting out of the Australian impetus, and they're doing that so far.
I mean, they don't want to become caricatures of themselves, and there was always that chance had they repeated the Farrago of the second innings in the first test. As Boland's in again, and he comes down the wicket, and speaking of being foolish and caricatures of themselves, Crawley took a step out and attempted to hit that over mid-wicket. Huge appeal from everyone here, but the bat was coming across the ball. It certainly went through to Alex Carey. Could have been a bit of pad, could have been back. There's a long discussion in the Australian Parliament here, but they are deciding not to review it. So there you go, commentator's curse.
Yeah.
Right, I'll give you a couple of tweets.
Please do.
Interrupt me if it comes through with whether you hit it or not.
No, took the pad.
Aidan Davidson and Extra Fluffo both said a while ago that New Zealand led by 425, so that's being crazy. Jay Grover, Hector hitting Brideshead, mint, get Aloysius on.
Oh, gonna have a teddy bear with you, a teddy bear.
Yeah. Suter Who, if it was Sheffield time, then it would be the 1950s. Tony Bishop asks whether my mastermind has been aired yet. No, but it gets aired on Monday.
We'll be there, Al.
So Monday the 8th is when I'm on. Jay Grover, doubtless lived a third of your life in a watery desert. Eric J says you passed on one. Ha 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 ha. Extra Fuffo, all black Labradors in Sheffield are called Andrew. So there you go. Interesting fact there.
Speaking of Labradors, it's this man.
Brendan Doggett say has arrived. He worried it never would. He's working on a scheme to get all of them out.
It is Brendan Doggett. He's in. That's a horrible ball outside off stump, left alone. There is no run. Al, any more?
One super chat. Philip Shaw, €5.99. Gorillas Yossa Hughes needs to play. Go on, give us a 6. I can get a 6. Better luck in by.
Old Yossa.
Give us a job, mate. Give us a job. I can do that.
It's the at the moment it's the boys from the white and green stuff rather than the black stuff, because the pitch looks very white, the outfield looks very green. As Doggett is in, that's outside off stump, and that's cut by Root well in front of cover, and it will slow down on the outfield, but a good chase from Travis Head, I think that is, and they're through for 3. I think that's Root's first scoring shot in some time.
Gary.
Yes.
When you watch Doggett bowl, is his action just a quicker Stephen Waugh?
There's a little bit of that for sure, yes. It doesn't look the most natural of actions, it's the timing and rhythm isn't there, certainly not at the moment.
A biomechanical expert has got their hands on him, I think.
But there's so many ways in which one can get the ball from one end to the other effectively, and that is just defended, and there is no run. I mean, that was a better delivery. He lined up the two shoulders there, and instead of the ball being slung down the offside, it was very much on middle stump. So maybe we'll give him a little bit of leeway for coming into bowl his first 2 deliveries. England are 48 for 2, halfway through the 11th over. I've got an illusion in the to start the next over. But we'll come to that in good time. 3 slips for Doggett. That's very full. It's inviting the off drive, and it gets the off drive from Zach Crawley. Will it go all the way? No, it's Travis Head sweeping from... No, it's Travis Head was running out there. I think it was Nisa who was sweeping from cover. A bit of scrappy bit of relay cricket. No, it's that Weatherald under there. Yep, Weatherald under there. And slightly scrappy cricket from the Australians. The 50 is up, 51 for 2 there.
Well, these two, they've put on 46 now since Joe Root's come out to the crease. That last shot that Zach Crawley played last over was clearly premeditated, as you said.
Yeah.
Boland looked like he was a little bit slower, so he was coming down and a wristy thing.
It was a horrible hoik.
He needs to park premeditated shots for now, at least.
I think so too. That's well outside off stump, and Root does the Root leave there. It's very wise because Root can often seek to run that ball down to third man. And this is not a pitch, or it's certainly not the time to be running the ball to third man. I would suggest in a pink ball test, it's not the test to be running the ball to third man.
I think Australia in general, that's actually one of the reasons that pundits have been saying that he hasn't been able to score as many runs in Australia, because that is his trademark shot, but just with the bounce, it's so much harder to get off. You're more likely to spoon it to gully or slip.
I completely agree. So here's Doggett to finish his first over in this test, and Root gets it into the leg side, but there's a man there at square leg. It's the end of the over, 11 gone, England 51 for 2. Crawley has 36, Root has 11, and we have Al.
Another super chat from Jay Grover for £5. Thank you, Jay. Al on the second series of Taskmaster now. Still not sure I get it. Well, I will persevere as I respect you. God bless you, Jay, and it's well worth persevering with. Best comedy on television. Let me see what other things here. Beer Battered Gummy Shark, the tide effect swing. Are we being had? Gary, I will leave that to you if you want to talk about...
Well, proof of the pudding will be in the eating. We'll see if it makes any difference. But of course, causation wouldn't be proved. We'll see. I think they used to say at Perth, and then when the Fremantle doctor blew in, the ball would start to swing. And speaking of the Fremantle doctor, that was a great aid to Dennis Lilly, and I was interested to see Scott Boland do the Dennis Lilly sweat clearance earlier, where the index finger goes up and across the forehead like a windscreen wiper. That was very much Dennis Lilly's signature move. As Boland is in, and this is just pushed by Zach Crawley, but they run straight away, and therefore there is a single to be had. Crawley has 37. Root has 11.
Wasn't his other signature move to get a nick to Rod Marsh?
There was a bit of that for sure, and that and flinging an aluminium bat 30 yards towards the boundary.
True. The things you do for sponsorship.
I know, indeed. He could bowl though. He could certainly bowl.
Bad back or not?
Bad back or not? Yes. Here's Boland in again. This is very full. In fact, so full it was a Yorker, and Root did well to jab the bat down on that. It seemed to get to the halfway there before Root realised that it was on target and he better do something about it.
Yeah, that's a really good delivery, but Root, as you say, just manages to drop his hands. I'm actually quite interested to see the matchup between Crawley, I know he's at the other end, and Boland. I think Boland is almost like a bowling machine for Crawley in terms of he'll put it on a length and a width that Crawley thinks he can either drive.
It's a classic example of a batsman's strength being their weakness as well, because he will go after it, will Crawley. Exactly. And the question is how many he makes before he gets the inevitable edge. Root gets one very full again, but more on middle stump, and with that immaculate technique he does line the ball up. Don't England look better when they line the ball up? And pushes it to through vacant mid-wicket. And they're through for a couple.
And I'm just hoping that Crawley, as I said previously, just parks that premeditated shot and uses Boland, because Crawley so far, barring the shots that he's premeditated, he has looked decent. He's looked comfortable, and there are runs to be had.
There absolutely are.
If he doesn't say, I'm going to charge down this ball. And
Boland's into Root. This goes past the legs off stump through to the keeper. That's a rare ball that sort of offered a little bit of movement there. There's been very little movement in the air. That seemed to be tailing in.
The level of danger provided by Boland and Doggett seems to be a dramatic drop-off, which kind of makes you feel that if anything negative happens from an England point of view, that it would all be self-inflicted.
Well, Mitchell Starc is a bit like those South American players. Gustavo Kuerten, I think, was one, who seemed to win in Paris on the clay and then never do anything anywhere else. Mitchell Starc, of course, does do plenty in other places, but he's very much a specialist with the pink ball. As this is full and Root drives, and the ball will just dribble its way to the long off boundary. And that's the 50 partnership, and it's also one of these. One of the things I've liked about Root's innings so far, and it shouldn't be liked because it should just be a given, but not with this England team, is not only is he lining the ball up, he's not trying to hit it too hard.
Well, yeah, and with the pitch in Perth, the outfield here, the slower outfield, England almost try and counter that by going harder.
Yeah, this is defended into the offside. Root does that thing where he takes 2 steps down the track, then holds his bat up. So there is no run. 58 for 2 after 12. I think we're due a change.
We are.
And I'll be back later. So will you, Hector?
I can read a couple of messages, Jez. We've had a couple of super chats just kind of scramble my brain about whereabouts we are.
Well, the super chats get priority, as you will know.
Yeah. So let's catch up with a couple of these. Latham out for 145, says Jeremy Henderson. A lead of 447. Extra puff out are all contestants on Mastermind forced to dress like the homeless. Yes, they are.
I keep turning that on every Monday, going, he's got to be on this week. You told me there's only 4 episodes left in the series, and there's been 5 since.
I'm on Monday.
Yeah, I heard. I'm gonna be watching. Although
what channel?
It's on BBC 2.
BBC 2.
7:30 on Monday.
7:30 on Mondays.
I always forget it's on at 7:30 and turn on halfway through and miss the specialist rounds.
I'll be the one that looks nervous.
Yeah, there was something I was going to say. I can't remember what it was.
So we're on a drinks break at the moment, which is handy, so you can say whatever you like.
I know, but I can't remember what I was going to try and say. It's the problem with getting up so early in the morning.
Well, 2 for 58 at the end of the first hour is a lot better than it might have been.
Well, it certainly was at 5 for 2, wasn't it? It was typically England. I think they played reasonably well since then. I don't think the pitch is offering a huge amount of deal. There's not a lot of swing. I mean, you got to think. I mean, if you look at this Australian attack compared to what you could be facing, you've got to be thinking, this is the way. You've got to just stick there, because Boland, Nisa, and Doggett don't look particularly threatening in any way whatsoever. You've got to see out Starc and just take him out of the game and concentrate on all the others. That shot from Pope was fucking awful.
It was dreadful. It was exactly the sort of shot that got Root out in the second innings in Perth.
Pope gets out like that all the time, though, because he just doesn't get across and he doesn't play with a straight bat.
Yeah.
So, he's asking for it.
Yeah, when the ball lifts like it does in Australia, you cannot afford to have a cross bat like that.
No. I mean, exactly. It's neither horizontal or straight. It's just fucking 45 degrees. I mean, he's just asking for trouble. I suppose things could have gone a lot worse if that one had carried to slip and Smith had caught an absolute blinder.
Yeah.
But hey,
Crawley is Crawley. I mean, Crawley's up for 150 here. Yeah.
And then things are going to look mighty fine, aren't they?
Yeah.
I do think England have actually probably got a better bowling attack when you take all.
I agree.
When you look at all things considered.
I do have a question about that bowling attack thing, which is, if you're going to bring in a spinner, I'm assuming you're bringing in Jacks because you believe him to be a second all-rounder. Otherwise, why did you show a Bashir?
Yeah, I think. Well, the problem with Australian wickets, isn't it? I mean, it's how much you can get out of them. And
we did know we were playing in Australia before we selected.
Yeah,
Bashir.
we do, and I do think he will. I think in further tests he will get some action. I think partly we're back, and the first ball is Doggett to Crawley, who just nurdles it out towards point and gets himself a single. I mean, these two first wickets are probably the seamier, friendlier ones, aren't they? I mean, not the others aren't. Generally, wickets are quite hard and fast, but they tend to, from here on in, they get a bit slower and a bit more pace of the game. May take it 5 days, etc., and a spinner will come into it. So I think Shoaib may well be back in for the Adelaide Test. That's short and it's wide and well cut by Root. There is a man out there to stop that shot, but I think no, he didn't even take the single. He hit it too well. So
did you see any of the India South Africa ODI?
Yeah.
No,
that was exciting.
What happened in the end? Because I saw Mark. I literally turned over and saw Markham get out for about 110, and they were 190 odd for 3 at that point with 20 overs to go, chasing 356.
They chased it down.
Oh, did they? Fuck, that's good going.
In the last over.
Oh wow, good game. Cody got another ton, didn't he? That one is defended into the offside, and there is no run. That's what I was going to say. The West Indies, fuck's sake. I mean, they bowled out New Zealand for 210. I looked on that before I went to bed the day before last, and they were 91 for 2. I thought, oh, come on, West Indies. Next day, all out for 167. It's just like, come on, guys, you know.
And
then, of course, well, this is the thing. It seems like New Zealand, you've got to put them under pressure. They had to put them under pressure on that first innings score, and they couldn't. And you know, I imagine their heads dropped, and that was that. That's a horrible ball down the leg side from Doggett. Left alone by Root, through the keeper, and there is no run. I see Root got an 89 here last time round. He must have thought that on that day, I'm going to get my ton in Australia.
Yeah.
And then fucked it up. I imagine he's got some 70s and 80s in Australia.
Oh, he has.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not been completely without runs.
No, he hasn't. I mean, he averages like 35 or something, doesn't he? Which, by English standards, in the current test side, it's probably not that bad. But considering his test average is 50, then that one's thrown up outside off stump. It's a full long half volley. Nice shot by Root. As always, these big outfields, they're not particularly quick. They're well watered, but they'll get back for 2 comfortably. This goes out towards the extra cover boundary. 3, in fact. Of course, lots of 3s in Australia.
Yeah, he's got 9 50s in Australia. Highest score of 89.
Yeah. And 950s isn't that bad, isn't the convert one of them? No. You thought, I mean, I suppose there was a whole period of time, wasn't there, for Root, when he became superly good when he first started. He scored a few tons, and then it was almost like he was finding it too easy, and he'd get to 60 or 70 and get himself out with a stupid shot. But in the last 2 or 3 years, I mean, he's converted so many of those 50s into tons. It's unreal.
Yeah. Yes.
Hence, he's number 1 in the world. That one is cut by Crawley out to backward point. Gets himself a single.
End of the over.
End of the over. Over to who's
Okay, so we have a super chat from the wonderful Jay Grover who sent us £2. Says, "Where is Al's Christmas star?"
Oh,
I didn't know he was supposed to have one.
He's sitting in front of it. Yeah, lovely.
Blowers has started a YouTube channel, says Lockie 6. Yeah, I watched him on that. It's sponsored by Peter Christian, who is his advertising partner. So he's obviously making the best of that relationship. I've got some Peter Christian clothes, which are actually very good. They last a long time.
Blowers, he must be about 85 now or something.
He looks exactly the same.
I'm sure he does.
He's 206, that's how old he is.
Yes, I think that's about right.
Boland's going to continue. Into his 4th over, coming into bowl to Crawley. It's short of a length outside the off stump, and Crawley sensibly leads it through to the keeper, and there is no run.
I like this little exchange. Eric J says Blofeld on just a minute was hilarious, and Lockie 6 says, well, Gary could go on just an hour.
Yeah, well, that he could. Of course, you should remember to smash the like button and subscribe, peeps. If you're new to the channel,
Yes.
please do. It always helps, and it's good, and then you'll get a notification when we're on. The GPL is open.
Oh, yes.
And that works after this ball, as that is full, and closed the face on that. It was there to be driven as well for Crawley, but he closed the face on it, goes up to mid-on in a not a particularly great fashion in the end, but it was certainly there. Yeah, the GPL is open. Guesstimate the amount of runs that will be scored in the entire day's play. If you get it on the button, you will win what is in the pot.
And what's in the pot?
£141. We've got 3 entries so far.
Okay, good stuff.
All of them, I suspect, from one rain waiver because they end in 7s. He ranges from 327 to 377.
Indeed, and you would be totally correct. 327, 357 and 377. Boland is in, defended by Crawley. Up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I would enter, but I've got no money.
Tell me about it.
327 runs, let me think. So we'll be in the 3rd innings?
Yeah.
By the end of the...
I'm actually going to have to review my Patreon contributions. My insurance bill has just gone up by $5,000 a year.
Wow.
What did you do?
Just get
well,
older.
they say I'm subject to flood, which is ridiculous, but insurers are answerable to nobody.
Insurers are cunts, and I don't often say
yes.
that, but they are.
Hang on, doesn't that mean that they're suggesting that Perth is liable to rain?
Yeah, I know.
Climate change and all that. Boland is in full, and again Crawley clips that on the leg side, but only as far as Stark, who's at mid-on, and there ain't no run. 63 for 2 England after 13.4 overs. Touch wood, it's not a bad start from England, considering we were 5 for 2. The pitch looks quite placid, the bowling looks quite placid, with the exception of Stark. He can't bowl the whole time, obviously. Probably only bowls 5 over stints. So every time he comes on, everyone's just got to be a bit patient and watchful. Root is on to 20. Crawley's on 39 or 50. And
Jay reckons it's possum piss flooding, and I'm subject to.
Well, possibly. There is that. That's short, and it's actually given us a wide. From Boland.
He had tennis ball like bounce.
It did. He's not particularly quick, is he? I mean, England's attack is definitely quicker than without Cummins and Hazelwood. England's is a quicker attack, and if pace is the thing to have in Australia, England certainly do have more of it.
It's a bit harsh, that. That's to be completely over the bowler's head.
The batsman's head. Well, it's hard with Crawley, isn't it? I mean, I think it was because it was quite wide as well. Boland starts his run up and then pulls out. I don't think Crawley was ready. He's looking.
People still moving, aren't they?
Yeah. Who are the umpires today, by the way? Do we know?
We do. I think Shafadula's one of them. Hang on a second.
Yeah, he was 3rd umpire. He was the one who gave Jamie Smith out, wasn't he?
Yeah. So the umpires today are come here. Yeah, Holdstock and Shafadula.
Holdstock, South African.
Yes.
That's defended by Crawley. Back up the track.
TV umpire is Nitin Menon.
Okay. Was he standing? He was standing in the last one, wasn't he? Yeah.
Yes.
So they're just rotating. Are they going to switch out umpires through the series, or are they there for the whole thing?
Goodness knows.
Someone's having trouble with the graphic.
That graphic looked like it was a UFO about to suck that man.
It looks like someone was manually moving it with a mouse outside on some computer somewhere.
Warmer, colder.
Last ball of the 14th over. I mean, they haven't really bowled a lot of overs, have they? Gary will be chomping at the bit to talk about that, no doubt. Oh, flashed at by Crawley. Probably a little bit wide. It was probably full enough, but tempted. Fortunately, didn't get anything on it. It goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. England 64 for 2 after 14.
Jay Grover sends us another £5. Thank you, Jay. Says, why is Bear dressed like a member of the Michigan militia? The right wing has got to Nigel.
No, it hasn't. I like my combats, man. Always have. But they went out of style for ages, and you couldn't find a decent. I don't like fucking tight trousers, man. Skinny jeans were in for about 5 years, and now they've gone back to being baggy, and I prefer baggy.
Are they a red flag for you there? Do you not?
I had to buy them because I needed new jeans. So I've got 2 pairs of skinny jeans, and one of them's really skinny, like the sort of thing I'd wear as a teenager. But I kind of want to stop wearing them. So
yeah. At least you know what a sausage feels like now.
Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. It's coming in on the line. I think it's probably a bit high. Doggett thinks so too.
I think it might have been hitting outside the line too.
I'm not sure it's hitting outside the line, but I think it was a bit high.
Smith thinks it's too high.
Yeah. And they're not even going to bother looking at a review. Let's have a look again. It's hit him above the knee roll. It's hit him in line, but I think it's hit him above the knee roll, probably going over middle and leg.
The way that the series has gone so far, I was expecting Joe Root to review that and get himself out.
Rooty facing up, Doggett coming into bowl. That one, he just drops into the offside. And there is no run. The other thing England have got to do is when there's a fucking break, which there will be. I presume the first break's only 20 minutes, isn't it? They have tea.
No, the first break is 40 minutes.
Oh, right, they are going that way round.
Yeah, because the twilight actually happens during the next session. So they can't really get away from the twilight happening, but it's a short twilight in Brisbane.
You were saying earlier, so what time did this test start in Brisbane? 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock, yeah.
And twilight was what, 5:30, 6 o'clock?
Yes, that's about right, yeah.
Doggett is in. That's down the leg side. Root misses out. Goes through to the keeper, no run.
So are the 2 breaks tea and supper? Is that how it works?
I think they're calling it dinner and
supper,
I fucked about now. Who cares what they're called?
Yeah.
There's Heineken and Stella, basically.
Late lunch and high tea.
As long as the crusts are cut off, he really cares.
Absolutely.
You know?
Yes,
egg and crest. That's full, driven nicely by Joe Root, but straight back to the bowler. That was on the bounce, so there's no likelihood of. I mean, that was only 129.6. He's not very quick, is he, Doggett? That's Jimmy Anderson pace at the end of his career.
Yeah. I've got a stat for you. Today, Mitchell Starc equals Jimmy Anderson's record of 8 wickets in the first over of a test match.
Well, I think he'll overtake him by the end of the series.
Yeah.
Looking at this England side.
Maybe at the end of the test.
Doggett in again, that's full. And again, Joe Root meets it with a full face of the bat, drives it straight to mid-off. And there is no run. Slightly better pace, 135, but nothing that will trouble any of these guys. And,
I think the truth is that this ball tends to go soft quite quickly. And I think England are in a position where they can just continue to bat it out without going crazy.
Presumably there's a fair few ball changes with a pink kookaburra.
Well, there were in Canberra for the Prime Minister's 11 match.
Oh, yeah. That's into the pads of Root. He just turns it around the corner. Out to the man who's... the thing about Australia, isn't it? You have loads of people in no man's land because the boundaries are so big, so they're not all the way back. They're all like sort of 2/3 of the way. Hits that man anyway at square leg, and he gets himself a single and will remain taking a strike. Watching Scott Boland, he certainly hits a spot. Everything in the same area.
Was that the end of the over?
It was the end of the over, yeah.
Right. Beer Battered Gummy Shark says, I can't believe the Australian Open golf tournament is on clashing with the second Ashes Test. I'm thinking about driving to Melbourne tonight to go and watch the golf and follow Rory McIlroy's group all day. Well, you can do that with Gorilla in your ears then.
Well, absolutely.
And that works well.
We are a radio station too. You can go onto our website or tune in and there's a radio feed. So, of course, we originally started out as a radio station. Technology has moved on since 2009 when we
were one of the big things on TuneIn, weren't we?
We were one of the first big channels on TuneIn, yeah. Down the track comes Root, and that's a great shot. He's hit it into the ground, bounced it over to Boland, And he's going to get 4, I think. He is indeed. Great shots. The Australian fielders are all a bit slow. But we'll give it one of these.
It was a bit of a crazy goal shot, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Bounced it
into the ground,
over the bowler's head, and it's
through the windmill.
Yeah.
And then straight between mid-on and mid-off for full.
Lovely shot. Clearly timed it up well enough, didn't he? Because it's raced away to the boundary.
That's outfield practicing crazy golf. That's how he gets those sorts of shots in.
Certainly, this outfield is quicker than Perth. It's still not particularly quick. That one he's left alone route through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's such big outfields in Australia. What, 80-yard boundaries?
Certainly in Perth there were 88 yards.
Wow, I mean, that's big.
Yeah. But the short boundary wasn't anything like that. It was about 60.
The straight boundaries were like 65 to 70, weren't they?
But less than that even in Perth. I'm not sure what they are in Brisbane. But they're not.
So presumably they're all ovals, and the oval goes out square.
Yeah.
So the oval goes out square. So when essentially when they're playing.
Yes and no. It's the reverse in Adelaide, where the square boundaries are very short.
Oh, okay. That one is just dropped into the offside by Rook. Gets himself a single. And presumably when they're playing football, the long ends are where the goals are.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Stupid fucking game, that anyway.
Well, of course,
each their own, eh?
Of course, Brisbane are the reigning AFL champions, the Lions.
Indeed, they are. Yes, bastards. There are people who can't stand Queensland.
A lot of people, I think, aren't there? That one is. Oh, I thought Crawley was going to try and smash that, but he reined it in and let it through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Well, I was particularly down on Queensland for quite a long time because in the federal elections, if it hadn't been for Queensland, the Liberals wouldn't have kept winning, but the Queenslanders kept voting for them.
They're a bit like the Midwest, I presume. In America, they're all fucking hicks, yeah?
Well, I think to say all of them is a little unfair.
Well, of course. Presumably, it's like everywhere else. You've got your sort of country community and your city urbanites.
Absolutely.
Boland is in, and that's left alone by Crawley. He's taking a step towards Boland now, feeling quite confident, and there is no run.
It's like a lot of places where I have prejudices. When I actually meet the people involved, I discover they're actually really nice people.
Yeah, exactly. They just don't vote right, and they have their reasons, and you can't really explain it to. Or you do, and they go, "Oh, really?" A lot of people just don't think about shit. Crawley seems to be batting quite a way out of his crease here to Boland. I presume that's an Aussie with a Travis Head t-shirt on. He already looks quite pissed.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it's Queensland. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. Of course,
it's yeah.
I love the way that you talked yourself out of a broad generalisation and then immediately reverted back.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, one has to do that. I mean, the other thing I heard about Queensland is the weather. I just can't stand the humidity, so that really gets up.
My brother lives in Ipswich. And it doesn't go out in the summer. It's like it's 45 degrees and 100% humidity. It's just like that sounds like hell.
Sorry, I had you talking about a different Ipswich then.
Yeah, well, it is a different Ipswich. Yeah, certainly not our Ipswich. Wouldn't be 45 degrees and 100% humidity.
That was going to be my disclaimer.
Oh, that one. Crawley pulls his bat inside, and he goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
So, that the end of the over again? Yes.
It is.
2 for 70.
Crawley's really not happy about people moving behind the side screen, but they're fucking way off to mid-off. I don't know,
Yeah. Sida who I think is a qualified umpire, said they use the same 4 umpires in rotation normally. Samuel Jackson says, "Morning, gents. Driving down to Cardiff and had to pull over to message due to Bear's assessment of insurance companies. Keep up the laughs, Ben." Yeah.
Well, insurance.
I hate it. Sagnic Data says the thing is, given the current Australian pitches, the traditional English bowling might have been more effective than the pacey one they have taken this time. Well, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know about that. I mean, this looks all pretty not great from Australia at the moment, with the exception of Stark. He's got that extra 5 miles an hour, or 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, I think Archer and Stark will be the standouts amongst the bowlers, inevitably.
Root plays it up to mid-on. There's no run. I think Cast is set to be pretty good out here. I mean, they are his kind of wickets, I think. Gus Atkinson bowled okay. Stokes will bowl okay.
I don't know why. I can't shake the fact that Cast just somehow ships loads of runs.
He does ship loads of runs, but he does get quite valuable wickets. That's almost a wide, but it hasn't been given. It was a paltry 128.5 kilometres an hour, which is what? Just barely 80 miles an hour.
3 miles an hour.
Aidan Davidson tells us Ravindra is out for 176 off 185. Bowled by OJ Shields, New Zealand 410-4.
And they're already 70 ahead, weren't they?
Yeah.
I presume that's in New Zealand, isn't it?
Yeah. It's at Hagley Oval, in Christchurch.
That one beats Root's outside edge from Doggett this time. Good ball, that one, for a change. A little bit of shape away, and Root playing away from his body. Quickly snaps his bat behind his pad, knowing that was a bit of a false shot, but survives, and no run. England 70 for 2. There's a deep backward point, 3 slips, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover for Root.
Jay sends a message I don't understand. He says, Bear, I'll get you some salwar kameez for Christmas. I'd rock it.
Salwar kameez, that's the big Muslim white cover thing, wearing thing.
Oh, right. And he says, what the fuck happened to Tune-In? It's still going strong. I listen to Tune-In when I'm in the car following Gorilla.
Yeah. No, we still go out as a radio feed. We always have. So if you are out and about and you can't obviously keep in touch with the YouTube, although you can just have the audio on, I suppose, on the YouTube, but I presume the picture would be quite distracting if you were driving. But a lot of cars now have, CarPlay, don't they? And TuneIn's one of the apps on there, so you can always get us in. That's short and nicely pulled by Root, got right on top of it. Down to long leg, Boland Fields. It'll only be a single. Root on to 27 off 42. Crawley's on 39 off 55. We're going to have one more over after this. Then we'll have the last change before lunch, tea, high lunch, whatever you want to call it.
The first break.
Yeah. Which is coming up. There's actually 2 slips and a gully. Green obviously is in the gully. Crawley facing up to Doggett, and drives that again to Mitchell Stark, who's done a lot of fielding at mid-on, and there is no run. That's into the 17th over. One more over for us, and then we'll have a little switcheroo.
71 for 2. Nick Vickers says, morning Bear, Alan Messi. If Crawley pulls off his statement innings and win this test, he'll get another 5 years in the side. This time he'll have earned it though.
Well, that's true. Have you seen those 2 super chats? Or are you that far behind?
Right, I've just got to them. Jay Grovers send us another £2. He says a lot of people don't think about shit. Bear is wise.
I am
indeed. And Brian in Brisbane, God bless you, Brian, sends $5 Australian. Macca's order on the way. No idea how long to deliver. Bear has the code. I want to see Root do well, but not against Australia. Yeah, it's a dilemma, isn't it? I want to see him do well too. And I definitely don't want to see Hayden running naked.
Is Hayden going to run naked if he doesn't get a ton, or if he does get one? If he doesn't, well then we all want him to get a ton. Then Root leaves that one through to the keeper. And he deserves. He's the best batsman in the world. He should be able to score a ton in Australia. It's a travesty that he hasn't so far, and everyone hangs it around his neck.
It's a sham of a mockery of a sham, wrapped in a mockery of a sham.
Yeah.
I actually thought. I saw Hayden on a podcast yesterday, with the Sky podcast actually, And he made some sense to me about why batters don't move their feet as much these days, particularly England batters. His theory is that the coaches using the wangers rather than having a bowler gives them less time to actually adjust to what's coming. And they get used to not using their feet.
That may be true. That's defended by Root. Inside edge onto pad, goes out towards covers, and there is no run. I also think it's just white ball cricket, isn't it? I mean, KP was one of the first Test batsmen to, as annoying as he was one of the first Test batsmen to sort of bring it in. Before that, it was all technique, wasn't it? And then slowly after T20 came in, and everyone now just plays hand-eye, which, you know, a lot of sports is hand-eye, and batting certainly is hand-eye. You don't necessarily have to move your feet, but it just means you're probably going to make more mistakes. That one is just dropped into the offside by Rooty, gets himself a single.
The interesting thing about it is that you see somebody do it and you go, I can do that too, and then you realise that there's so much natural talent you need to have in order to be able to play hand-eye like that.
Oh yeah, against balls at that pace.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But it's like when you watch tennis players, you think, fuck me. I mean, did you see yesterday? Bloody, I can't remember who the woman is that's going to play bloody Kyrgios.
Sabalenka.
On the BBC.
Yeah. It's a weird setup. It's tennis, but not.
Well, of course, it's the Billie Jean King, what's the name thing, but
Bobby Riggs.
That's left alone by Crawley, through to the keeper, and there's no run. But you kind of think if Kyrgios gets his serve going, she's going to struggle, isn't she?
Yeah. I mean, it's a really silly thing in my view. It's just it's sort of tennis clickbait, basically.
Yeah. But the whole thing's more set up by their common agent.
No, you're gonna have to sit here. I think you're on your own, aren't you? Who's on with you? Oh right, okay. Sorry, talking to Tone off camera. Oh no! Oh geez, could have been caught there, but instead he's wanged it straight back past Boland. A nice drive by Crawley. Again, a little bit uppish, but it goes past Boland all the way down. Nice shot in the end.
Stark would have caught that.
He might well have done, but it'd been coming from a different angle.
Stark would have attempted to catch it.
Well, it ends up being one of these 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on member.
It just went back too quick to him. It could have got.
Sorry,
didn't get anything on it.
The way that his leg kicked out, I thought he tried to stop it with his foot, but it's gone right between his hands.
It has. It just came back too quick for him, didn't it?
Yep.
Would have been a good catch if he'd taken that.
I think it's one of the, if it hits him, it probably sticks.
Right, here we go. Could be the first ball change. They're looking at the ball.
Andy Ryland says, not a big fan of pink ball cricket, particularly in England. Went to the last one in England. Have never been colder at the cricket. Well, you could play it in the middle of July in England.
But you don't need without fucking lights.
No,
that's the
you
problem.
could start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and play with a red ball, couldn't you?
Yeah, and you'd finish at about 8:30, and it'd still be bright sunlight. I mean, this is the thing.
Yeah.
Pink ball cricket is pointless in England.
Yeah,
It really is.
I agree.
Boland in. Last ball of the over, last ball of my stint. Left alone by Crawley. Through to the keeper. Ain't no run. I'm out of here.
Me too.
And
Thank you, Al.
Okay, I'll just do a couple of
night.
messages.
Monday
It's
night.
76 for 2. So to who? I agree. I get this. He says, I feel dirty that I'm actually starting to take to Hayden. He just likes having a laugh. He's actually quite fun sometimes.
Yeah.
But I object to him as well.
Message before
I'm
you
not-
go. Did you do Brian in Brisbane Super Chat?
Yes, I did.
You did.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Brian.
And Lockie says the pink ball is a stupid solution to a non-existent problem. And then YouTube crashed on me. So thanks for that, and I'll catch you after lunch.
Well, straight away we've got this return. Mitchell Stark back into the attack after 5 overs. He has 2 for 21.
Is that why they wanted the ball changed? They just want to. Yeah, I thought that was their thinking.
Give him
Get
a new
Stark
one.
back. Give him something newish to play with.
Yeah, we were talking in the green room there that Crawley had been becalmed on 39, and sure enough, he did give a chance. And I think Boland, and I'll never complain about bowlers missing caught and bowled, but he really ought to have done a bit better, I thought, with that caught and bowled. So we could say that England have had 2 chances. Both of them were difficult. Joe Root was dropped by Stephen Smith, diving across in front of first slip. The ball would not have carried to first slip. And now Scott Boland's failed to get much of a hand on a return that was hit quite hard by Zach Crawley.
Smith needed to he had to go for it.
Yeah, he had
would
to.
not have carried to Labuschagne, would it?
I'd have thought the bowling chance was actually more of a chance than the drop. Anyway, in comes Stark to start his second spell. Joe Root's just forward and defends that to mid-off. Mitchell Stark in 14 matches before this pink ball test, 81 wickets with an average of 17 and 5 wicket hauls.
Yeah, and he's done it through swing mainly, but the ball has not swung so far. Of course, we await the twilight and the impact of the lights, but ball's barely swung for anyone. There's been a little bit of movement off the pitch, mainly into the right-handers, but it's not much sideways movement available to anyone at the moment.
Stark in again over the wicket to Joe Root, who's back and defends down to cover no run.
He's certainly searching for it when you see him pitch the ball up like that, and Root was deep in his crease rather than forward, even though he's been coming down the track there, and any in-swing for that, and he's in trouble there, Root, because he's back almost playing French cricket. But if there's no in-swing, it's just lay a bat on it and face up to the next ball.
Yeah, it looks like he's looking for it more than he did in that first test. It's almost as if he forgot that was his trademark ball in the first test, and now he's sort of realised and he is pitching it up a bit more.
I'm with Usman on the first test pitch.
I'm not quite there yet. Stark in again wider and left alone wisely. Very wide there. 6th, 7th stump from Mitch Stark. England 76 for 2.
If you recall, they were all saying, the pitch readers that pitch the ball up, you've got to pitch the ball up. And Scott Boland pitched the ball up and he got driven all over the place in the first test. And then after lunch, they had a rethink. They pitched back of a length, and Boland was a much more effective bowler, bowling back of a length. And the reason they were bowling back of a length is because the bounce was unreliable. I'm with Uzi.
Well, I'm not a bowler, but I do feel a bit bad. It kind of takes away from Mitchell Stark's performance.
Oh, he was good. Oh, they were good. And they exploited what was in the pitch.
Stark in again and driven from Joe Root. Just beats cover, and Travis Head comes round at mid-off. They'll run through for a single.
Yeah, I think with Travis Head, what makes me think of David Boone is that he's got quite a pitter-patter run, hasn't he? He's not a long striding run. He's no Alberto Guantarena. He sort of pitter-patters after the ball.
Opens
and the way
his
that
legs
David
and shows his class.
He opens his legs and shows his class. David Coleman now long gone.
Yeah, his jumpers live on though.
Yeah.
His Question of Sport jumpers.
Oh, David.
Burned into the memory forever.
Bill Beaumont. What happened next?
Well, 2 to come for Mitchell Stark. He's going to stay over the wicket to Zach Crawley now, who leaves it alone. Better length there and just carries through nicely to Alex Carey. Just under 140 Ks, that one.
I can see Hector sitting there again thinking he's wandered into the old people's home.
Thought myself half the
What
time.
What are they talking about?
Really wish I did understand most of
Hector, you're not missing much,
No.
I promise you. I promise you.
You'd have missed a lot with
much.
David Coleman's jumpers though.
Yeah. Pringle's finest.
Well, Zach Crawley here, 43 from 60. He slowed down. He started quickly. He was the aggressor, but himself and Joe Root actually have played more of a tempo innings in this partnership. It's well over 50 now. Mitchell Stark in for the last ball of his over. Straighter and flick, that wristy shot that we've seen a lot more from Crawley, out to deep square. Is Jake Weatherald out there, just a single. Yeah, we've seen a lot more wrist from Zach Crawley there, but end of the over, 19 gone, 78 for 2.
Yep, Lockie Six said pink ball's stupid solution to a non-existent problem. Just wear colours and use the white ball. Yeah, the white ball doesn't move that much. Pink ball, I did hear Stephen Finn was describing it. He says it doesn't feel right in your hands. It feels slightly bigger.
Plasticky.
Something plasticky. Well, obviously it's got the extra layers of whatever makes it pink, I guess. Jay Grover simply says, hooray, Tony. Well, I had to read that out. Jay, hooray, Jay. One day I think we should reverse roles. I'm just going to sit somewhere miles away and just tweet, hooray, hooray, Jay. And thank you as ever for your incredible generosity. Extra Fluffo says, thought a bacon, egg and tomato toastie would taste like a bacon, egg and tomato pie. It doesn't.
We got a change of bowling.
Hello.
Cam Green is already steaming in to open his account, and it's straight, and Crawley forward and just pokes at it. Looks like got a bit of an outside edge and goes out to backward point. Crawley runs through for a single, moves to 45, and it's Cam Green.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
So that was the Kinks, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. It's the old
Village
people's
Green.
home again.
Yeah. Well, first look again at Cam Green, second ball of his over. That's Fuller, full toss, just missed that Yorker, and Root clips that out to a sort of 3/4 mid-wicket, just a single. First look at Cam Green this test match. You would think that he'll be used more as the test goes on in the first session of the day when it's hotter and sort of give the real strike bowlers more of a rest.
As you know, because I keep saying it, if you only need to bowl 82 overs in a day, and that's what they'll bowl today at best, then you don't need a fifth bowler really. Just fill in.
Well, 36 wickets in 34 tests, averaging 35. And again, for a third ball, and that's shorter, and it's almost a slower short ball. Crawley ducks underneath it. Well, it says 140 Ks. It didn't look like 140.
It was a real sort of tennis ball bounce, that wasn't it? It was going through to the keeper. It was on the way down when it got to him.
Well, that's an interesting stat. Cameron Green to Zach Crawley in test matches, 3 dismissals with an average of 10. I assume that's Zach Crawley's average against Cam Green.
Yeah, it's not hard to know. Does that mean of all the balls that Green has bowled to Crawley, he's got him out 3 times and he's scored 30?
That's an average of 10.6.
Yeah, 32
And
runs.
again, Fuller, and that's timed very nicely from Crawley, clipped through a vacant mid-wicket. Who's that? Brendan Doggett gives chase and tries to spoon it back. It should have been a comfortable slide and clip back from the boundary, but in the end takes it over the boundary rope with him for 4.
It was Doggett who didn't go to the floor there, so... well, he did go to the floor, he just didn't go to the floor effectively.
Such a long boundary, and the ball was slowing up, and Doggett was round, flicks, and almost misses it, and then just trundles past.
One of those things, wasn't it? He did it. He sort of did everything right, except obviously he didn't.
He did the hard work. Crawley on 49. Green's in and hits him high. There's an appeal for LBW. Looks quite high. I was a bit surprised by that.
That would have taken the wicket-keeper's helmet off.
Yeah.
What on earth is he thinking?
Looked like that hit him in the chest.
What are you thinking? Yeah, it was, I think Ricky Ponting would have referred to the Doggett's fielding there as pretty ordinary, mate. Pretty ordinary.
Well,
the fielding hasn't been great, actually, from Australia. They have dropped 2 tough chances, and they haven't been immaculate in the field.
Last ball of Cam Green's first over. Crawley on 49, partnership of 79. Short and wide and left alone nicely from Crawley. End of the over. England are 84 for 2.
Good advice for you, Hector, from Suter, who he says, Hector, just smile and wave. It's how I treat him. That's to us. Tim Wilson Davis, 8077. 21% of leaves from England batters today. This is their 3rd highest lead percentage against pacers in an innings in the Bazball era, and the highest since their first series against New Zealand under McCullum. Well, what then is the consistent factor then, or what is the underlying factor there? One, I suspect, Tim, is definitely a little more circumspection. But 2, the man who never leaves is out.
That's true.
So that's obviously going to, having been out off his first ball, that's going to increase the chances of leaves being a little bit more frequent.
Yeah.
But it's a very good stat, and I completely take your point.
I have a point after the next ball, which I'll already raised with you in the green room, Hector, but I'll pick it up here.
Mitchell Starc with 2 slips in the gully wide, and Joe Root sort of leans back, doesn't realise how full it is, and in the end just almost bottom edges that just down into the ground, no run.
There was any amount of criticism for England for not playing in a beer match in Canberra with a pink ball on a dead pitch. It hasn't, on the evidence that we've seen here. It doesn't look like certainly Crawley and Root are in desperate need of practice. So maybe he won't get any, but maybe a little bit of credit to Ben Stokes for saying, no, we didn't need the beer match in Canberra.
Yeah. Well, Brendan Doggett, big man, is at backward point. Surprisingly, no Cam Green. Starks in again, full and straight and prodded down into the ground. No run into the offside.
It's not prodigious swing in any way. I mean, it's
barely there.
Shape, but it's not doing that much.
No. I mean, it'd be interesting, because they've got stats for everything now, to see how much difference there is in the swing in the first innings here compared to the swing in the first test, because they certainly had the movement stuff, and I think Mitchell Starc was swinging the ball quite a bit further a week or so ago than he's doing here.
And with that in mind, the game falls to the English batsman. It's sort of you miss, I hit, but the game should be in their hands. Stark in again, and Root just prods that down and scarpers through to backward point, quick single.
More messy fielding from the Australians, and it's been, I mean, I know in the Bazball era they do this. England do drop and run more than they ever used to. You know, it's not quite sort of Ponting and Michael Clark, who would get a single off pretty much every time they hit the ball. But again, I think Australia are just slightly on their heels in the field. But of course, Bazball will do that because you know that the ball's going to be hit hard. So you just slightly further back, slightly on your heels, and it does open the opportunity for singles.
3 to come for Stark here. Crawley still on that 49, partnership of 80 now. Stark in short and wide, and Crawley does well to leave that. It was one of those balls where you'd expect him to have a flash at it.
Yeah, he must have had the uppercut in mind there, mustn't he? As it's coming, he sees it there. I mean, it's real uppercut territory even for Mitchell Starc, because when they're pitching it halfway up, it is tennis ball bounce, so it's not flying. And I think some of the pace has already gone out of the wicket compared to, or maybe the ball's got softer from the first 10 overs or so.
It's an interesting field, and it sort of speaks to how big the boundaries are. There's a 3/4 mid-wicket in there, 2 slips, backward point, and then the sort of traditional ring field. 2 to come here for Stark. He has 2 for 24. That's down the leg side, and Crawley just flicks that to a short mid-wicket, and he comes through for his 50 off 68 balls.
Well done, Zach Crawley.
Well done.
Look, he could make 250, Tony, and he'd still be calling for his
I
head.
was going to actually request you played the "Don't Stop" just because you've got to 50 jingle, because
you mean this one?
That's the one. That's the message we've got to get to it.
Don't stop, treat it as a start.
Well, 20 50s and 61 test 500s. Zach Crawley here is hoping that he can turn that into 6 today. Joe Root will face the final ball of Stark's over and defends that. No run. England 86 for 2 after 21 overs.
Jay Grover, JJJ, says, Gary, going through the Audible, I saw a Beaumont and Botham podcast. What circle of hell would this be?
Oh, God.
I thought the David Coleman wasn't a bad impression, to be honest.
Wasn't
Not
it?
a reason for you to do it again.
No, I shan't.
What is the chances Australia will play for a draw? I know it's early, says Andrew Rousseau. Good question. Jay Grove, no, I'm not. It's not that I'm reading it. It's Brian in Brisbane. Poor Hector has been forced to remove his jumper so he can fit in with the GC colour code.
Well,
funny enough, we got the heating pumped up a fair bit. It
was quite hot.
It is quite warm in here.
It's not quite Queensland warm, but it is warm.
No.
Cam Green to continue, and that's driven delightfully by Zach Crawley, but Green does well there. Gary to get down, stop to his left. That was certain fall back down the ground, but
Yeah, it
good
was
fielding.
a very athletic piece of fielding. Was it a catch, though? I don't think so. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, he does well there. Zach Crawley, as we were talking about earlier, he's done well. He has parked those premeditated shots since that
Hoik.
wide swing against Scott Boland earlier on in the day, and he's played a really nice innings actually. He's taken his time. He's faced 70 balls and he only has 50 runs to his name, which is rare for Zach Crawley.
I mean, it's a big paw that Cameron Green puts to that ball there, and it's hit him, I think, on the ball of the thumb. So he's got a little bit of a reminder of the job.
In again and driven hard again from Crawley. That's another brilliant stop. Jake Weatherall this time, run out opportunity. Well, chaotic. Weatherall there. What was that? Yeah. Josh English.
Josh
God,
English.
they all look the same. Diving to his left at point. Does well to stop another beautifully timed drive from Zach Crawley.
What, Yorkshireman?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. him and Joe Root.
Yeah,
Harry
that
Brook.
was it. That was Root at back of point. Well, and then in the end, Root calls Crawley through for a single. English gets up, has a flash at the stumps. But Root would have been in.
That was a fabulous stop. That was almost Gordon Banks in Mexico City.
It's almost like he's a wicketkeeper.
Another bang up to date reference for you, Hector.
Green again, and Root almost has a chip at it, swinging away slightly, just misses the outside edge, goes through to Kevin.
I mean, he's been walking towards the ball quite frequently in this innings, but that was the first one where I think he was pretty much on the walk the whole way. Yeah, the back leg is coming round, so slightly got his timing wrong there, Root, and he went with hands rather than unusual shot, because Root has been pretty correct in this innings, but he wasn't there. He went with hands rather than feet. He's saying he didn't see it. But I think it's a bit early to be making that point.
It's not dark yet. Green 0 for 7, 3 to come. Short, and Root takes it on, but nice and controlled and just guides it down to a wide fine leg for 1 run.
But I mean, they do say there is a glare off the ball even in the sunshine, so it makes that depth perception that little bit more difficult to do. But he survived.
Did you see Steve Smith training in the nets with this Shivnarine Chanderpaul?
Yeah, apparently. Did you? The other thing that tickled me was he actually had phoned, I think, Chanderpaul to discuss how to use them.
Yeah,
and Chanderpaul saw the picture of him, and he said, "You've got them upside down, you fucking idiot." He had them on the wrong way round.
Crawley flicks this one, and that's a fine inside edge almost. That would run away to 4 through to fine leg.
It's Angstfighter, I fear. They use it in American football, don't they, to stop the lights. They put the black strips under the eyes on the cheekbones.
Stop the glare.
Yeah.
Smith certainly believes it works. I don't think Marnus Labuschagne actually thinks it works, but
I wonder if it works in bed if your other half's got like a iPad or a phone, and you don't want to see the glare from it. I wonder if you put those on, if that would do the trick. I might suggest that.
Final ball from Green's second over, and that's better length, better line, but Crawley still sort of tucks his bat and just spoons that down to fine leg. Wants to, but in the end is turned back.
Possible subject for the Bishop and the Bear.
What's that? 93 for 2. Neymar Butlins. Hello, Neymar. 9:45 here in LA. Getting ready to crash out. Santa, please bring me a fantastic England total for the morning when I wake up. A bit early to be asking for that, Neymar. But you never know. Let me see. Tim Wilton Davis. Well, he's with you, Neymar. He's going England 555 for 2 declared after 78 overs. I think that would be some scoring rate if they did that. Extra fluffo. Hi to you. Creepy! Exclamation mark, says Tim Wilton Davis. I think that's just a celebration of his 50, most likely. Frank Rockefeller says, Mastermind still going like Doctor Who. Yes, and Monday night, if you're in the UK, watch Mastermind. Our own Al Hodge is on it. He's answering questions about Muhammad Ali. He won't tell us how he got on, so it'll be we don't know.
Stark to open, tries to hit the Yorker, dug out nicely from Crawley there. Stark's just pushed point out to a 3/4 point, so either side of the wicket there is a man slightly in from the boundary, one at mid-wicket, one at point.
Frank Rockefeller wants to know, is there still University Challenge? Yes, of course there is. Who does it these days? It's Amal
Rajan, Tooting Boy.
Nitrate, whatever his name is. Amal Rajan, yes.
Tooting Boy.
Absolutely still going. Do they still sit like they're on 2 levels on top of each other?
Yes, they absolutely do.
Bonus of 15 fingers on buzzers, bonus of 15 coming, no conferring, still all that.
All of that, yeah.
Bamba Gascoigne stuff.
Yeah. Old Bambi. Gone now, of course, Bambi.
Gone. Bamba Gascoigne, gone.
Stark in again over the wicket and flicked off his pads there from Zach Crawley. Pushes hard from the single, but that 3/4 again at mid-wicket means that Root and Crawley can't go back for 2, just a single.
He has an opera house in Surrey as his legacy.
Bamba?
So, yep.
Do you remember the 2 Liverpool players who were called Big Bamba and Little Bamba? I know you're an Everton man. I'll give you Stevie Highway was one of them.
Brian Hall?
Brian Hall.
Yeah, because they were both graduates, of course.
They were, yeah. So they're called Big Bamba and Little Bamba.
Yeah. Yeah, merely being able to read a paragraph without moving your lips was enough to be called Bamba in football circles back in the day.
Now Joe Root standing well outside his crease. Stark in, and that's a stray, the rare stray one. Alex Carey's appealing for it. It was down the leg side, and Root had a look but seemed to tuck his bat. Carey with a half-hearted appeal there. So 5 minutes left in this session. Stark will have 3 more. If they don't review this, then there'll be another over after that.
Yeah. After this next ball, if nothing happens, I've got a little message for our patrons, if I may, Hector. But let's see.
And a GPL, you've got to get in now.
GPL, yes, goodness me. GorillaCricket.com/competition. You register, you put in your estimate, and I've got a feeling we're in trouble here. But did they review it?
No, I don't think they did.
I don't think they did.
No.
Thank goodness they didn't,
But
because that looked like it was something.
I've noticed that the Snicko is aligned with the pictures here, not 2 frames late as appeared in the first test.
Wide and left outside of stump from Joe Root.
And we were told, weren't we, that the Australian technology was such that it was always going to be 2 frames late. Well, it doesn't look 2 frames late now. At the time, I thought that was a bit of a convenient excuse. But whatever they've done under the bonnet, whatever the Australian version of the bear is, their own koala, has been able to align pictures and Snicko. So when the ball hits, we see the spike.
Start that previous delivery a little bit quicker, 142.6 kilometres per hour. Stark has 2 more in his 8th over. Last over for him before lunch, straight and defended nicely out into the offside from Joe Root, no run.
So so the first thing is GPL. You have probably about 5 minutes. Be quick. You estimate the number of runs to be scored in the day. If you get it on the nose, you'd win the pot or a share of. If not, it rolls over and just becomes bigger. Is Bear there? Can you tell us the pot, Bear? It's well over £100 anyway from memory, because I don't think anyone won it in the last test. So that's well worth doing. The other thing, if you're a Patreon, tomorrow we will have our Patreon. It'll be dinner, won't it? Because it's the first break. You send in any questions you want. We will only answer Patreon's questions in our panel.
Final ball, and Joe Root just guides that down to gully, end of the over, 94 for 2.
Yeah, so you can send them on our Discord chat. One of the benefits of being a Patreon is you have our own dedicated chat group. There's many more, which I will tell you about probably this afternoon. But any questions you want to send to us, I think the panel's going to be chaired by Ed, who is one of our Brighton students. Grubby, who can't wait, although he was grumbling about the fact I'd already sent him some questions in advance and he had extra homework to do. And me. So that's going to be our Patreon lunch or Patreon dinner special panel to answer just your questions from our fantastic patrons.
Cam Green to start the final over before lunch, short and wide, and Crawley just rises onto his tiptoes and tries to have a slash at it. In the end, no run.
There's 5 balls left, so I may be speaking prematurely. But whose session for you, Hector?
Well, for me, it is England's session after that start. I think these two have batted very nicely. 89 is their partnership so far, but they've done really well just to stem any impetus that Australia had, which Mitch Stark often gives them. And England were in danger of the wheels falling off, but I think these two have
Let's not get too confident too soon.
Have steadied the
session
ship.
is not yet over.
Not over. 5 left, and Crawley's there and defending. Let's hope he can continue that.
Yeah, I think if England can get through these next 4 deliveries without losing a wicket, I think it probably is just England's session. Lose a wicket, it's definitely Australia's session. But the way the narrative has gone, it always kind of looks better if you lose 2 quick wickets and then can get through. But if we'd lost 2 wickets in the last 3 overs, we might be saying, it's Australia's session. But I think if England can survive through and be sort of just shy of 100, 2 down at lunch, I think England would have taken that at the start. Tony?
I would agree. There's been a slight delay. I think someone's moving behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, there's always a reason not
there
to be
is
playing cricket.
not only someone in a very loud, flowery shirt.
Yeah,
You never hear a shirt described as quiet, though, do you?
No. Well, that's all been sorted. And Green in again over the wicket. Crawley leaves that alone.
I thought that was the guerrilla dress code. People were complaining because we were all in grey shirts. We were far too quiet.
Sometimes we do liven ourselves up. Yeah. Jay Grover's a big fan, by the way. I won't say big fan. He's an admirer of your David Coleman impression.
Oh, well.
I also thought he said Gary's impression were good. I just wanted to warn people about the Beaumont Botham podcast. I hadn't quite put the two things together. There is a podcast that Sir Ian and Bill are doing. That's what it is.
Yes.
And it's not great, according to Jay.
Right, 94 for 2. Green 3 more. Fuller and driven beautifully from Crawley. That looks like it will be 4. Just slowing up on the outfield. Scott Boland giving chase.
It's going to be 4 if it's Boland after.
But that is 4. Not moving too quickly was Scott Boland there.
He was moving a little bit like this. Well, he was actually moving the opposite of that because he looked not like the Roadrunner at all.
No, he's genuinely like a man in diving boots running through treacle, isn't he? I mean, he's not a quick runner in the field.
Well, that was a brilliant shot from Zach Crawley. Just a check straight on drive. And this one he defends into the offside, no run. 1 ball to come of this session. And as it stands, it looks like it will be England's session.
Oh, you are a tempter of fate, aren't you, Hector? You're a real tempter of fate there. Is it 98 for 2? 100 at lunch would be lovely, wouldn't it?
98 for 2, I'll take.
I'd settle a dot ball. I'd settle
for a dot ball.
Of this next one. Is that Vulture Street that we can see there?
It doesn't look very Bris Vegas, but I take it that's all on the strip, on the shore.
Here comes Green for the last ball, and Crawley drives. Perfect drive, but finds Travis Head at mid-off. That will be a dot ball. That will also end the session, and England have fought back nicely, and they are 98 for 2.
Now they're calling it tea, aren't they? So they're calling it tea. Rather than dinner, even though it's the longer break. So you're having a long tea and a short dinner. That's not right, Hector. That's the wrong order, isn't it? Completely.
It's not right.
What are they? I mean, I know everything's supposed to be upside down and they have their scores back to front, but you do not have your tea before your dinner. It just is not right.
Is it high tea? Would be time for high tea? Do they have kind of scones and strawberry jam? Perhaps a little Earl Grey or chamomile?
Well, Zach Crawley just walking off there. It didn't look particularly menacing, but he was having a few words with Josh Inglis as he was walking off.
He's been given a rough time by a Yorkshireman.
Yeah, Mardy Yorkie.
Some messages and then a quick wrap-up before we play, I suspect, our podcast. Bears, I think the Bear might actually be out on the hunt for our delivery. There should be a delivery coming our way of all sorts of breakfast. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Thank you to Brian in Brisbane, a prince amongst men. Right. Joe Wright, morning. I finally managed to sync up your comms with the TV. Oh, no, it's out again. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Joe. Tim Wilson Davis says, we could have black ball test be worth 7 points in the series. Pink ball tests are worth 6. I like the snooker analogy, very good. Of course, we couldn't play a pink ball and a black ball test back to back. Must be a red ball test in between. Brilliant to keep that going. Brown ball test would be worth how much? Okay, we get where this conversational thread is going. So I'm just going to swing through it. I refuse to talk about football for the next quarter of an hour, says Tim Wilton Davis. Thandika 051, 1 p.m. here in Toronto. When I wake up, the game will be over. Well, hopefully the game won't be over. Maybe the day's play will be over. If the game's over, that really will be a shock to the system. But I hope England put a good total up. Well, they've done all right at lunchtime after a horrible start. Good Lord, Gary, what would an Australian bear be like? Exclamation mark, says Nick Vickers. Yeah, fair question. Goodness me, you've been busy, all of you. Fantastic. Tim, this is terrible timing for UK viewers who are getting up at 6 a.m. for breakfast. Stephen Kelk says, seems that the authorities have pushed Tony too far this time with his whole tea dinner travesty. Yes, it's just wrong. Some things are just wrong. You cannot have your tea before your dinner. It doesn't work.
Can't be right.
Right, anyway, I will go and put a podcast on. That will not be a problem. I shall leave Gary and Hector to natter in the meantime about the morning's play. Join us, of course, for the afternoon session. We'll stay and listen to what will be a fascinating podcast.
Well, if it wasn't for the fact that the pink ball gives everybody the heebie-jeebies, especially when it's in the hands of Mitchell Starc, you'd think England are set to fill their boots in the next 2 sessions, but we just don't know, do we? The pitch is doing nothing. It's straight up and down. The Australian bowling, with the exception of those 2 or 3 overs at the start from Mitchell Starc, looks friendly. Nobody's been hit by a bouncer. There's been the odd play and miss outside off stump, but that's the nature of Test cricket. It's looking good for England, with the proviso that we just don't know what's going to happen.
Well, the refreshing thing is it's been a calmer session of cricket than we've become accustomed to with baseball. I'll just run you through the scorecard. Zach Crawley, he's still there, 61 not out off 80 balls with 8 fours to his name. He got off the mark quickly, only to rotate the striking in the first over for Mitch Starc to strike again. This time Ben Duckett with a golden duck edge to Marnus Labuschagne in its second slip. Ollie Pope couldn't do any better, lasted 3 balls before chopping on to Mitch Starc outside off stump, found the bottom edge, played back onto his stumps, and then after that it's been all Joe Root and Zach Crawley. They've steadied the ship. Joe Root's there, 32 not out of 60 balls. Starc pick of the bowlers, 2 for 26, and no one else has really looked that threatening. What do you think,
Well,
Gary?
2 half chances, one to Stephen Smith diving in front of first slip from Joe Root, the other to a return catch to Scott Boland, who didn't actually get a hand on it. But other than that, you're going to expect that. It's in Test match cricket. Other than that, England have looked comfortable, and there's been the odd moment flash of baseball, particularly when Zach Crawley attempted to hoik a length ball outside off stump over mid wicket. He didn't hoik it; he missed it, and therefore England are in decent condition. And you may wonder why you're listening to guerrilla cricket. Well, I can tell you that the alternative at the moment is listening to Brad Haddin. So you're probably very wise. We're about to cut across to a podcast, and we'll be back in about half an hour.
Hello everyone, this is Jack from the Cricket Podcast. Did you know that 18% of men over the age of 20 struggle with sexual performance? Well, if you are one of them, then you should know that MedExpress can provide support in minutes through a free online consultation. Dealing with sensitive health issues can be challenging, but getting the help you need shouldn't be. MedExpress is here to provide that help. As one of the UK's leading online healthcare providers, with over 1.5 million customers, they make it easy to get support. Simply complete a free, quick, online consultation, and their UK-based clinical team can provide guidance and suggest options for your concerns. Everything is handled discreetly and sent straight to your door, and you don't even need to visit your GP. Visit medexpress.co.uk to check eligibility or complete an online consultation.
The Chancellor announces a change markets react to the latest updates outlined in the autumn.
Attention turns to Westminster. Headlines change, but smart investors stay prepared. With IG, invest commission-free on all stocks and shares. Plus, earn 4% AER variable interest on your uninvested cash while you plan your next move. Whatever the autumn budget brings, stay in control at IG.com. Your capital's at risk. Qualifying criteria applies. Valid on SIP, GIA and ISA products only. Other fees may apply.
Did you know that nearly 1 in 5 men in the UK experience changes in sexual performance as they get older? MedExpress makes getting professional support simple, private and entirely online. Whether you're experiencing performance concerns or just want to feel more confident again, help is available from home. MedExpress has been one of the UK's leading online pharmacies since 2013, trusted by more than 1.5 million customers. There's no need to visit your GP or have uncomfortable conversations. Complete a short online consultation and their UK-based clinical team will recommend the most suitable treatment options for you. Your medication is sent straight to your door in discreet packaging with continued support whenever you need it. Convenient, confidential and designed to help you feel like yourself again. Visit medexpress.co.uk to learn more and check your eligibility today.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. Not much has happened. 2 days of cricket, I suppose, in Perth. If you were being optimistic, you could say it was 2 one-dayers and we won one of them. However, that isn't the way reality. That isn't the way reality has panned out. India have got pumped, I tell you, at home to world champion South Africa. Well, that was a bit of a turn-up. But today we're blessed in the bar. We've turned the Bishop and Bear into a student bar because our three. Or a Wetherspoons.
The drinks won't be any cheaper.
Take your pick. It could be a Wetherspoons. Because our 3 guests are Ed, Arnav and William, who are our 3 students from Brighton University, who are final year or MA, or one or the other, they'll tell us, I'm sure, for sports journalism courses. And we have a great deal with Brighton, which means we invite them to come along and get some experience with us, which we're very proud of, and we're delighted to say it's working beautifully. So, first things first. Guys, what can I get you all to drink? Ed, what can we get you?
Oh, what time is it?
Doesn't matter what time it is.
I'll have an espresso martini, please, and we're doing airport rules. So that's all good.
He thinks he's James Bond. The name's Mace, Ed Mace. William, do you prefer William or Will?
I'm not fussed. Probably William, but Will's fine either way. So yeah.
William it is then.
Yeah.
What can we get you, mate?
I'm just a soft drinks man, so Coke. Oh, yeah.
Coke, Bear can sort you for that if you wish.
Thank you.
Plenty of fizz. And Arnav, what can we get you?
Oh, gin and tonic sounds nice.
Oh, top man. There you go. Proper drinks order. We can get you all of those things. Right, well, I thought it'd be fun there. Yeah. Obviously, we're going to get into the cricket, and there's loads of interesting stuff that we want to cover. But as we have our 3 writers, broadcasters, new team members on Brighton, I thought it'd be quite fun to have a little chat about how they, their course and what they're doing, and what they want to do in life when it comes to journalism and sports broadcasting and sports writing. Just to learn a little bit about you all. Who wants to go first? It's not an interview, but just keen to know what made you decide on sports journalism and where do you want to take it? Those are the kind of the 2 main questions I think we'd be interested. Arnav, why don't you step up first?
Yeah, sounds good. So a bit of a background. I studied sports management at Manchester Met, and back then one of my main goals was to get into football coaching, and I did my FA level 1 and level 2 badges while I was doing my undergrad. And then just the year when I graduated is when the pandemic hit and had to go back to India, and only jobs available were remote jobs. So I started working as an NBA editor with one of the biggest publications in India, Sportskeeda. Have you heard of them?
Yes, we used to have a deal with Sportskeeda years ago.
Yeah, oh, that's good.
They carried our feed.
Well, this was before Crick Tracker.
Yeah, this was back in when we were playing Pakistan and they used to play in the UAE.
We've worked our way through all the major Indian
Oh
websites.
yeah, of course.
Tried to bring them down.
Yeah.
Anyway, you were saying.
So yeah, I started working as an NBA editor with Sportskeeda, and my goal was before the 2022 FIFA World Cup, move to football. Did that. Wrote football articles for European and international football for 3 years, and I just realized over the duration of my time with them that I needed something professional to get further in this field, and that's why I made my mind up to do a journalism master's.
Brilliant. And cricket? You play? Watch?
My dad wanted me to become a cricketer, so he put me in an academy when I was about 7 years old. I was there for like 2 years.
Right.
But I wanted to be a bowler and he wanted me to be a batter, so we had kind of a thing. And then I don't know, I had friends who played football, so I just switched sports.
This was when you were between 7 and 9.
Yeah.
That's a bit early to be. I mean, I've never met your dad, but I'll be honest, that's a little bit early to be picking one or
pushy
t'other.
parents, you know.
Yeah.
Any contemporaries of your age who have gone on to make it big in cricket from that academy?
Well, not in cricket. I mean, he does play semi-pro, but he is one of my classmates, Ameh. He became one of the best national skaters in the country. He's won 80 gold medals.
Wow.
So, yeah, and he wanted to be an opening batsman, but his parents did not allow him. So, multiple things going on there. But yeah, he was the closest among my friend circle who made it pro.
That said, if you say ice skating in India, that it isn't the first sport that comes to...
Well, not ice skating, regular roller skates.
Roller skating. Oh, I was thinking.
Yeah.
You know,
not ice skating. No.
Border Gavaskar Trophy on ice. Yeah. No, not that. Okay, right. Yeah. I'm with you. Okay. Wow, that's an interesting backstory. You definitely know your stuff. William, what about you? How did you find your way to this, to be here today?
So, I remember, it was actually, so when I was in year 6 at primary school, actually, I remember I had to do I think it was the Royal Mail, did like a writing competition.
Yeah.
So they made us do that at school, and you had to write what you wanted to be when you're older, and I didn't really know at that point. And I remember, I think it was a Bournemouth Southampton. I was just watching that at the time, and I thought, I quite like football, I quite like sport, so let me write my letter about being a sports journalist. And kind of from then on, I've kind of known that's what I wanted to do. So it's actually kind of been even already like 10, kind of 11 years. I've kind of known what I wanted to do.
Do you remember the result?
I think it's 2-0 Southampton, I believe.
Oh
dear.
Yeah. We've got we got lots of listeners, as you know. We had loads for the Ashes, which was very exciting. But we have one regular listener and Patreon who's a great friend of the show, and he's a massive Bournemouth fan.
Oh.
So I thought I'd ask on his benefit, but that wasn't a good day for the Cherries by the sounds of it.
No, but so yeah, kind of from then on, I kind of had that in my mind, so all the way to kind of through secondary school, and then so kind of into things like when I was applying for university, so I was only looking at sports journalism, and then actually kind of to further kind of solidify, kind of I knew this was my aim. I did a lot of my EPQ at school. I kind of focused on class and race within the Hertfordshire Cricket League. Ooh. And kind of investigated that, and then that was kind of even more. I was like, yep, this is kind of where I want to go. And then so yeah, applied at Brighton, started 2 years ago now, and yeah, final year. So
cool. You've been covering teams like Chipperfield and Rickmansworth and people like that.
Which I used to play against myself. That's where I was brought out. I was a West Arts player.
I turned out for Ricky a couple of times.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's good to know. Excellent background. It's interesting how you're not fixed in one sport yet. Football and cricket are both playing a prominent part here.
I think actually I've probably transitioned more to cricket. I think I was probably more football when I was younger, but I remember kind of the 2019 World Cup, and actually kind of when I started playing senior cricket around the same time, that kind of made me realise that I'm probably actually more interested in cricket. So I do think I'll look to kind of get into working in cricket when I kind of do start working.
Brilliant. Well, yeah, it is great fun. Gives you more time to think about.
Yes.
Start what you're writing. At least certainly the longer form does. Ed, what about you? What's your What's your journey to the Bishop and Bear today?
Well, I guess when I was a bit younger, I had the dream of sports commentary, so that's kind of been in the back of my mind. But it wasn't until during my undergrad that I realised I wanted to do more formal journalism, if that counts. So yeah, I was at Warwick doing history and politics, and I went more in the writing route, and so that's kind of why I came to Brighton to kind of push through with that. But commentary's always been in the back of my mind. I played a lot more football than cricket growing up, but I'd say in the last 6 years, cricket's been the one. Massive Somerset fan, and that's kind of coincided with when they started doing well. That's all been quite nicely.
There's a fair few Somerset supporters on
our team.
Cruise.
In fact. Annie and Grubby for a start. They're the two major ones, I think.
Will, he's a big Somerset supporter.
Will, is he?
Yeah.
Jason? Oh no, Jason's
Surrey, yeah.
But originally from that sort of deep west. Annie, definitely.
Yeah.
Search Annie Chave on
County Cricket Matters, yeah.
County Cricket Matters, stuff like that. You'll find her. Hopefully you'll get to be on air with her. Now I know that, I'll see if I can schedule some Somerset magic for you, if I can get Annie, Grubby and you on air at the same time. I know, I'll give it a go. Actually, I might have to not do that because I think
I was going to say. Mind you, it might work out well because England might be doing so bad, but hey, you know.
We'll start talking about Lewis Gregory England call-ups again, and that's no good.
No, let's really not. Well, delighted the three of you are here. I was going to say, our partnership, a couple of you have actually played cricket with Abby, I think, as well, or do play cricket with Abby. Did I hear that right, or did I make that up, or did I get that wrong?
Yes, I played one game for the uni a couple of years ago, and I believe he did play in that one. Yeah, so I've trained with him probably more than I've played, but I did get to play one game. Yeah.
Well, he's sort of your predecessor. He was the torch bearer for the Brighton relationship. Seemed to have fun doing it, I'm happy to say. Right, well, I've got we the bear and I mustn't say I, because obviously the bear has been up all night sort of writing interesting questions for you. So
yeah, of course.
But we had one we wanted to ask you. Generally, actually, it came up when we did the little thing. We did a kind of interesting session, just so folks know. Bear and I went for a sort of a recruitment evening. So basically, press ganging this poor trio into turning up and doing stuff with us, and we were there. Who else was there? The BBC, Brick Info, all the main sports outlets, the Guardian, loads of people were there, and us. We managed to net these three. But one of the topics that came up a lot in that little discussion, and I'm really interested to your point of view on, is how do you rate currently the current standards of sports journalism, but particularly cricket? And sort of the adjunct to that question is, does AI and the availability of something that effectively can drag information from anywhere in an instant and shape and almost write your articles for you, is that dragging the standard down, or is it helping to drive it up? So it's not an exam question, it's not a turn over your papers, you've got 3 hours, because we don't.
Just your thoughts.
But just your thoughts on the state of the business you're going into, and the impact of AI would be really interesting. Who wants to put their hand up for that one first?
I can have a go at that.
Go on, Ed.
I find cricket to be one that kind of stands out in that I think cricket commentary is by far the best, best sport for that. And like cricket on the radio still works brilliantly. It's one of the best sports to describe, if that kind of makes sense, where there's an endurance to that where I'm not worried about cricket commentary dying at any point. That's not going anywhere. When it comes to writing, AI is the death of everything, really. It's so frustrating to kind of be a student now, seeing the way AI gets used by students, and seeing I'm not going to name this person, that might be a bit bad. We had a talk from some sports journalists, and one of them was going on about how he uses AI for his headlines, and I thought,
oh, that's shameful.
What is going on here? And so AI in that context is so frustrating, but cricket does stand out as one of the ones where the quality of writing and quality of commentary is head and shoulders above football, especially, I think, in the UK.
Do you know what? I used to work years ago with a chap called Drake.
Stop putting your hand in front of your fucking mouth. It gets in front of your mic.
Stroking my beard. It means I have to really I have to have a shave. Chap called Drayton Bird. It was in the world of direct marketing, and he wrote direct mail letters. But he always said that the first thing was the first paragraph, the last paragraph, and at the time, what you wrote at the top, the headline. And I always think any good article has to kind of follow those structures as well to a thing. If your headline can grip people, give you enough to interest them, you can pay it off with the thread, and then you've got a nice big finish. You've got something really good. One of the problems I have with a lot of what I read, the headline and the story don't necessarily pay each other off with that consistent thread that runs through them, and I think that's a weakness where people probably have just gone, here, give me some stuff on this, bang, chuck it out, and it hasn't been delivered with sufficient love and thought. But that's just me. I'm older, therefore didn't grow up with AI. I do use it, that said. William, what about you? Do you want to give us some thoughts there?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think, because often I kind of hear maybe people talking about it, like lecturers or other students, and maybe people do see it as a threat. I kind of understand where they're coming from. I think in certain aspects, what we might end up doing might change, as in things like AI can probably write a decent match report at the moment. It can probably, you give it the information, it can probably write it, but I don't feel as if it's going to take away everything, because I think there's so many things I still think that it probably can't do as well. Like, it doesn't have like the same emotion when you're writing a piece. So I think like opinion pieces are kind of still an avenue, and even like kind of like feature articles or analysis, I think like they're so unique, and often I think kind of it's done in a unique way with cricket as well. I often think like maybe like things even like there's a lot, I kind of feel like more cultural references maybe people drag into cricket articles and that kind of thing, and I kind of think that's like a very individual and unique thing. So I do think that although it might kind of change some aspects, like some maybe the more news stories or match reports might become more AI dominated, I still think like the things with emotion or feeling or quotes kind of still need kind of more of a human touch to it, I'd say.
I think that's interesting. Colour, context, and a bit of diversion is huge, I think, in making something interesting, which is why I tend to write Middlesex accounts about Boris Karloff when I, for some strange reason, when I go to Merchant Taylor's, because I realised, he went to Merchant Taylor's School. Suddenly, Middlesex having a horror show became a really interesting theme you could build into an article. So look for the context of what's around you, and then chip away at that until you get something interesting. Arnav, what about you? Where do you stand on robot writing?
Picking up from a bit of what Ed and William said, so I agree with Ed that cricket's the best sport in terms of commentary, because you can really visualize the sport. Even when you listen to it on radio, as he said, you can visualize it. And what William said as well, that the human touch, well, sports comes from humans, so I think the best tool to describe it is human intelligence. So we can describe it and we can cover sports in the best way as possible, and AI is probably just replicating it so far. I hope it doesn't get to a point where they emulate us. It should stay where it is now, or should just die down.
Well, that's the dream debate. That's where we might be wandering into a different podcast, when it could take a completely original thought.
Taking on everything you said, because Tone and Hendo used to be our writers, I trained ChatGPT.
Still are in some cases, thank you.
Well, yeah, you are. I mean, you don't put out so much stuff, right? So, because you've got other jobs and other things to do. So, they've both got enough articles on cricket on our website that I can bung them all into ChatGPT, and it can learn to write like those two. And it's interesting you say what you were saying about match reports. If I got it to rewrite a match report from Cricinfo, and I got it to put it in Tony style or Hendo style, it did it really, really bloody well. But I'll agree with you, when you get it to ask it to write an opinion piece, it completely falls apart. I got it to write an opinion piece, and it started pulling out about a match that was going on. I can't even remember what it was, but it was India playing in a test match, and Rohit Sharma had retired, and so Virat Kohli, and suddenly they were playing for India and doing some marvellous things, and it's like, hold on a minute. They don't play anymore. So I mean, it's got limitations currently, and I'm sure it will get better. But in terms, if you can train it to write in a certain style, you can really cut corners. You know what I mean? Because what it came out with for Tony and what it came out with for Hendo, when you look at how they write and what it produced out of a piece that I gave it, was quite fantastic actually. And I even went into the point of
Well, what a model it was building from, though.
But there was enough articles as well, right? So there was loads of, and you've actually written a lot of match reports as well, so it got that information. But then, interestingly, when I then found some sites where you can test what's been written, is it AI, is it plagiarism? And I put this article into it, it came out, it was 99% human, and there was no plagiarism. And it was completely AI generated. So you can fool all this stuff.
Yeah,
because we were testing out whether it would, whether our so-called investor was worried that Google's algorithm will pick up that it's AI and then mark us down. So I wanted to check that whether it would or it wouldn't. So it's an interesting field. You know, for someone like me who doesn't write, I can actually get 2 writers and potentially 4 times a day put in a bunch of crap into an AI engine and create an article. And I'm not a writer. I won't pretend I am.
We have actually thought genuinely about creating AI avatars of ourselves and having a couple of pages of the website dedicated to, but being really open to people that's how we did it, and then just commenting on our own work as us, as it were, and see how that worked. But more for. I
haven't got around to it yet.
Well, that's a job for after the Ashes.
Yes.
Well, that's interesting to how you all came here, and I think we're all saying similar things, really. It can get you information fast, it can do certain things brilliantly, it can certainly speed up productivity, but at the end of the day, the colour and context and the personality has to be overlaid. And I think I would tend to agree. Shall we move on to
the actual cricket?
Having gone through that. Oh God, where do we start? Let's start in Perth. 2 days. 700 and something balls, wasn't it? Can England adapt going forward, do we think? Or have Australia put down such a marker that it's going to just slide rapidly downhill from here? What do you think? William, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, sure. What's interesting, I think, kind of the way you phrase that question is, I think, can they adapt? Yes. Will they? I'm not entirely sure, is kind of my thinking. So I kind of think, I was thinking the other day, and it's just what's kind of so frustrating, really, watching it, as in, I think England have the team to kind of go toe-to-toe with Australia, or to get a much better result than in previous years, but it's just kind of that thing of, and I'm quite a big fan of what they're trying to do, it's just the way they're kind of going about it, in some instances, kind of doesn't seem to work, and I kind of feel like Travis Head's innings, in the second innings, is kind of such a good example of how England should go about it. So he's obviously scored a 69 ball 100, and he's not going to like slogged everything really. He allowed himself to get in. It wasn't like Harry Brook going to go for a big drive third ball. He gave himself a bit of time, and then he plays the attacking shots. But his shot selection is a lot better than what England have at the moment. There's things like he realises that some balls he can leave and he can defend some, but if it's there to punish, he'll punish it. And so that's what I'm concerned about mainly, as in I think England's approach in generally is good, but it's kind of how kind of they take it and adapt it. There doesn't seem to be much adaptation, really. It's kind of my thinking.
Yeah, I mean that really raises an interesting question. So we could chuck this one at Ed then. Did Head win it, or did England lose it?
It's a great question. I think it's something that's happened a lot. I think in Test cricket, in low-scoring Test matches, where England shot themselves in the foot completely by put the game state in a thing where one person or one partnership was going to win it. When it's less than 250, it's always just going to be one guy going big. Really, you're not going to see 10 scores of 20 sealing the deal. It's going to and someone like Travis Head is perfect for that, because he's so disruptive to any bowler. I mean, he had Bryden Cass completely shell-shocked after 2 balls. Someone who'd done really well in the first innings, and he hit that 6, that uppercut straight away. But yeah, I mean, it was so calculated, his innings, and he didn't really. It was so kind of risk averse at the start. It felt like it was just such good cricket shots. And I've gone back and watched it. When he was in his 70s and 80s, that's when he started kind of moving around the crease and having a bit more fun and treating it like a one-day chase. But up until that point, the damage was done. 60, 65, 70 runs would have been more than enough for Australia to.
It was like Muhammad Ali dancing around an already defeated opponent at that point.
Yes,
wasn't he?
When he was toying with all
of them on the show.
Yeah. And we just didn't have an answer for it, and it's more credit to him, I think. And I know Baz said he thought 200 would be enough, or I didn't think that really. I thought with the way we'd thrown away wickets in the second innings, we could have got to 300, and at that point we'd had a great game. Just for the psychological impact on Head, because he might not have opened if they needed 350.
Sean has had some good ideas over the years, but using Canva was a really good one. Sean designed some social posts to promote his friend's car boot sale. They looked good. Really, really good. Next thing he knows, someone came and bought the lot, including the car. Now Sean doesn't know how he's going to get home.
Thanks, Canva.
Right. Brilliant. That's the turkey then. Oh, Brussels sprouts appear to be on fire.
Perfect. Mum?
Love, not now. I've got to...
I made you a playlist on Amazon Music. Your favourites.
Oh, that's really lovely. Thank you. I love this tune.
Go on, join the party. I've got this.
There she is.
A playlist for everyone on your list. Amazon Music.
Well, there's that. There's also the kind of what really did go on behind the scenes. So you had Usman Khawaja, didn't you, with a back spasm and allegedly caused by too much golf. But it happens to rear its ugly head or its ugly back just at the point at which it gave them the opportunity to do that, to be forced into a decision. And as it was, that decision was a brilliant one. But would they have made it were it not for Usman's back? And I've also got to slightly wonder how genuine was Usman's back.
I think that was genuine. I don't think there was anything Machiavellian about that. I think he'd been injured. I mean, if you watched the end of the first day, when Smith realised that England were going to fucking fold, you could see there was a picture of him actually somewhere where he was basically looking at the dressing room going, where the fuck is Usman? Because he's got to open. And he wasn't on the pitch. And he was agitating for Usman to get out because he knew he wouldn't be able to open. So I don't have any doubts about that was genuine. But what I would say to the questioners, who did England lose it or Head won it? I think you can't say anything other than Head won it, right? I mean, you only had a 50 in the game apart from Labuschagne's, which was at the end of it when everything was always tits up, was Harry Brook getting 52 in the first innings. I don't think there's any doubt, Tone. Hardly anyone scored any runs.
Right.
And Head came out and blasted 100 off 69 balls. I mean, he took it as an ODI innings. He played it that way. And he got away with it. Now, the interesting thing, I think, is if they think he can get away with it for the entire Test series and they put him at the top, I don't think he will.
Well, hold that thought, because I'm not disagreeing with you for a moment, but a question for Arnav then is, at one point in England's second innings, they were 65 for 1, they had a lead of 100.
Yep.
And yet, they ended up setting the most paltry of totals by a complete collapse. Boland again, who'd been rubbish in the first innings. Shot selection was poor on a bouncing wicket. Let's not forget the ICC, called to do its usual retrospective on the pitch, rated the pitch as very good. It was, and to be honest, it wasn't seeming square. It wasn't massively inconsistent bounce. So England, much like they did against India, Arno, England had got themselves into a position.
Well, Hector and Richard are here, even though we've got something going on in the background, but we'll be resuming very shortly. So we might as well talk because there's absolutely nothing else happening. How are you, Richard? How's Austria?
Oh, very, very grey and foggy. Just getting through December. Tough month. How's things your side?
Well, it's 26.4 degrees at the moment. It's a glorious day in Perth. We had a day of 40 degrees, but it cooled down again afterwards, so having a lovely summer. I've just had a 2-week visit from young Harry Everett, who stayed with me for the Perth test and for a couple of weeks afterwards. Had a lovely time. He flew off to Brisbane last night to go and attend this, and I'm sure he's in there today enjoying it, even though he didn't have a ticket when he left. He's a very resourceful young fella, and I'm sure he found his way in.
Must have been a way in, yeah, for sure. There's always going to be a tout. Except if you try to get a ticket for all-Ireland final at Croke Park, featuring County Mayo. I tried that about 8 years ago, and I had money and I had desire for a ticket. There were no touts, and I thought, how is this possible? There's always touts, but perhaps they're a dying breed. Maybe it's all online now.
Yeah, I think most of it is online these days. I think you've just got to know where to look.
Who'd have thought? Yeah, you do. But I persist with my analog ways and hope sense will prevail. So Hector is our third team member, and I don't think we've actually met before.
No, I don't think so. I've heard you many a time. Nice to meet you.
Oh, poor you. Nice to meet you too. I've actually never heard you. I've read you.
Oh, nice. Nice.
But I haven't heard you. You were out in New Zealand last time England were over in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yes, this time last year, the Hagley Oval, where West Indies are obviously playing now. It's
the Dream Tour in the press box.
Oh, amazing.
And I had a mentor in Cameron Ponsonby who did a great job as far as I could tell.
Yeah.
We had a lot of fun on air with it too.
Yeah, that was great. I really enjoyed the end of day summaries. That was a highlight.
Yeah, nothing like being at the game, is there?
No.
Well, you've got to tell me who's in the studio today who's going to do Gorilla Roundup with me tonight too. Somebody's got to take that on.
Yes, I will.
So,
how was that
what do you
breakfast?
reckon?
How's that breakfast? Oh, really nice. I actually had a pre-made bagel. I had like a tuna bagel. A bit of McDonald's brought it. I think was it Brian in Brisbane?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. That's delicious.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly jealous of those in the studio, having experienced the joys of a studio delivery myself in the summer. So did you manage to put it all away, your pre-made breakfast and the bonus one?
Yeah, all gone. I'm well fed.
Then you're fine.
Have you been up? What did you watch the first session?
I did. I'm quite proud of myself. I started at 5 o'clock Austrian time, which is just on the border of acceptability.
Yeah.
I think the Perth test started at 3:30, which was just ludicrous, and I said no to that. But 5 o'clock I can do, even though it's really dark outside.
Yeah.
But anyway, you'll be used to that in England. It looks like we're getting set to start within a minute or so for that post. Do we say tea? Post tea session.
Yes, and it will be Brendan Doggett bowled 4 overs in the morning session or the afternoon session. He has 13 for none from his 4. England going to resume on 98 for 2, and Joe Root will be facing the first ball.
And the first thing you notice is there's one less slip and there's a third man in.
Well, yeah, it looks like they're going to go short here because there's a deep backward square, fine leg and a deep mid-wicket here, so the short ball is very much the play here. There are two men inside the ring on the leg side and then 3 outside. Just the one slip and the gully. Anyway, Doggett over the wicket here, in, and it is short, and Root swings away at that, pulls it nice and controlled to the deep backward square, runs through for a single.
Not short enough at that pace anyway. the 132 that was very easily handled by Root. But good to see Australia trying something different. We're seeing Steve Smith waving his arms about. I think he was a little bit short on ideas before lunch. Is that fair to say? Not exactly proactive?
Yeah, I think you're right there. It looked as if, especially with Boland, as he often does, they were just hitting that. They were waiting for England to make the mistake. And it looks like the pink ball has a little bit less swing to it, so they've gone short to Root, but they've changed their field here to Crawley, dog it in over the wicket. Fuller, and Crawley leans back and tries to hoik it over mid-wicket. In the end, looks like he misses it, and the ball doesn't carry through to Carey, but he picks it up behind the stumps pretty comfortably.
We're just getting another look at that. Almost looked like it kept it a little bit lower than he expected.
Yes.
He's been quite good at getting it away through the mid-wicket region to the Fuller deliveries. That's been a very productive shot for him before lunch, but trying that from the length delivery after lunch didn't work out so well.
No, it looks more of a conventional field, you'd say, to Crawley. Not the same field as I was describing for Joe Root. I'll just wait to see what it is looking like. There are two slips in the gully, and that's wide and through the channel, and Crawley leaves that alone. No run.
Yeah, from what I saw ahead of this delivery, we've got the cover in the conventional position, and the deep square leg has come up, saving the one for Crawley. Yes. England on the verge of bringing up their 100s in good time. 2 for 99.
You'd normally expect it before lunch.
Yeah.
Well, before the first break.
Well, I think that's the refreshing thing about that first session, is that Root and Crawley clearly needed to change the way they were playing. As Doggett said, again shorter, and Crawley times that perfectly. The pull picks the gap and will get 4 through to deep backward square.
There's almost a tiny little dip from him there, isn't there? Like a slight shut eyes moment where it looks like he feels like that also didn't get up quite as he expected, but dealt with it fine. Got enough on it.
Doggett in again, wider and left alone. Just, I agree, it looks the first over after the break, obviously, but it does look as if the wicket's almost changed over. The first session, the bounce was pretty true and consistent, but here, a couple have stayed low.
Or as though somebody stuck the ball in the pizza oven during lunch.
Yeah. Oh, well, yes. Getting softer after 20 overs, as many people were saying. Partnership now at 98, and that's the 100 up for England as well. They've got 103 for 2. Final ball of the 25th over, and Zach Crawley staying in his crease for Doggett. 2 slips and a gully, full and driven. That's a beautiful shot. Pierces the gap through cover, and that will race away for 4. 4 more for Crawley.
Well, that's the end of the over, isn't it? So,
107 for 2.
Jay Grover says, "Hooray! Mental ADHD truck groupie Richard." Mint.
I don't understand any of those words or the way in which they've been strung together, but happy to help.
Beer battered Gummy Shark says, "Lyon injured during the tea break." I don't know what happened there. I would like to see Lyon bowling right now. Hector's got a wee bit of a Pedro Pascal thing going on. If Pedro Pascal were 12.
Right. 12, bit harsh.
Is that a footballer?
I've got no idea who
it's
Pedro
always
Pascal
a footballer,
is.
isn't it, when I don't know who they are.
And we have a super chat from Zippy Tuna, who sent us $2. Says, "Here's to our false hopes being raised."
Well, we've got a change of bowling here. Michael Nessa's going to come back in, just a 3 overs for him. 0 for 16 from his 3. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here. Coming in with 2 slips in the gully as well, over the wicket, and Root just defends that full delivery into the offside.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how he goes now in this second spell, because he actually showed quite a bit of promise earlier, but he lacked patience, I thought. It'd be interesting to see how he goes if he can just put it on the spot and not go searching.
I hate to burst your bubble, but in Australia, because he's lacking an extra S, he's known as Michael Neser.
Yeah. Apologies. Well, he's got a 3/4 backward point, mid-wicket. Pretty conventional field, and that's straighter, and Root just shuffles across onto his offside, and in the end, thick inside edge down to fine leg, and he'll run through for a single. He moves to 34.
Yeah, so not to be confused with Nessa Hussain. Mike Neser, it's interesting to see how there's that shuffle across. I don't think we saw that in the first 3 overs against him, but it's something that that both these right-handers employed against Boland in particular. Is that going to be the strategy going forward against Neser?
Well, we only saw 3 overs. He opened up with Mitchell Starc. Only saw 3 overs until Scott Boland was brought into the attack, and didn't see him for the rest of the session. So I wonder if he's going to just have short, sharp bursts. Anyway, keeper standing up now as Crawley drives that down the ground, and on drive, another beautiful one, and that's 4 more for Crawley, who moves to 73, and he's racing along now.
Well, you can definitely see a world in which this attack, under certain circumstances, barring Stark, is quite easy for England to handle. That one floated up at 132, over-pitched. Most batsmen can hit that for 4.
Well, Alex Carey here, he's standing up, helmet on, standing up, and the field sort of closed in. Again, full, and Crawley just drops this in to the onside, down to mid-on, scampers through for a single. Good running there between the two. These two average over 45 in partnerships whenever they bat together.
Yeah, and it has worked well. Anyone who can allow Root to just play his normal game and not have to go trying to deliberately baseball things forms a good partnership with him for England. Oh, and Australia have apparently bought into the idea that things have slowed down pitch-wise since lunch because Slipper's standing in front of the keeper.
Yeah, the field has been brought in quite considerably, actually. It's more of a, it's very closed field. Nessa, 0 for 22 from his 3.4 overs, and it does look to have slowed down.
Yeah.
Well, he's not in front of the keeper. The keeper's at the stumps now.
Yeah, I got woefully confused there.
Root flicks that down to Mitchell Starc and mid-on, no run.
The two slips are both quite close and standing close together, and I thought one of them was Carey, but in fact Carey was hiding behind the batsman, standing up to Neser.
Yes.
So I hope that's all clear for everybody.
Everyone's just a lot closer in, I think. It's the main takeaway. It'll be interesting to see how these two go about it. Zach Crawley's come out the blocks, and he hasn't really had to overdo anything, but he's already got 3 boundaries in this session. Roots forward to Nessa and defends into the offside for no run. And that's the end of the over. 26 gone. England 113 for 2.
Well, I'm very pleased to say that Josh Robinson has very kindly put a picture of Pedro Pascal onto our WhatsApp group so I can see the similarities. Although, you're not a dead ringer, there are certainly the right vibes there. Stop bowling so full, says Sudahu. For fuck's sakes, lads. And Ed Mace says, Nisa chasing too much movement. Stephen Kelk says to Jay, didn't say what we were in my coffee. Sheffield Special to help me wake up in the morning. Right, so yes, God knows what's in your coffee.
Brendan Doggett's continuing, and it's short, but it's wide outside off stump, and Crawley just leans back, cuts that out to deep cover, and he'll jog through for 1 there.
Interesting to see him play the cut shot there so easily with a genuinely horizontal bat, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen the skew bat get people into trouble, notably Pope earlier. But if things have gotten slower and lower, then he's happy playing that cut.
Yeah, it's still early on in this session, but it looks like, for all means, that this pitch is slowing up and the ball's softened a little bit. Doggett in again, just a 1 slip to Root and goes short, and Root pulls that down to Nisa at fine leg. We'll take another single.
Brings Crawley back on strike on 75, and of course he's now gone past his average score for innings in which he goes past 30. As we saw earlier, he can be expected to make 74 when he goes past 30, and he has gone past 30 and now reached 75. So some straw for Australia to clutch up.
75 from 88. He started actually scoring quite quickly, and then he had that middle period with Root where they just had to rebuild after the loss of those 2 quick wickets, and now he's sped up again. And there he is driving straight a ball, full stump, outside off, and goes out to deep cover, another single.
And that middle rebuilding period you talk about is exactly the kind of, you might call it dull, some might call it dull, but exactly the important ingredient and that was missing from England's recipe in Perth.
Exactly, and it was actually very nice to watch all of a sudden, because this whole series has been so chaotic. It was quite nice to watch 2 batsmen just take their time and actually maybe respect the bowlers a bit more and just not play any silly shots.
Something of a novelty, and I think Australia could have made it more difficult. I agree with Sotohu. They've actually been a bit on the full side so far today. They could have kept the run scoring down even more in that middle part of the first session.
Yes, I agree.
3 singles in the first half of this over. Doggett 3 to come in. Short and Root pulls and just evades a diving Alex Carey. He dives to his left. Looks like Root got a glove to it, and in the end comfortably misses Carey, but a bit hard to mouth there. 4 for Root.
I'm not sure if I'm becoming obsessed, but even when he's not on air, I'm still hearing Gary's voice.
Oh, really?
You're not going mad, Messrs. I think I can hear it too.
All right.
and I could hear them all wolfing down breakfast during the lunch break. But I wasn't jealous. I had another nice Greek yogurt in a bowl.
2 to come for Doggett round the wicket. Short again, and Root just tries to pluck it from outside off. In the end, finds Josh Inglis just in front of square leg there. Seems like he just came a bit wide of the crease there, Doggett, in his release point. Normally he's quite straight. Just moved a bit wide of the crease, maybe trying to fashion something out of nowhere at the moment.
Well, it did get square leg possibly a little bit interested in what might happen next time that shot is played if it's slightly miscued.
It's a brave shot because you kind of have to reach for it outside off. Last one short again, and Root pulls this one to 3/4 square leg, but it looks like they'll scamper through for the single. Yes, they do. Root moves to 40. England 121 for 2. End of the over.
Zippy Tuna says, enjoying a nice high CBD joint to relax before bed. Thanks to you all for being my smoke buddies. That's our pleasure, Zippy. Love having you on board. Stephen Kelk, this is a long range promise. He says super chat incoming if Root gets 100. You got to put a figure on it, Stephen. I mean, 100's got to be worth 20 euros, hasn't it? Suda who says need a ball change. Somebody make up a reason. They changed the pink ball in Canberra in the Prime Minister's 11 game after 10 overs. The seam was becoming unstitched.
Good Lord. Well, Scott Boland already had a go before lunch, before tea, I beg your pardon, at trying to get the ball changed. The umpire said, get on with it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's too much wrong with it, apart from the fact that, as we know, overs 20 to 30, it does tend to soften up.
Yes.
Nisa to continue. Carey still up at the stumps, and Root just pokes that down to deep backward point. He'll run through for a single.
Now, I'm allowed to say this because I'm South African and it doesn't matter terribly to me, but I must say the idea of Root getting 100 today did cross my mind quite early today. Once it was clear he was going about his business in traditional Root style and was going to be able to do so, it's got that feeling about it. If it is going to be a more normal day, let's say if it is going to be a more normal day's cricket, then I think a Root 100 is in there.
Well, of all the grounds in Australia, he does actually have quite good figures at the Gabba. Nessa in again, and Crawley's defending that into the offside. He's got good figures at the Gabba, but the pink ball test is normally at Adelaide, so I don't know what effect that will have when the light starts to fade in about half an hour's time.
Well, there is, of course, that. Australia will be hoping the ball does something when those lights do come on. At the moment, it is just a watching and waiting phase. And they're not exactly putting a lot of overs into it. I think the new ball is going to be coming tomorrow at this rate, with no spinners in action.
Yeah, it looks that way. 4 to come from Nisa. Coming in over the wicket, wide of the crease to Crawley, who looks to have a gears up for a bit of a drive, but in the end just pokes it to Travis Head at mid-off. And I think the main threat of the pink ball is that when it's dark you can't see seam position, or if there's a spinner you can't see which way they're spinning it, but this ball isn't really swinging it in itself, so maybe in that sense it's losing a bit of its main threat.
Yeah, it was definitely had a bit for the bowlers early on, a traditional style, and then just all went away. But that ball that got Duckett early this morning, not a lot he could have done about that.
No, first ball as well. Your feet aren't moving. I think that was fair enough from him.
But I think it'll be good for cricket. I think cricket lovers around the world, except perhaps Australia, would be wishing for Joe Root to break his duck in Australia, because it would be a terrible thing to be missing from his seat.
Nessa in, and Crawley just defends that. And it's that Travis Head that's been moved into sort of silly mid-on catching position. They've almost gone for Ben Stokes style, trying to fashion a wicket in this field. Or he's just moved a bit wider, but before he was right up against the wicket.
Yeah, can't quite see who it is, but second time today we've seen someone in that spot. And we've got a conventional mid-on kind of behind him.
It's likely to be Travis Head. He's very good short on the leg side.
Yes.
So it is closing off that route, that Crawley scoring area just a little bit.
Crawley has and it's given out. Short ball, wide of off stump. Crawley has a look at pulling it. Looks like he's got a bottom edge. Australia knew straight away, went up, and Crawley's walking off for 76. What happened there?
Was he done by a little bit of tennis ball bounce?
No, he was done by you, Richard, by saying that when he makes 32, he gets to 74. And he's got to a 74, and then he decided to get out.
He has delivered his average, absolutely. Numbers never lie.
Oh, dear.
But it all looked very innocuous I mean, it was barely a proper bounce. It was just a shortish ball. He tries to pull it and misses it apart from a couple of splinters of wood.
That's a shame. A brilliant innings comes to an end. 76 from 93. He played really nicely, and it's just such a shame to end in such a soft way. He was standing outside of his crease, and there were 2 men out deep on the leg side, and just sort of turned into a softish pull and found a bottom edge.
And maybe credit to that guy at shortish mid-on. Crawley just having to find a way to try and play it squarer. Perhaps that was just in his mind.
It didn't bounce a lot, did it? Maybe it was just a little bit slower. I didn't see the speed on it.
It certainly wasn't quick.
Yeah.
Well, Australia fashioned a wicket when England were seemingly in charge, and it brings Harry Brook to the crease. One to come from Nisa, and it brings out Harry Brook, who loves to bat with Joe Root every time they bat. Seems like they can put together a decent partnership. He's come out, and Australia's field has gone back to a more conventional style. Alex Carey's removed his helmet and has gone back to stand far behind the stumps. 2 slits in the gully. Fine leg. Deep square is still in there for Harry Brook's first ball. That kind of just suggests the threat that he poses from ball 1, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off.
Well, Crawley will be disappointed, but certainly did a job for England from 5 for 2 as an opener. You got to take
He's done enough to keep himself in the side for the next 3 tests to make nothing.
He's done well. Harry Brook's first ball, and it's short, and guides that down. Controlled pull shot down to fine leg. He's off the mark straight away. End of the over. England 123 for 3.
We have a super chat from Jay Grover for £2, referring to Richard. Says editing a golf magazine and driving a land train equals mental.
Guilty as charged.
Christopher Hansen says, good morning from Denmark. I woke up for the first 2 overs and went back to sleep. Imagine my surprise now. Although that was probably what brought the wicket.
Surprised that an entire innings hasn't gone by during the nap.
Stephen Kelt's contemplating how big a Route 100 super chat should be. Christopher Hansen says, I'll go back to sleep now. And we've got a big super chat from Mog. Hang on. And he's sent us $50 Australian as recompense for the Gabatoir jingle. For those of you who weren't with us, we played about the first minute of the Gabatoir jingle, which was, how can we put it, challenging.
Doggett's first delivery of Doggett's 7th over just strays down leg side, and Alex Carey gathers diving down to his left. A good stop in the end. Harry Brook got a bit of bat on it, but straight down into the ground.
As for those super chats around the Route 100, couldn't we make it that there should be one unit of currency for every route run? It could be a team effort. Well, how's that for a challenge to our listeners?
Wow. I don't think I even got that much.
That'll be interesting. Dog it in to Brook, who just pokes that into the onside, mid-on, no run.
No, but if every ant carries a grain of sand, they can build together quite a large anthill.
So you're saying 1 cent per run?
I'm saying no. Unit of currency as in $1 or €1. I'm not counting Hungarian forint or Korean won or any silly currencies like that. Euros, dollars, or pounds, please.
Are the liras still around?
No, they would take. Well, the Turkish lira is still around, but the Italian one's long gone.
Mid-off has been pushed out to long off here for Harry Brook. His dog gets it again, and that's down the leg side and chipped up slightly uppishly into the air, but there's no one through the mid-wicket region, and it will trundle through that region for 4 for Harry Brook.
And where's the jingle?
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out all these jingles.
Sorry. Driving you hard.
Slightly up in the air there from Harry Brook, but as I said, no one in that mid-wicket region. Fine leg tried to come round and cut it off, but couldn't. Harry Brook 5 from 4.
Some fairly friendly stuff for him to have a look at early on, Brook.
Exactly, and that's Fuller, and that's Petter, and Brook just digs out a Yorker length up to Doggett, who takes it and tries to throw the stumps down, but in the end sort of balloons up in the air. Nothing comes from it. Interesting that they've pushed mid-off out to long-off so early on. They're clearly, might be trying to bowl full here to Brook and see if he comes down the wicket. Alex Carey's gone back, so there isn't the threat of the keeper up to the stumps.
Well, perhaps he's there for the miscued straight pull. Harry Brook's trademark shot. Well, not miscued usually, but the straight pull is.
High bat lift and full and flicked again through mid-wicket, and that will run away, but there is a deep mid-wicket this time. Mitchell Stark comes round, but they can get back for 2.
I don't understand Doggett's line. I mean, I would have thought the second, third stump outside off is the line they should be consistently bowling, and they're just not.
Yeah, not rocket science really. But there's been something of a mixed bag since lunch, I think it's fair to say. Plenty of fielders on the leg side now, isn't there? Got a square leg and a deep square leg. And a backwards square leg.
Yeah, 3 fielders out in the deep on the leg side. Last ball of Doggett's 7th over, and Harry Brook backs away, gives himself room on the leg side. That is a brilliant shot. It was short and followed him down on leg stump, but Harry Brook backed away, gave him room and slashed it, cut through backward point for 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Well, he knew what was coming, and he knew where the fielders weren't.
Yeah.
Fair to say.
Yeah. Sudahu says that's fair for Mog to pay compensation because it's a shit jingle. Although he says, it isn't as bad as the Dane Pete jingle. It's bad in a different way. And Viper 2699 says, good morning from Galway in Ireland. Appreciate the streams and let's hope for a good solid Yorkshire partnership. To which Tim Wilson Davies just says, Yorkshire, Yorkshire, Yorkshire. Oh, it's Stephen Kelk who asked if the jingle was as bad as the Dane Pete one, or as good as in his terms.
Over the summer, I remember actually getting quite sick of watching Joe Root and Harry Brook batting together, and I kind of wanted to see other people do it. But now, let's hope these two can stick in. Nice has got a wicket in his last over, comes in to start his 6th, and Root pros that to backward point, no run, 133 for 3.
With Kerry up and keeping him in his crease.
There's Finchy from the Barmy Army playing his trumpet. Looks like there's a lot of English fans at the Gabba today.
Oh yeah.
To nobody's great surprise. Some interesting outfits. We've seen a King Charles already earlier on.
Yeah, with a full mask.
I reckon a test match with the Barmy Army starting at 2 p.m. is dangerous.
Nisa again in straighter and Root inside edges. Nisa thought that it might have hit pad first, but Root and Brook scamper through for a single. Nothing will come from it.
Yeah, that does explain, that go a long way towards explaining why they were starting Mexican waves and so on in the first session. I remember thinking in my semi-sleep this morning, how's that possible when they've only on their first beer? But of course, as you point out, Messrs, it is afternoon in Australia, and it certainly is not the first beer for many of them.
No, absolutely not.
Well, just looking here, Brook scored 89 and 54 in the day-night test versus New Zealand at Mount Maunganui, the last one that he would have played in 2023, and he's forward now and pokes that out to point, no run.
Yeah, really helped himself to plenty of runs over in New Zealand there. What do you fellas think about Stark after lunch? Would you have considered giving him another whirl? I think he only bowled 2, maximum 3 in that short spell before the break.
Yeah, I think they're saving him for when the twilight comes in.
Indeed, but even if he bowled now, yeah, okay, twilight, not new ball, just twilight.
I mean, he's bowled 8 overs so far, and you don't want to over-bowl him.
Nisa again, and Brook just skips down the wicket, and that is another incredible shot. Charging down the wicket and just drives, almost flicks his wrist through cover, and that'll be 4 more.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Sorry, Messi. That was.
That's all right.
Yeah, just a 2 steps down the wicket, and it's one of those you can picture it. It's pretty vintage Harry Brook, that. And 4 more. He's certainly not backing down against this Australia bowling lineup, who have been pretty predictable, you'd think, so far today.
No, of course, and this is exactly, well, this is the kind of shot where if he gets out, the whole of England would be all over him for dancing down the wicket and trying to slap one. But he is Harry Brook, and he generally does get away with that.
Alex Carey's been brought up, and it's Fuller, and Harry Brook gets down on one knee, tries to scoop it. Alex Carey's there, he misses it. Carey takes and stumps him. Looks like he's grounded in his crease, but there's going to be a review here for a stumping. Looks all right to me. Alex Carey just brought up after that shot, and Harry Brook getting inventive, trying to just ramp it over the keeper's head for another 4. Ends up missing.
So if Harry Brook was on the team I was barracking for, I would be so pissed off at that sort of shot. I mean, I know he's quirky and does stuff, but Jesus Christ, he's just hit a fall from something that was fairly outrageous. To keep doing that is unwise, in my view.
Yeah, and
anyhow, it's safe.
Yeah,
and 138 for 4 would not be looking so rosy for England.
Well, I do think it is part of the Harry Brook package, as you were saying there, Richard. If he got out to that shot where he was charging down the wicket, as he did actually in the warm-up game at Lilac Hill, that was exactly how he got out. I just think you sort of just got to let him do his thing, and you can't. It seems like he can't really be tamed. It's fine. You go with it. Last ball of Nice's over, and Brooks driving inside edges out to deep mid-wicket. He'll run through for a single, and that's 30 overs and 139 for 3. I think we're
out of here.
Yeah. Oh, yes, we are due. As we've got a super chat that I'll deal with first. Jay Grover sent us £2. He says, I just got the fear over George's vague positivity. Thanks, Jay.
Good work from Alex Carey there on that attempted stumping, but he still did that thing, and I can, he's standing up to a pacer, so I can accept it. But so many wicket keepers, their feet go back when they should be going forward towards the stumps. But I'm being hypercritical there because he's standing up to a pacer, and I'm afraid I'm with you, Jez. I thought that was an ill-advised stroke.
It's a shit shot, and a fucking ill-advised.
Yeah,
dreadful. Really.
Unlike Crawley's, Crawley's, the ball was there to be hit, and that was the right shot to play. He just executed it poorly, which can happen.
Yeah.
But that's not good. He's got 16 off 11. He should be looking to get 100 off 120. Exactly. If you're doing that, then you don't need that shot.
Precisely. Why you need to try and scoop your 8th ball is beyond me. So can someone let him Mog? He's waiting in the waiting room on the old Zoom. Doggett is in to Brook, who again pulls that. He's never not going to go for the pull shot.
Well, he never shouldn't really. I mean,
Single.
That ball's there for the shot, and he didn't try and hit that too hard. He just paddled it round. You can't let them bowl half pitch and then have tennis ball bounce and not seek to score runs. So I think that is the right shot for that ball, but it wouldn't be the right shot, for instance, if he was trying to hit it for 6. This is a big outfield. There's no need to hit 6s.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you need to get on top of the ball, don't you? I mean,
yeah. And to be fair, England have been rolling their wrists, and that maybe was the downfall of Zach Crawley, because he got a bottom edge.
Absolutely. Well, Doggett's in again, and again, Root bowling short to Root. He tries to pull it. Mistimes that one out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. England 140 for 3. They're in the 31st over. I suppose if they bat for another 3 overs, they'd have batted longer than any innings in Perth.
Yeah, quite. But we must point out, despite the very tight odds and the general fatalism that infects so many England fans, is that Australia are missing well over 1,000 Test match wickets with Hazlewood, Cummins, and Lyon here.
It doesn't look a particularly threatening attack, Gary. It has to be said. Stark does. Again, that's short, and again, Root pulls. There's lots of people out for the pull shot, but they're sensibly rolling their wrists on pretty much everything. It's a single every time. They may get bored of it after a while.
It also makes you think, why would you have near 600 Test match wickets in Nathan Lyon, all that experience, even if they don't think the pitch is going to be particularly helpful, or a combination of the pitch and the pink ball? Wouldn't you just want him there to just toss him the ball and say, give us a bit of control here?
Well, you'd thought so. They may fear that England might go after him, I suppose, but...
So how have England gone after Nathan Lyon over the last 14
years? They did in England, didn't they?
A little bit. They went after everybody.
Yeah, this is it. I think the team will go after everyone. That one's a horrible ball down the leg side. Brook manages to catch up with it. He just gets a single down to fine leg again.
Yeah, you know who they really went after in the first Ashes Test at Edgbaston? Boland and Cummins. I mean, they had the last laugh, of course, and you've got to acknowledge that. But fear of going after Nathan Lyon is, I don't think, a reason not to play him.
No.
I think the reason not to play him is they think, he'd take 2 for 97, and that they think their pacers will get 3 for 70.
Exactly.
Doesn't look like
facing it. Up, Doggett. Again, it's pulled, and again, it's down to long leg for a single. It's pretty predictable stuff at the moment from Australia. Pretty predictable stuff from England. Just don't make mistakes.
Feels like the boring middle overs, although both sides are happy to concede a single off a ball.
Well, listen, we can't be complaining about that.
No, we can't.
You can't have it every which way.
No, absolutely, we're not. It just seems strange that Smith selected this side. We're about we're in the We're not even in the third hour of the day's play, and he looks flummoxed.
Well, exactly that. I mean, this is the future for Australia, isn't it? Once they get rid of their barrage and their normal attack, which is going to retire sooner or later. That one's short and down the arse, and Brook just lets it slide this time, which is sensible. End of the over, 4 off it. Number 44 off 8 for Doggett. England 143 for 3.
Yes, indeed they are. Lions injured, confirms extra.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
fair
so
enough.
we did know that.
Well, he's 38 now, isn't he, Lion?
Something like that, yeah.
I think he is. One for you from Stephen Kelk. Gary, if you were one of Shakespeare's plays, which one would you be? #prod Gary.
Which one would I be? You'll have to give me a little bit of time to consider that.
Well, Tim Wilton Davis has an answer. Comedy of Errors.
Very good.
Where the fuck is Galway, says Extra Fluffo.
It's West
Much Ado
Island.
About Nout, says Eric.
Very good. I'm going to throw it forward to Bazball next summer, and I'm going to say A Midsummer Night's Dream.
And a suitor who quite rightly says Smith never selected this guy side. George Bailey did. Yeah, he did. It's, in his
no, I thought
role.
that. No, I don't think that's so. But I'll come back after this.
Well, they have a selection committee, same as everyone else, don't they? Left alone by Root outside the off stump. I mean, Carey having to stand up to Nisa on day one of a test match seems a bit harsh.
My understanding is the selector provides the squad, but it's the captain who has the final say.
I think it's a
over the
little
11.
bit of half dozen of one and whatever.
Yeah, I don't think George Bailey's going to say to Stephen Smith, "Okay, Steve, I know you want Nisa, but I'm giving you." I know that I'm giving you who's the all-round Bo Webster. It'll be Smith who decides between Webster and Nisa.
Sure, yeah.
They haven't added people to the squad when the injuries have happened.
I don't
by and
think
large.
so.
No.
Nisa in and Root guides that out to cover. Nicely done, but there is no run.
So they've lost.
I mean, both sides have basically bolstered the batting a bit, haven't they? I mean, Nisa's a fairly decent batter, isn't he?
Not that unexpected after a 2-day test.
No, I suppose. And they brought in Josh English as a middle order.
Yeah, he can certainly bat.
He could certainly bat, yeah. We saw what he did against England. Was it the World Cup, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the World Cup. The Yorkshireman smashing England around the park.
Yep. Unsurprising. Full driven by Rooty, but can't beat Stark at mid-on. No run. The sun does seem to be dipping.
Is it me, or has this innings been a bit stop-start by Joe Root? There's been times when he's had sort of 4 or 5 overs of fluency, scoring run a ball, and times when he's been a bit becalmed.
Well, that's kind of cricket, isn't it?
Well, it's a little bit.
I mean, that's playing sensible cricket.
Yeah.
When the ball's not there to hit, don't hit it, and when it is, hit it.
Yeah, but you also get the feeling that Root doesn't entirely trust the pitch or the ball. That's why he's been batting out of his crease a little bit.
Yeah,
and why
presumably that's why
Carey's
Carey's standing
yeah.
up, but I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I can't imagine a lot of seam bowlers like it when the keeper stands up to them. That's going down leg, surely. It's bowled.
Yeah, down leg.
Going down leg.
I hated it, Bear. I hated it when the keeper stood up to me.
Yeah. Well, exactly.
The whole picture frame was wrong. I couldn't work out where to pitch the ball.
Well, exactly. I mean, it does put
the wrong.
You kind of think it puts the bowler off a little bit. I mean, he did go across his stumps there, didn't he?
It's gone way down leg side.
Yeah, it's going way down leg side.
Hit him in front of leg.
It's hit him in front of leg.
Fair.
Yeah. Best it's going to be doing is going to be umpire's call on leg stump, and it wasn't given out. So
slightly imbalanced, though, wasn't he? He was falling across.
Yeah,
Look, the head is way outside the line there.
Not by much.
It's encouraged, isn't he, by the line of the ball when it's bowled. That one's better. That's a nice drive, but can't beat mid-off.
Well, it was less a drive, more a push, and I think that's where that shows that Root, even though he's on 44, doesn't entirely trust matters here.
Do you think
he'd have driven that?
Do you think if he gets a ton, it'll just free his mind in Australia?
I don't think his mind is that bad. I mean,
no, I don't
the
either.
average is about 39 in Australia. He's not a failure in Australia.
No, I know.
It's just
But
this
for
thing
someone
about
as so good as him,
it's the Australian media in Australia. They just pick up the nearest stick to hit a player with, and that's the nearest one for Root. He's not an all-time great because he hasn't got 100 at the ground that's at the bottom of my road.
Well, To a certain degree, that's a nice shot by Root. Clips that one sweetly, beats Stark. He's not even bothering to chase that. Rightly so, as it hits the boundary sponge now. Root gets himself another 4, moves on to 48. Get that 50 up, that'll make him feel good. You know, it's got to play on your mind a little bit.
Yeah, it possibly does, but you know, he's also setting himself up to be the highest scorer ever in Test match cricket.
That's
so
true.
Maybe that plays on your mind.
I mean, there is a certain. I mean, we did use that to beat Warner around the head with never having scored a Test ton in England. Was why
but
he couldn't be a
but
great.
he didn't average 30 odd. He averaged about 12.
Yeah.
147 for 3. Let me see. Albo picks the Australian team, says Extra Fluffy. Presumably that's Albanese, I'm guessing. Beer Battered Gummy Shark, what a great name that is. Was Inglis added to the squad or always there? No, he was always in the squad, I believe.
Stark's just walked off. That's quite important.
He's going to get some hydration.
Or maybe.
A little bit of a back rub.
Maybe.
Getting
If
ready,
it's more
ready
than
for that spell.
Those shadows are
creeping across the ground.
They're accelerating.
I don't think the lights are on yet. That's short and that's pulled hard. Doesn't beat the man in the deep. He's Labuschagne. Oh, they don't even get back for 2.
He's gone off for a cold shower and a rub down with the Sporting Life just to be fully ready. There's nothing wrong with him.
Absolutely.
The shadows follow me, and the night won't set me free.
What are we watching there? The exoskeleton.
We're watching
Weight
Harry Brook's
transfer.
weight transfer.
Looking like the Tin Man. Thought Wicked Part 2 was a little disappointing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't think I actually watched the whole of Wicked Part 1 either.
Oh, it's great.
Don't really like musicals. That's pulled. Has he pulled it in the air? No, he hasn't pulled it in the air. It's a single down to fine leg once again.
So West Side Story in Danish last week. Bear, that was fantastic.
I suppose you can understand Danish.
Well, it had English titles, so
okay.
it made it easier. And of course, I know it. I know the songs.
How do you say tonight's the night won't be just any night then in Danish?
I can't do it. I can't do Danish.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought you
but
could.
No.
How can you watch a musical in a foreign language you can't understand a song?
Because you watch opera. Always you watch opera. You watch Puccini and Verdi in
I don't
Italian.
watch opera
More
either.
importantly,
Oh, yeah.
there's a pink ball discussion taking place where they're still trying to persuade who's the umpire. Is it Sharfadullah there? That they want, then it's out of shape and can we change it, please, just before the lights come on?
Yeah. We
well,
have a new one.
And they haven't managed it, and they've just cut a little bit of thread out of the seam. Doggett's in, and again it's pulled.
It's short again.
Well, they're just trying to get them to hit something in the air, aren't they? Down to the catchers on the pitch. If they're sensible and they just keep rolling their wrist, they're going to get 4 or 5 and over. And they're going to get bored of it. Eventually, the 150 is up for England, 150 for 3. Highest score of the series so far by England. No, is it? Yeah, it is, isn't it? No, we got 170, didn't we, in the first innings in Perth?
Not enough.
Not enough. Need another. Double that, double this, and we'll be all right. We were trying to find out. Whilst I was waiting for our Mackie D's, kindly sent by Brian in Brisbane, and standing at the window for about 20 minutes, seeing if he'd arrived. This is the one annoying thing about being where we are. Root again gets on top of that, pulls it down to. Well, there is a square leg who's Labuschagne, and he's kind of a normal backward square leg, and hit it straight at him, and they scoot it through for the quick single. Root gets his 50. And the score moves on to 151 for 3. Root 50 off 83 deliveries.
It's 50, and you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
I was watching, because I couldn't see it in here, and I was watching the actual TNT feed on my phone whilst gazing through the window waiting for our delivery man. And they did say that the average first inning score in a Red Bull test was 330 odd, and the pink ball test was either 277 or 293. I can't remember what it was. Doggett is coming around the wicket to Brook, and he set himself up to fucking bang it miles into the night sky. Pulled out a shot. It was short and down the leg side.
Has it ever been a more gentle bouncer than that?
I know.
I mean, you can't actually bowl a bouncer on this pitch, which suggests that England have got the call right in not playing Josh Tongue, who's stuck in trade as the short ball into the ribs and above the ribs.
Well, that and the old wonder ball that swings fucking hoops miles. And I suppose, my thinking on Josh Tongue, dog it around the wicket, flick of the wrist, close to the man at mid-wicket, but just over his head. He's taking his chances here, is Brookie. But he's getting away with it. 21 off 18, England move on to 152. Was that under the lights, if it was going to swing more, Josh Tongue would be quite a good option, actually.
Yeah, I think he's
but
more of a bang it in.
We have one of these guys. You'll be pleased to
YouTube Super Chat.
It's from Jay, who says, I think I could sing along with West Side Story in any language.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could. You know the
I
song
don't think
so
I've ever
well.
seen West Side Story. As I said, I don't like musicals.
It's quite something.
Musicals I like. There's got to be Rocky Horror Picture Show, I suppose. I like that.
Which is excellent.
Which is excellent.
This looks like the Prime Minister's 11 versus England, says Tim Wilton Davis.
Ooh, that's a bit of a jibe, but not a bad shout. Might look a bit different if Smith gets in with Travis Head, but at the moment.
Well, England have got to put the runs on the board, haven't they?
Well, they've got to. England are on top and have been on top really since the dismissal of Ollie Pope. So they have made good progress. They've lost Crawley since then, but they really have to cash in here.
Yeah, I worry about Harry Brook, basically. He's got all the talent in the world and a brain that's about the size of a pea sometimes. This time he just defends it into the offside and there is no run. I know that it's Bazball and he's supposed to be attacking, but still, if you're an Australian here and you're on top, you put your foot down on the oppo's neck. England can have a tendency to take it off.
Number 2 in the world, he averages nearly 60 at a strike rate of 85. You'd be saying,
it's true.
I need to change?
No, I know.
But look, I understand, Bear. Yeah, I agree with you.
Look, he's got all the shots in the world, all the time in the world. He's got an amazing eye. And he doesn't have to score at a runner ball. He could score at 70 instead of 85 and leave some of those slightly borderline balls alone. And that one he hit straight to the field at point, got a run.
But he got a run because he hit it so bloody hard that the ball bounced off him. So, again, trying to hit the ball hard, you push the field back.
If he gets to 100 here, I'll be fucking happy.
Yeah, well, so will I.
But if he gives it away... I still blame him, Gary, and I keep bringing this up. I blame him for that fucking last test failure against India.
I understand.
I do love him. Don't get me wrong. That one's left alone by Root. Carey again standing up to Nisa.
But I look at players in the past like Jason Roy and Joss Butler, and they're never going to make consistent runs where there are slips there because they stay leg side of the ball and the edge is always in play. It's great for white ball because there aren't any slips. But they were never going to be consistent scorers in Test cricket. Brook, he has made consistent runs in Test cricket. His concern is that, he plays the wrong shot.
At the wrong time.
Yeah, too often, I agree.
Nisa in and Root just pushes that out to cover and there is no run.
I agree, and it is infuriating because you just put that one away.
Exactly, precisely. I mean, that Test match against India, he should have won that.
Yeah.
He should have stayed there. They needed 70 runs. He was batting like a god, and he just gave it away, and then England collapsed. And it's just like, all he had to do was stay there for another hour and a half, and England would have won the match by the end of the day.
That was all. That's all he had to do.
Yeah. But at the time, he'd scored, 120 off about 110 balls. I mean, he was going along like a train.
It was the timing of it was frustrating.
Nicely pulled by Root down to long leg, all on the ground for a single.
It's a kind of thing, isn't it? It's not just England fans, this. It's infuriating. I remember saying something about KP along these lines, and if only he just stayed in a bit longer, and whoever it was in the media centre, I think, turned round and said to me with some justification, so you're blaming the bloke who got 122 and not any of the other 10.
Well, I mean,
top score was 41.
Well, there is,
and I said
some very good logic to that.
Yeah,
that is true. But I do think you have to take personal responsibility. You know, if you're the guy winning the test, win it.
Yeah. Well,
don't walk off the field to congratulations at 120 and then end up on the losing side.
It's a difference between a very good batter and a great batter.
Yeah.
And it's the same in all sports, then, getting over the line.
Yeah, precisely. Just dropped into the offside by Brook, who seems to have calmed down a little bit now. It's like he has to do that to get himself off the mark and running, and then he can settle in.
Not so much a Red Bull single as a Red Bull 20-odd.
Yeah.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
154 for 3. Stephen Kelk. Now, I thought about reading this, but I have to. I'm contractually obliged to read it because it's a super chat. But it says down payment for Roots ton. Ooh. So you see why I had to think twice. But thank you, Stephen. Very generous and much appreciated.
How much are you going to give us if he gets one?
Well, that's a separate story. George McPherson. We could have done with Crawley and Pope getting out for Ducks. Maybe it's time for a different top order. Put either Root or Brook in there to help steady the ship after the early loss. Well, that's kind of what they're doing, isn't it, right now?
Well, no, I disagree with that. I think Duckett and Crawley are the most successful opening partnership in world cricket, aren't they, over the last
Something
year?
like that. I did some looking into it, and we all think of kind of Cook and Strauss. And they averaged something like 8 more runs per partnership than Cook and Strauss. It was something like that.
Yeah.
We forget just how effective they have been together.
They have been.
Lucky Six says Sunset Bloodbath coming up, not Sunset Boulevard, as Eric suggests.
Well, yeah. Boland's back into the attack. 6 overs, number 22.
Shadows fall across the ground.
Well, they are.
Jay, by the way, says to you, Bear, are you bitching about having to wait for free food?
No. Boland in, and Root comes down the track to him, just defends into the offside. No, it's not that. It's just that because we don't have a doorbell per se, we're on a 3rd floor. I don't trust Uber men to actually be bothered to actually search for us if they had got to the door, and if we weren't there, the food would be sent away. Brian's money would be wasted and we wouldn't be fed. So you kind of have to look out the window and hope that they arrive at the time they're going to say they arrive, which is quite tedious.
We understand the logic.
It's a noble calling, Bear. A noble calling.
Well, hopefully it won't be me every time. It just happened that I wasn't on air at the time. Root goes back, tries to guide that to 3rd man.
You know what England has decided to do is they've decided to treat Scott Boland as a medium pacer. They're definitely playing him like a medium pace. Well, he was up around 138, 139, into the 140s in the last test. Because it surprised me how quick he was. But England have definitely decided to play him like a medium pacer.
Well, he certainly isn't today. I mean, Nisa is just slow. Doggett's not much quicker.
He's got good figures in the Shield recently. He certainly had some good figures for Glamorgan.
Root again down the track, just trying to guide that. There's a throw at the stumps, and then they get through for the buzzer.
Yeah.
As it scoots out on the leg side after Green threw at the stumps, hit the stumps, but Root was comfortably back in.
It's a Johnny Bairstow memorial single.
And it just bounced off the stumps, and Piggy's hands go up in the air and go, why the fuck are you doing that? And Green puts his hand up and says, sorry.
I think Cameron Green said, quiet, Piggy.
Yeah. Shut up, or I'll fucking hit you.
He might have just been showing people that he's got nothing in his hands, having had them in his pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, very good.
Well, England have now batted longer than they've batted in any other innings in Australia so far in this Ashes series. A whacking great 34.4 overs. That one is defended out to cover, and there is no run.
And I think the 5th test of the last series, I think they batted about sort of an hour and 20 minutes in each one, so maybe we can go back even further. What you can say is that for a side that were written off and called idiots for not playing in the BM match in Canberra, they've made a pretty good fist of this so far.
Yeah, I read a lot
It's not there by any means. It's 155 for 3.
No, I know what you mean. I won't,
But they've looked like a proper... Well,
they've got some batting, and now the ball is a little bit older, and they've still got wickets in hand, for crying out loud, which makes a change. So
back down to number 8.
Exactly that. That one is slapped in the air. Not massively convincing, but I presumably knew there was a gap there. gone all the way out to the man on the point boundary, and there will be 2 runs to Harry Brook.
We're in the area, just to be clear, we're in the area where we're in encouraging territory.
Yes.
We're not in leading territory. We're not
No.
in crowing territory. We're not in arrogant territory.
No.
We are in
We're in
encouraging.
that territory where England could still quite easily fuck it up.
Yeah. 100 more, and we can be in
feeling very encouraged.
Feeling very encouraged.
I'd like 350 on the board in the first innings. That one is driven nicely by Brook, but straight at cover. I presume is that Joss English at cover, because he's the only one I don't really recognise.
Well, he and Weatherald look rather similar.
Oh, it could be Weatherald actually. Yeah.
What was the score at the end of that over?
155 for 3.
Thank you very much.
56,
Lots of Sunset Boulevard related conversation. Body in the pool, question mark, says Eric. I once knew a girl called Gloria, says Extra Fluffo. Anything can happen in Bollywood, says Extra Fluffo. Did England win the toss?
Yes.
Crawford wants to know. Yes, they did. They chose to bat. Beer battered gummy shark says dangle a fishing line out of the window, haul it up.
So,
it's not a bad idea, actually.
Is it
That's not a bad idea.
Is it a change?
What?
No, one more over.
One more over.
One more over. The horrors of Nigel Walker's world, says Jay Grover. I had to look out of the window.
I think the horrors of Nigel Walker's world was a BBC Two sitcom, 1967.
Yes.
Possibly starring Leslie Phillips.
Well, Green's into the attack.
Ding dong.
And he's going to bowl to Joe Root.
In a minute.
That one jumped a little bit on him. And he extravagantly pulls his hands and arms away.
It's the Kinks tribute, isn't it? For
Yeah.
Cameron Green, if I can see where he is.
He's probably in his batting spot, which is number 5.
Well, you say that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. It is. Bloody hell, you're right.
I'm always right. Wow.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety. We are the Cameron Green Preservation Society. His injuries cause all of us excessive anxiety.
Root. That's a Root shot. Guides that down towards third man. Oh, there is a man who manages to come around and stop it. No, I think that's Weatherald, isn't it?
No, I think that's English.
That's Josh Inglis. Yeah,
okay.
They are.
They look very similar.
Vaguely interchangeable.
Josh Inglis's
to Root.
Josh Inglis's baggy green is very, very green.
Fucking Prince Charles.
King Charles.
King Charles.
But in a Prince Charles outfit, I think.
Has anybody seen my brother? No, he's not here. Thank fuck for that.
Yes. Yeah. He's in a little bit of trouble, isn't he?
He's a little bit of trouble.
That's a beautiful drive by Root. Beats the man at mid-on. It's probably going to make it to the boundary. Is it? It is, because Stark is getting old and isn't the quickest across the ground. Root gets himself another 4, moves on to 58.
So how old is this seam attack? Because Stark's 35, is he?
36.
Boland 35. Nisa 36.
I think Boland's 36. I didn't know how old Nisa was. I think
Doggett's 31.
Oh, is he? I thought he was 32.
I mean, how are they both old and inexperienced?
Well, because
it seem amazing.
They've had a very settled bowling attack for 10 years.
They have, but it does kind of make you think that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Some succession planning should have been done.
I guess if we don't win this Ashes, we've got a very good chance next time. That's cut well by Root, but can't beat Labuschagne, who is Scully.
I can tell you, Lockie 6 loves the... Oh no, it's Kiwi by Day, loves the Cameron Green jingle. You're getting told off by a Mr. Handjob of Melbourne. Says, for fuck's sake, Bear, it's English, not English.
I said English.
Well, that's what I thought. You probably had your vape in your mouth at the time.
But he is English.
That come out quite right.
He may be English, but he's also English.
He was born in Yorkshire.
He was born in Yorkshire. You're absolutely right.
Cameron Green is in. Oh, that's a full toss. And it's driven by Root through the covers with fairly decent timing. Head is...
He's looking slow, isn't he?
As well, yeah.
I think it's that outfield. It slows players down as well as the ball.
And they get back for 2.
Not as much as...
Root moves into the 60s, partnership of 44.
Watching Bolland chase a ball towards the boundary is quite funny. I mean, it literally looks like it's slow motion, or he's running backwards.
Is it going to is the end of this Australian bowling attack going to be a bit like Kim Hughes era, when they all start crying because they can't win a game?
Here's an interesting question to ponder. Matthew Cullen. How many of Cummins, Hart, Hazelwood, Stark and Lyon play in the next Ashes? Well, that's
somewhere it won't be any
years away.
But I wouldn't have thought Lyon. Well, I don't know. Oh, I thought he got played on then.
Quite, but it was a loose shot.
It was a big drive by Brook, inside edge onto pad, no run.
So who's?
Oh, that's the end of our spell. Who's on now?
166 for 3. It's going to be Arvin. Arnav, sorry. Arnav. And it should be Messers returning. The ever dependable, the Rock.
It is Messers returning.
The tribal elder himself from the weather cave.
I can tell you that the bookies now have each of the teams at basically even money. $2.07 for Australia, $2.08 for England. Yeah. The draw is at $8.25.
It can all just change so quickly. Bear, can you just flip the picture? He's already done it. Of course he has. I have to check these things. I got told off this morning because I rang him when he was still at home. He said, "You're like my mother." I said, "Well, I just double checked. All you need to do is send me a quick message to go, I'm just leaving, I'm on my way, and then I wouldn't have to call you."
Oh, stop it, you two. You are like, I was going to say two old women, two old people just yabbering at each other.
Well,
here's constant.
Sat next to me is someone who's not an old person. It's Arnav, one of our Brighton placements. What are we calling it? A placement?
Yeah, placement's good.
Placement students who are doing, I have to say, an awesome job. If you could see live blogging, you can see social media, you can see match reports, you can see summaries, you can see statistical analyses. They know way more than we do. Way more than we do, Messers. It's embarrassing. Put us to shame.
It is, and they're very keen. We're on a drinks break, by the way, so that's why we're not missing anything. Hello, Arnav. Have you been nominated as the roundup specialist tonight after the play?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Well done. Okay, I'll be in touch with you on WhatsApp. So we do have a few messages. Matthew Cullen asked the question, how many of Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark and Lyon play in the next Ashes? Well, I think Cummins will still be going. I think Stark has set himself for it, and Lyon's very keen to do it. It'll be interesting to see how they last, because, it's another 18 months away, but it's not that far that it makes it impossible to aim for. But I think Australia's going to be struggling in England in the next Ashes, in my view, because they're going to be going through that regrowth period. There are a lot of promising young bowlers, but they haven't got the consistency. And I don't think Australia's bowled well today at all, apart from Stark.
Well, we were talking...
Three old men, exciting commentary. Three old young men, says Sahan Nawaz.
I'd rather be a young old man than the other way round, if that's all right.
Be a better gummy shot. Says, not a cloud in the sky. I'd be cooked in the field. Play golf yesterday. 30 degrees centigrade. Windy as frazzled. Yeah, that wind really does actually dry you out, doesn't it? Lockie 6 says Oz bowling will be shit for a decade. Don't bet on that.
No, I'll bet on that.
Kiwi by Day says, I was a teenager in the Kim Hughes era. Don't you dare diss him. Yeah, I mean, for bad to characterise Australians as all crying because they didn't do well is pretty unfair. Kim Hughes was in a untenable situation, and he had a really rough time. If you ever want to read a good cricket book, there's a cricket book called Golden Boy about Kim Hughes, which is a superb read, and it'll give you a much deeper understanding.
Joe Root, what is he, 61 not out. By far, not his highest score, that's something in the 80s, his highest score in the Gabba, but by far his highest score in a first innings, because I don't think any of his previous innings here he's got beyond 20. He's going to be facing Bolland who's down to, what have we got? Oh no, a couple of slips and a gully, if I can see that. There's a man square, there's a mid-on and a mid-off. I'm pretty sure there was a short extra that I could see. Bolland in, forward comes Root, drops the hands nicely, guides it to point, and it was a dot ball. I thought he'd taken a single.
Seemed to be in a hurry there.
I think he wanted the run, didn't he? And Harry Brook said, I'm not sure that's there. So it is all Yorkshire. It is all Yorkshire. All we need is Joss Inglis up there, bringing them tea, and it'll be a complete Yorkshire set.
Interesting line by Boland, switching more towards the off stump.
Well, in he comes. Root didn't get really quite, that was a very inside. He's now in the time-honoured tradition of any batsman anywhere ever, completely mishit something and looks at his bat as though it was entirely the bat's fault. Travis Head always looks like he's bristling with intent. Back part of his mullet is peaking, well, it's not so much peaking as cascading from the back of his baggy green cap. His moustache is doing the bristling. The back part of his mullet is doing the cascading. Bolland turns and he barrels left by Root, who I think, Arno, is quite deliberately for Bolland getting well out of his crease. Any hint that there might be swing, he's negating, isn't he?
Probably the swing as well as the angle. He's trying to create his own shot instead of reacting to what line and length Boland is bowling.
Yeah, he's trying to own the narrative, as they say. And so far he's doing it pretty well, certainly far better than previous attempts. If you're counting, he's 39 short of that elusive ton.
39 short.
This forces him slightly onto the back foot, bit inside edgy, goes to second slip. Kept it down though, and there was no run. 166 for 3. England, the run rate, not express, but 4.5 is more than acceptable, given that you want them to be a little bit more cautious, don't you?
Yeah, it looks like they're playing a bit more cautious since the drinks break, and also since losing the 3rd wicket of Zach Crawley.
Yeah, now that was a real blow, but you live by the sword and die by it, as they say. That one's full. Root leans forward.
Root really wants to get off strike, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
It's the 3rd time this over he's sort of looked confused towards Harry Brook at the other end.
Guides it towards point. Bolland's got a little shoe problem. He's leaning on umpire Shafadullah like he was just a fence post. I don't think he went up and actually said, do you mind if I just stick my hand on your shoulder and lean on you? They're very fond. We've got this new graphic that we keep seeing, which is like what would you call that? Like a vector points connected by lines. It's following the sort of the frame of the batsman to see exactly where his feet and head alignment is. That's wide of off stump, left alone by Root. 61 for him at the end of the over. 24 for Harry Brook. 166 for 3. England they've reached the 37th over, which is more than they managed in Perth, and we can go to Messers.
Yeah, it feels like, if I can say it, a more normal test match, doesn't it? It's
well, yeah,
a big rash
for sure.
Yes. So Eric says, are we entering the twilight zone? Yes, we are, and it will only be a short twilight zone. It'll get dark. The sun is absolutely on the horizon in Brisbane now. We're just seeing a shot of it on the camera, and it'll get dark really quite quickly in Brisbane because it's fairly close to the tropic. So it won't be a lot of twilight. It'll be dark.
Well, certainly the shadows are all across the ground now. Cameron Green continues. That kept a bit low. Brook stood, and I think he was expecting Arnab the ball to just get up a little bit more because
yeah, he played it with a flat bat, trying to cut it through offside. A bit of Shubman Gill in that shot.
He's been sat here for 2.5 overs and managed to get the first Indian reference in. Well done. Actually, we should ask you. We will ask you a little bit because we did. If you heard the latest Bishop and Bear, we had all 3 of our Brighton team into chat there, and we heard a bit about Arnav's cricketing past, which is quite interesting. Pushy parents come to mind. As this one is left alone outside of off stump. Well, not left alone, wafted at really by Harry Brook, who's looking a bit perplexed. But nothing much to see. Through it went to Carey, and there was no run. Yeah, you started playing at 4, did you?
No, 7.
7? Oh, well, that's
Yeah.
all right then. Okay. In England, they were sending us up chimneys there. They were sticking a cricket bat in your hand.
Yeah.
And then you played at a pretty decent level too, didn't you?
Not really. It stopped before I got to any decent level.
Oh,
so,
okay.
yeah, it just lasted for probably 2 years of going to an academy, and then switched over to football really quickly.
Ah, you did. And I'm going to have to ask who you support, but we'll wait for Cameron Green. Pulled away by Root. Is it going to beat the fielder at deep mid wicket? No, it's not. It's fielded there by Doggett. They'll take a couple.
Decent bit of fielding there.
And the score moves on to 168 for 3. So who is your team then?
They're currently leading the Premier League.
You're an Arsenal fan?
Yep.
Ah, well.
Hey, another one.
Oh, well.
How many are there?
Well, you're filling Nestler's boots. You didn't know Nestler's, but he was.
R.I.P.
Yeah, he died recently, but he was a stalwart of guerrilla cricket, and he was a great Arsenal fan, particularly when they were at Highbury.
Now, Brook stepped back,
okay,
looking to put himself into that position where he gives himself room to flail a drive outside off, but it was so wide. Now, did Green anticipate that manoeuvre and just push it a little bit wider, or was it basically a rubbish ball?
It seems like it. I think he picked up on the fact that the batters are trying to rotate strike. So they're trying to go for the shot to take a single, work the ball into the gaps. So he's probably trying to make them do something unorthodox.
He's got just the one slip and a gully, so there's a big old gap between that first slip and the gully for Cameron Green. Wicketless for him so far. Number 28, that's very full. And slightly uppishly played, looking for the Yorker. It's sort of shaped in to Brook. Didn't really swing. We haven't seen real swing, I would say.
I think
Probably
apart from
very early on from start.
Yeah, I think apart from the ball for Duckett, that one swung slightly.
Yeah.
Apart from that, there's not been much.
That was very early on.
That was really early on.
That was the time-honoured and traditional last ball of the over dismissal, of the first over dismissal, with Crawley and Duckett just switching roles. I felt sorry for Duckett, because I just felt that was just a really nasty ball first up.
Yeah.
Short, wide, cut. That should beat the fielder, who's really putting in a steamer of an effort, but can't get there. And it's 4 more runs to the England score. It's 4 more runs to Harry Brook. And a very nice shot indeed it was too. Yes, now I felt sorry for Brook, because I just feel that was just one of those things. Shit happens, not for Harry Brook, sorry for Duckett. Somehow I can't raise the same sympathy for Pope, who just seemed to play the sort of shot that gets him out just way too often. Feet didn't move, bat and body separated, inside edge onto middle stump. We just feel like we've seen it so many times on him.
Yeah, it just feels like none of the top 5 or top 6 English batters can get things right in the same innings. It's either 3 or 4 of them do things right and the other 2 are making mistakes.
Well, Harry Brook's on 30, nearly a runner ball of 31, but it's Root who's facing. He dabs to backward point. Jake Weatherall does the fielding. There is no run. Scott Bowler.
I get the feeling that Root has had a word with Brook and said, you don't need to do crazy shit. He actually has calmed down considerably since he played that ridiculous scoop shot that he might have got out to quite easily.
Obviously, it's a Yorkshire conversation. That doesn't need to be doing anything daft, lad. Actually, Joe Root doesn't talk like that at all, does he? Not even remotely.
Mark Wood does, though.
He's facing Boland, and that is, again, guided to Weatherall, who's been nicely in the action. 172 for 3, 2 dot balls to start Boland's 9th over. And there is Well, still, I would say England. We were getting excited when it was 2 down, 3 down. These two, you really want these two, Arnav, seeing you into when the lights come on, and hopefully
absolutely.
to get through that. But you want set batsmen, I think, to have your best chance of coming through a period like that relatively unscathed.
I'd say the lights are on now. It's just they haven't cut in terms of their intensity.
That's driven past the bowler, but
Still trying
dog it.
to work out the gaps, trying to get off strike.
Much more of the game is played under lights than is played in daylight, if you work it out over the 5 days. We think the average first innings score, we haven't actually calculated it, I must admit, and there's only 3, so shame on us. But we think the average first innings score in pink tests at Brisbane, of which there have been 3, is somewhere around 280, 290. Overall, in all tests, both pink and red, it's 333, so it is considerably lower. But obviously on a much smaller body of numbers, that one's clipped.
Fielded.
But Doggett dives to his right to field and saves probably at least 1 run. There's just a single taken. It's 173 for 3. Boland's figures, by the way, are really not bad at all if you look at Red Bull. Everyone's talking about Mitchell Starc, which is quite right. What's he got now? 83 at about 17. Boland's got, in just 4 day-nighters before this one. Hold that thought as he comes in. Harry Brook steps away, slashes it to deep back point though. English fields, there's no run. They take a single, sorry. 18 wickets at 14. That's not bad, is it?
That's not bad.
80 wickets at 14 in 4 tests. You'd take that every day of the week. 174 for 3 after that single. This partnership, 52 off 66.
So, that wasn't the last ball of the
It
over,
wasn't,
sorry.
Messers. Hold your horses, Messers. I know, with so many people so kindly messaging us, we want to get into them. We will do after this ball.
Oh, that's a
Boland's
close
got to
shout.
put in a big shout. No, says umpire Sharfadullah.
Do you reckon
Steve
it's going
Smith
just over?
is going to review. I thought, if anything, going down leg. Boland and Smith did the conversation.
It looked like it hit him on the top of the pad, so might be just going over umpire's call.
Didn't take him long to decide a review, did it?
No. I say there's cause for concern for who was it? Joe Root, isn't
no,
it?
it's. Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, no. Yes, no, no,
That
yes.
was quite.
I was going to say it's only going to be umpire's call on leg, but it's too high. Yep.
It's not high. I think he's in big trouble.
Could be out.
I think he's in big trouble there. He gets in a tangle.
Ooh,
It's missing. It's missing. It was on height. It's missing the top of leg by a couple of inches.
About a quarter of an inch, I reckon.
Oh, well.
It all happened so quickly, but that was a good decision by the umpire to not raise the finger.
Well done, umpire Sharfadullah. It was TV umpire was Nitin Menon who second opinioned him, and it was given as leg byes to close that over. A little bit of a flutter for England fans, but they survive, and Messers can now get into those messages.
Leah says, take Joe's wicket before he gets his ton. England need him hungry for the rest of the series. I don't think that's a problem. Be about a gummy shot says Green will break through next over. He has them in fits. Tim Wilton Davies says Joe's pretty hungry for runs anyhow. Lockie says Green should be forced to drive a Ford Firster. I'm not sure why. Or Fiesta. A super chat from Jay. £2. He says, the young man seems to be sensible. I don't trust him.
175 for 3. We're in a nosebleed territory for England in terms of the number of overs faced. You really have to get to 50 plus, and then between 50 and 80, the ball might do less. But conscious of that, look who is back in the attack, the pink ball king. It's Mitchell Starc. He's bowling to Joe Root. 2 slips a gully. Joe Root gets this, edges it up on that drops well short of backward point, gets himself to just a single, I think. Arnav, am I right?
Just
Joe
a single,
Root's
a
not
bit of
happy
shape
with
on
the
that
shot.
ball moving
Yeah.
outside.
I think you just expect stuff to happen with Stark, don't you? I mean, his last, was it his last pink ball test? He got that 6 for or 7 for against the West Indies.
Oh, but that was crazy.
6 for 9 it was, I think.
The Pink Dukes swung like a bloody a swinger. It was just ridiculous.
The Pink Duke swung like a swinger. Is that an opening line from a Jackie Collins novel? Whoever the Pink Duke was. Anyway, 176 for 3. Here comes the Pink Duke. And
and he
taken.
slashes at it and it's taken.
Absolute slash by Harry Brook. Stark has done the trick. Absolutely. I don't know what Brook was thinking. Why did he do that? Why did he do that? It was outside of off. It didn't have to be hit. You've got the most dangerous pink ball bowler in the world back on into the attack. And let's just have another look.
You should have a jingle to suit that too.
It's wild. And it's taken. What, you mean the shit gets wickets? It wasn't a shit ball.
No. Why did he do that?
Oh, we do somewhere. I don't know if I'm going to look. But that, I'm afraid, is not ideal for England by any manner of means. We'll have to say goodbye to Harry Brook.
After you've gone.
Oh, Arnav, why did he do that? Why did he do that?
I was just going to say, when we were speaking about them trying to be responsible, that maybe we're going to jinx them, and we have just a few minutes minutes after we had that discussion about them trying to steady the innings and take it to the average score of 280, take it closer to that. Harry Brook goes and slashes at a ball wide outside off stump and throws his wicket away.
It's almost like, you know,
Hello,
you've got the what was that noise in the background?
I don't know, but I had expected a bear swear to come out when that wicket fell.
It's 176 for 4. Harry Brook saw Mitchell Stark. He only gave he watched Joe Root tickle a single, and then he slashed outside of his off stump at one that just shaped away from him, taken at slip by Steve Smith. England have lost their 4th wicket for 176. It brings to the crease their captain, who now has a captain's knock to play, and that could very well be just dropping an anchor and steering England through the twilight zone, which is rapidly approaching. And you've got to say that feels like a bonus wicket for Australia, Arnav.
Yeah, it was a gift. He was going at a runner ball, and throwing his wicket away like that doesn't do England any good. And now let's see if they can work something with this left-hand, right-hand partnership.
Stokes, well, there's a shout from Labuschagne. It's a ludicrously optimistic one. Even Mitchell Stark's got a big smile on his face. Stokes had left it. We'll give him a quick
Ben?
Ben Stokes.
Well, we've just seen the view from behind the 2 slips, Smith and Labuschagne.
Do you reckon he was trying to loft that over covers?
Well, I think he was, but not much about it was right if he was. What Steve
Smith looks more disappointed than Brook.
He just cannot believe that he played that shot. That's what it is. He's just shaking his head.
I think
what a fucking idiot.
Well, I tell you what I think it was, and I'll tell you in a minute. Stark, over the wicket, he comes to the left-hander, Stokes, and left again by Stokes. I genuinely think he caught it, but he doesn't know how, because I don't think he saw it. And I think what he's basically saying is, I literally didn't see it.
So he just put his hands
I got
up
lucky.
instinctively.
I got lucky that it stuck, or unlucky if you're Harry Brook. But Harry Brook, you'll have to go away and think, why did I do so well and then do that? Especially when the red flag of danger was up, because it was the return of Stark. Just nuts. Stark over the wicket to Ben Stokes. He spears that down the leg side, actually. Carey takes. Stokes quite watchfully leaves, and the score stays on 176 for 4. No, yes, no, it was 176. Have I given England some extra runs there? No, it was 176 for 4.
And Stokes now has the most. Sorry, Stark now has the most wickets for a left-arm fast bowler.
Stark has.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did I say Stokes?
You said Stokes.
Yeah, I thought I might have.
He absolutely does. And he's overtaken. Is it Wasim Akram? He's overtaken.
Yes.
Yeah. In he comes. Forward.
Through the cordon.
Comes Stokes. Glides it, I think. Outside edge if you're being unkind, but I think he had it under control. Steers it down to third man and gets 4 runs.
I think he played it with really soft hands. It wouldn't have carried if there was a slip.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Well, a successful over for Mitchell Stark. It did cost 5 runs, but it crucially got the wicket of Harry Brook, so he'll take those 5 runs every day of the week under those.
So I think we have a super chat which reveals whose fault that wicket was. It must have been posted just before it fell. Jay Grover sent us £5 and says, "I am embarrassed for myself that I now feel invested in this partnership. Roots from Dore, for fuck's sake. That's not even proper Sheffield." And Sudahu says, "Yes, Kratz, shit ball, but nice one." Why did he do that, Jingle, please, says Stephen Kell.
Holland. Root forward. Pushes to Doggett, who's at mid-on. And there's no run. Sorry, Messers, carry on.
So you're giving Boland a double L where he's only got 1. Yeah. Can we please have that fucking mucket jingle from the Bear, please? Says Stephen.
Oh, I think we might have that. I'm going to have a look at wickets. I think it's this one.
You flipping muppet!
In. Oh, that's got Root in a bit of a tangle. It's definitely too high, but it just nipped back into his body. But he survives comfortably enough. Nearly a runner ball, 31 off 33. Harry Brook, 180 for 4. England.
Jay says, "I shall never emotionally invest in anything again."
Oh, Jay, yes you will. It's your 2 Yorkshire lads. But yeah, it's disappointing. It is disappointing. I don't know what else you can say. We're not angry with him, we're just disappointed. That's up onto his toes goes Joe Root. Dabs to backward point. Weatherall does the fielding, and there's no run. He's been tidy, Bolland. I mean, let's face it, he's going at about 2, just about 2.5 and over, isn't he? There's been, he's not been easy to hit away, but not much has been that easy to hit away. Been a slow outfielder.
And he's really consistent with that awkward length, so you can see Joe Root. He's already 1 foot outside his crease, and then he's stepping forward further to, make the ball a bit like play it on the half volley, perhaps.
180 for 4. Joe Root is, as you said, stepped well outside of his crease, trying to negate any possible swing from Boland. Steers that towards leg, takes a very quick single. So is Boland and Bolland a bit like scones and scones, Messers?
No, Boland has 1 L, therefore is Boland.
Completely illogical.
I had to go at somebody else today for who was the other one was getting mispronounced.
You're
Nisa.
in a bolshy mood.
Nisa's
today,
got 1 S, so he's Nisa, not Nessa.
Yeah, obviously.
It's
unlike Nessie, say. 181 for 4.
Exactly.
Yeah, you've been in a right old stroppy mood today.
Yeah, that's me.
Toys got thrown out of the pram because of a change in the rotor. I thought, good Lord, what have I done to deserve this?
Well, it's because my bladder woke me up at 5:30 this morning. That's why I was in a shitty mood.
And as I replied at the time, the good news is it did wake you up. As that one is left alone outside of the off stump. Through it goes to Alex Carey. And there is no run, 181 for 4.
Oh dear.
Boland is the master of the one-fingered sweat wipe. Have you noticed that? Doesn't give it the full back of his hand. He just gives it the gentle one-finger flick.
That's a Dennis Lilly thing.
Yes,
He
indeed
did
it
that.
is. Right, the handcuffs are out. So Boland would like the ball examined. And umpire Shafadullah has. He's thrown it back and went, get on with it, lad.
Seemed to pass through it really easily.
Oh, yeah.
There was no way they're exchanging that ball.
It is the danger period. It's the twilight zone. We've already had all of the Sunset Boulevard discussion on our social media. It's the end of the over. It's 181 for 4. Are we changing now, Gaz? We are changing now.
Okay.
Oh, there we are. Arnav, sterling work. Well done. And thank you.
Okay, I'll do one more message from Suda Who, who's a bit evil in his sense of humour. He says this would be funny if Root finishes with 90 odd not out after losing all his batting partners. And speaking of Suda Who,
which evil guy would say that?
Yeah, I wonder. I shall leave you in his capable hands.
Yes, we welcome Colin for the first time today. Hello, Colin.
Hello, Gaz.
And Hector's with me summarising. And England are sort of half good, half bad. 181 for 4. Mitchell Starc is in, very much the danger man, but it's not very much a danger ball. It's well outside leg stump. And Joe Root holding it together with 64.
Well, I still think it is mostly good from England. As we have seen a lot of the past, it's just a moment of a lapse in concentration, particularly with that Crawley pull shot. I actually think was a bit of a lapse. And the Harry Brook shot, as we were just saying off air, there was nothing wrong with it apart from the technique. Like, we can't really...
I mean, you can't block a half volley outside off stump, but you do have to move your feet a little bit, otherwise you're just throwing hands at it and you're guessing where the ball is, and if you guess, sooner or later you're going to get it wrong. That's outside off stump, and Root, to his credit, just lets that one go through to Carey. I think we've got to applaud after somewhat timid, crazy performance in the previous Test match. England have played very positively here. There's been a lot of good batting to admire, but we're seeing here England playing the ball well outside their eye line, and there is Harry Brook miles outside his eye line, and we all know that the edge is in play, because you can't, if you're not playing the ball under your eyes, you're just guessing where it is, whether you can see the pink ball or not, which clearly Stephen Smith didn't very well. This is beautifully played by Joe Root, who does pick out Travis Head, who's had a lot of work to do at mid-off today, which underlines the fact that the Australians have bowled full, but also underlines the fact there's been very little swing nor seam on this pitch.
Well, something else that you've got to look at, particularly with Mitchell Starc, is that he can swing it back in with that fuller delivery, and when you're playing the ball outside your eye line, your bat leaves your body, as we're seeing there.
Yeah.
And if you're playing it, and that obviously creates a bigger gap between bat and pad, so if Mitchell Starc does go for that one that swings in, that there will naturally be a bigger gap.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen much of the swing, and frankly, as Starc is in again, this is outside off stump, and Root gets across to that and he cuts it, but that's Weatherald, I'm pretty sure, it is at a deepish backward point, and he saves the single. I think, is that Jim Maxwell there? Is it? No. Almost looks like Jack Nicklaus. Not sure who the camera is picking out in the crowd. It's a local feed though, so it's Greg Norman, the great white shark, the hero of Live Golf. Yes. Is
he Australian?
Yeah. Greg Norman, twice Open champion. This is Mitchell Starc, who's in, and this is punched by Joe Root, but again he picks out Travis Head. So that shows that the Australians have been searching for swing, because they've pitched the ball very full, and they haven't in the main got it. And what that kind of makes me worry is if England also can't find swing, there's barely been a bouncer bowled all day because the ball just tennis balls up, then Will Jacks may be doing quite a lot of bowling.
Well, England are fortunate in they do have more pace than Australia. I think Mitchell Starc is still taking 3 wickets here. He's the quickest of their bowlers, and Boland and Neser and Doggett, who aren't as quick, haven't looked as threatening on this wicket. So maybe pace
It's a leg side half volley, an attempted Yorker again, underlining the point about the fullness of the deliveries for Mitchell Starc. It's a single taken, it's 182 for 4, and Colin, you have our socials.
Hello, folks. Eric J, after response of J's tweeting earlier, you are hereby sentenced to 3 years in Australia, to which Extra Fluffo is not staying at mine. And then STZ24, as long as these two survive the Stark spell, England are still in a decent position. Fairly accurate. And Andrew Rios, do you think England will try and bat for a full 2 days? And what will be a good first innings score? Hand it back to you two.
Well, we're not actually at the halfway point of the first day at the moment, and we're 4 down, so it seems somewhat ambitious to be looking at batting 2 days. Of course, we're well past the halfway point in terms of time. It's just we're 42 overs of a putative 90 bowled, as this ball is defended from Boland back down the pitch, and there is no run.
We do have a super chat as well.
Oh, super chat. Go ahead.
Jay Grover. Hector, need your positivity with these two miserable bastards.
Okay, well, I was going to say Will Jackson at 8, really, not that it needed strengthening in the first place, but we do bat till number 11 now with Jackson at 8, and he is a brilliant batsman. He can be a top order batsman. So, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
Boland's in, and this is run off the face of the bat by Joe Root, but it's fielded in a rather better stocked slip cordon than we saw for Harry Brook, where second slip was down a deep third man for the ramp, which kind of indicated the Australians' thinking.
And to your point about there not being much swing, it has made Australia think outside the box, almost in the Ben Stokes way. Occasionally we see sort of glimpses of them try a bit of an unorthodox field, the short ball plan.
We've seen a lot of short balls, but they tended to have been sitting up and saying, hit me. This is length by Boland, and Joe Root's inviting Ben Stokes to take the run, and Ben Stokes says no. I think that's Cameron Green in the gully, tidying up.
Seemed quite eager there, Joe Root. It seemed almost a bit angry that Ben Stokes was giving him nothing.
Well, it's kind of Joe Root's off-strike shot, isn't it? He lets the ball hit the bat, go into the kind of gully area, and he's always looking for one. I think what he was a bit disappointed about was that Ben Stokes wasn't sort of fully backing up, because you can back up quite a long way when a ball goes to gully, because you're not going to get run out to the non-striker's end by a 50-yard throw from deep gully. That's Boland's in again, and this is just taken off the inside edge. Root has got a lot of runs backward of square off the inside edge of the bat, and it's Mitchell Starc who tidies up, and they're through for 1. England 183 for 4, as we look forward to an evening session of approximately 43 overs, and if you think you're getting those, you're living in cloud cuckoo land.
I wonder whether we will see a Travis Head or a Steve Smith couple over cameo with.
Oh, I think Travis Head
Head
should definitely bowl. He's a handy bowler. He can spin it on anything. Of course, he might give runs away, but if he wasn't giving runs away and spinning it like he did, he'd be a frontline spinner. Stokes edges it and it's through. I think vacant third slip, or did the slip cordon simply not see it? The end product is one of these. What happened, Hector?
Yeah, Stokes forward, hard hands. It wouldn't have carried, and yeah, you're right, it went through a vacant 4 slipish, but the slip cordon did sort of freeze as it went past.
They didn't move. They didn't see it. And I think in some ways Brook was a little unlucky, because Smith put his hands up to protect his face, and the ball went straight to his hands in front of his face, which explains his reaction. That kind of self-protection. Had the ball not gone straight to his hands, he wouldn't have caught it. And again, there was no attempt there to dive to save the ball. Stokes gets one down the leg side, and if you're not hitting that for 4, then you're not even a club batsman. Bit of frustration there from Boland. Bit of frustration perhaps from our YouTube socials because we haven't come to them for a little time. So, Colin.
Christopher Hansen, Greg Norman, twice Open champion.
Yep.
Now complete and utter twat.
Well, there's the live golf I was referring to earlier.
And Beer Bar Gummy Shark saying Line being interviewed at the break about his dislocated knee.
Ooh, dislocated knee.
Which was quite odd because before the game, the interview with George Bailey specified that Line was dropped, not injured, saying we didn't play him in the West Indies day-night test, and we're not playing him in this one.
Dislocated. Dislocated knee at that age. That doesn't sound very good at all. Oh God, I wish him well. He's been a great servant to the game. Oh dear. Here's Mitchell Starc, whose knee is definitely not dislocated. Is in, and he takes Joe Root on the pad, but there is no run.
Little bit of movement there from Starc as the sun.
A little bit, isn't there? Yeah.
But the sun's starting to set here, and Joe Root just standing outside of his crease and shuffles back into it, which is an interesting trigger.
Yeah, and you're right, there was just a little bit of movement. Just before the ball pitched, it offered to come in and then hit the seam, and as Mitchell Starc is almost indicating there, it sort of went on, it sort of straightened, as left armers do to right-handed batsmen. Mitchell Starc now ahead of Wasim Akram as the highest left-arm pacer wicket taker in Test cricket. This is well wide of off-stump, left alone.
Yeah, wise leave that. You think in the height of the chaos with the English batsman that Root might have had a swipe at it.
We might have in the last test, yeah.
Yeah.
But not so far in this one. He's been very circumspect with which balls to play, which balls to attack, which balls to leave, which to defend. I think he's defended with his pad very well as Root. He has shown very little susceptibility to being bowled. There's been no gate twixt bat and pad. He's in again, is Starc, and again Root just lets that one go through to the keeper.
Well, exactly, as we were talking about earlier, he hasn't allowed himself, even at the odd stray ball, he hasn't allowed his bat to leave his body as much as your Crawleys, your Brooks, and for that reason he has looked a lot more compact out there.
Yeah, he looks by a distance to have the most orthodox and therefore the most secure technique amongst the England, the whole 11 to be honest. Ben Stokes gets bowled more often than a man with his technique should be bowled, but the others have their own approach as Root just taps this one on the head. It was full outside off stump and they're through for a single. That's why he wanted Stokes to be backing up last time, because as soon as he gets that ball and he can get it anywhere between probably cover point and gully, he's looking for one, even if it goes straight to point.
Well, it's so subtle because he gets forward, pressing forward for that defence, and he just opens the blade a little bit, moves his wrist,
and he takes the weight off the bottom hand, so the ball just dies as it comes off the bat.
Exactly. So he's in complete control of where he wants to place the ball.
Ben Stokes, who will go hard at the ball, and therefore any edges will carry. He gets one that slightly jumps at him and takes a red ball single through there. Yeah, he hit him on the hands there. I mean, that ball did get up. We haven't seen a ball bounce really the whole day.
Well, I wonder whether that was partly the light, partly struggling to pick the ball. But yeah, it did seem to rush him.
It did surprise him, didn't it? But seeing the replay again here, it was kind of half pitch, and it did take the splice rather than the glove. But you're right, Ben Stokes seemed to be a little surprised that the ball was on him as quickly as it was, as a gurning Stephen Smith. So we've now got a leg slip, it's Marnus, and we've got a first slip who's Stephen Smith, who's quite wide at first slip, and a fine gully. As Root gets it to the man at fine gully, who is the albatross-like Cameron Green. It's the end of the over, 193 for 4, and we have your socials.
Just before that, did you see Stark there thinking about standing in the way of Stokes running to the non-strikers end and thinking, fuck that, he's about to mow me down. Over on YouTube, Matthew Cullinan, everyone mark overrates off your Gary bingo card.
Yes, that's right.
And what else we got? We got Lion is the Betty Davis of cricket from Locky 6.
But he has a feud with Joan Crawford.
And Messi coming out with a bit, well, the bombshell for us anyway. Line injured himself during the break, I think.
Amazing.
Which is madness.
Dislocated his knee during the break.
Could that be a step on ball?
Step on ball, yeah. Well, that's because didn't he do his knee at Lord's in the last Ashes series?
Yeah, and then he had to go out and bat again.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I was there to see it hobbling down the steps. He was.
Yeah, it was definitely leg something, but I can't remember if it was his knee or his ankle.
He was diving, I think, on the boundary.
It's one of those that you actually
run.
see quite a bit now when you're chasing a ball and diving, sort of your knee that jags into the outfield. Or
I always think bowlers shouldn't do it. Really, it's okay to have your batsman because you've got to try and save every run and support your field.
Jack Leach
shouldn't. Yeah, well, quite. Throwing your shoulder into it. First day of the series, heavens above. It's not Jimmy Neeser, but Michael Neeser. And this ball is defended by Ben Stokes. And Gully, who's doing a lot of work there, Cameron Green, does the fielding. The lights are very much now in charge. You can see that by the four shadows that they have that makes each player look like a star in their own firmament.
Well, there's a 5 metre gap between Cam Green at Gully and Steve Smith at second slip.
Yeah,
exactly
so
where
it's fourth slip, isn't it?
Stokes
really?
penetrated, finding the edge in the last over. But Michael Neeser, other than being gifted that wicket from Zach Crawley, he hasn't looked too threatening.
Defends to Stokes off a kind of neutral position where the player goes back and then the weight comes slightly forward. I always think it's quite a dangerous place to be. That it's far better to be fully forward or fully back. As we're seeing a spectacular sunset in Queensland. The only problem with spectacular sunsets is they're usually caused by dust and pollution.
That's what I was thinking.
That's the problem.
Falls quite quickly though.
Well, they're quite far north. Is it tropical? Jez will tell us. Brisbane might be tropical, maybe not, but certainly quite a long way towards the equator compared to the likes of Melbourne, as this ball is just pushed by Ben Stokes into the leg side. I must say, England, you don't have as many boundary options if you don't free your arms, but England looks so much more secure when they're playing with tight techniques, getting into line, feet moving, playing the ball under the eyes. You're not going to rattle along at 5 and over playing that way, but you're also not going to be 8 or 9 down at the end of the first day either.
Yeah, and I think they've taken some of the learnings from the first test in that regard. You don't have to try and score boundaries. You can.
This ball is defended and there is no run.
You can tick it around it as Joe Root's been doing. Run those 2s, run those 3s, and then the boundaries will come when you're in and your timing gets better. But you can't be flashing from ball 1.
They're taking the learnings. Have you been sort of reading corporate strategy books or something?
Sorry?
Taking the learnings. That sounds very corporate speak to me. But
Wow.
it's you young people. You have a language all of your own, and why not? Once upon a time, we did too. So 193 for 4. What learnings do they take from this ball? And that is to defend it slightly off the back foot. There is no run. Ben Stokes having got a couple of streaky, I think, 4s, didn't he, in the previous over? He's still going at just about a run a ball with 13 off 14, but he's barely played an aggressive stroke, has he?
No, he hasn't, and he tends not to.
No,
really,
he does tend not to.
Start off with. He's been doing that for a while now.
Yeah. Pretty much since that Headingley test, when he sort of spent 63 balls getting 2, and then not very many more balls getting another 133. That ball goes through to Alex Carey. It's actually given wide. The tennis ball bounce was enough there for it to be given wide. So let's hear a little bit, tiny little bit of Karen Carpenter.
Wide.
Although it might not be Karen Carpenter. Here is Stokes. That's a leading edge, and he's so fortunate there. I don't think he saw that. It was a shortish ball on the body from Michael Nisa, and Stokes got in no position to play it at all, and it was pure luck that allowed the ball to float in the air and not a fieldsman to be near it. Colin.
Mog saying England may have seen off the careers of Khawaja and Lyon in this series. Khawaja definitely, Lyon not a chance because, well, they don't really have any other spinners coming through the state cricket over in Australia, so that'll be a while for them. And then Eric J, maybe he's injured, queuing for tea, can be quite stressful. And Beer Bard Gummy Shark, English fans quietly chuffed. Line is wonky before the Sydney Test.
Yeah, I think that you can sometimes be happy, at the misfortune of others. It's a great line of Dame Edna. That the only thing that keeps her happy is the misfortune of others. But I think Lyon has been such a fixture for so many years for Australia, and of course he's done us the odd favour with his famous missed run out. But we don't really want his career to end like this, or his Ashes career to end like this. I think very few England fans would agree with that. Full half volley there, but from Mitchell Starc to Joe Root. But Joe Root didn't even attempt to drive that ball. He just put the bat down on it. It's almost like they're playing for the dinner interval, which is in 5 minutes. And also they're very reluctant, I think, to follow through on some of these shots because they're not quite seeing the ball where they ought to.
Well, Mitchell Starc, just before that ball again passed the pink ball through the ring, I think they are trying to get it changed. They're clearly not happy.
Oh yeah, well,
with something about it.
If you don't take a wicket for 6 or 7 overs, you try to get the ball changed. It's just how things are done these days. Root gets one on off stump and just jabs the ball down. So much of his shots have gone in that area around point, and that one does, but it's leapt upon by the point fielder, and there is no run.
13 wickets for Starc already in this series, averaging just over 11. He's just head and shoulders above the rest of that Australian attack.
He's now got 415 Test wickets. How many of the rest of the attack got?
Well, exactly.
15?
Cummins should be back for Adelaide, and then I'm not sure about Hazelwood for the whole series.
Well, we've been hearing for a long time that Cummins is probably fit enough to play. We were told he had a long net session about a week ago where he was tearing in. Injuries take time to recover at his age, as this ball is just pushed into the mid-wicket area and they're through for a single.
Well, I think Cummins would have played if England had won that first Test in Perth, because he's been bowling in the nets for a while.
Yeah, it's different in the middle.
Well, exactly.
5 days.
I think they wouldn't take that risk, because why would you? You're 1-0 up. You've got Mitch Starc with the pink ball. But I do think if they were 1-0 down, they might have had to take that risk.
Or they might say, look, we've really got to be careful here. If he breaks down on day one with a bowler light, we're not selecting Lyon anyway. We'll see. That will be in the fullness of time. That's left alone by Ben Stokes. It was quite close. Mitchell Starc does that histrionic thing that bowlers do when a batter leaves it and the ball is relatively close to the stumps, but Ben Stokes isn't too concerned. A tight leave, Hector.
Yeah, good leave. Nice and full as well. That skidded through. Good carry as well.
Cummins is purely a workload returning thing.
Yeah.
Where he's missed certain workloads at certain times.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the sports scientists have. Yeah, they'll have to
save them from themselves, kind of thing.
Yeah, they'll have the data required. This is very full, and Ben Stokes, he essayed a drive, one of the few aggressive shots we've seen recently. He had no timing at all, and Travis Head runs around from mid-off to extra cover and does the fielding. Mitchell Starc, he spent a lot of time smiling today. And he's still smiling that. Well, he would do. He's got 3 wickets, so...
It's an interesting graphic. 88 kilometres per hour arm speed, 25 kilometres per hour run up.
Quite a low arm, though. He's certainly not standing his full height in the crease. And, of course, he does have a bit of a low arm, Mitchell Stark, which leads to his in-swing. So usually it's an advantage, but I think he'd be better advised standing up a little straighter than that. Trying to get a little bit more out of hitting the deck harder. We could never see this when we were your age, Hector. We didn't have the cameras and the graphics to show what a bowler looked like at the point of delivery. This is round the wicket from Mitchell Stark, very slingy, and Joe Root defends, and there is no run. 46 gone, 196 for 4. Stokes has 14, Root has 68. We have your socials.
So the height thing depends on if you're trying to swing it or seam it.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to swing it, you want to be pushing through it, so not coming from high, coming through. So that's probably what he's trying to go for. And Kieran Rosenblade, my thing's just decided to refresh, has given us a cousin update. I'm not sure if you've been privy to this, Hector, if you've been pimped out by Kieran for his cousin.
No.
Right.
Baby was born 3 weeks ago, called Sam, after Sam Curran, so that cousin is off the mark.
The camera seems to be obsessed with someone who looks a bit like Gianni Infantino, the head of FIFA there, swinging an Australian flag. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Swiss national swinging an American flag, but Australian flag, I'm not so sure. How long have we got? We've got... this will be the last over of the session. And it is... it's Jimmy Neeson, I want to keep calling him. It was the New Zealand all-rounder, the one-day bowler, but it's not. It's Michael Neeser, who has 2 slips, a gap, and then a 3rd slip, and a point for Ben Stokes. And Stokes gets one and skews a little off the outside edge, and it goes to the man at point, and there is no run. And Stokes again looks somewhat suspiciously, not I think down at the pitch, but kind of thinking, why am I not seeing this?
Stokes looks worried.
Well, Nisa here, same graphic, same speed of run up to Mitchell Stark, but then slow release. And he has a slower wrist snap as well. I wonder whether that's where...
Oh, the fast bowlers, when you speak to them, they say that that's where all the pace comes from, the wrist snap, which I never did when I was bowling. It always looked a bit too difficult to me. That's a decent take by Alex Carey, standing up to the stumps.
Unless you're Bumrah or Jofra Archer, where it's the overextension of the elbow.
Yeah, the hyperextension, that's handy. It looks very painful, doesn't it, when you see them doing that? It works. There was a Pakistan, but it was Muhammad Amir had a hyperextension as well, I think. Not sure. Shoaib Akhtar definitely had a hyperextension. That's Michael Neeser is in, and Ben Stokes plays at that, and it's taken by the keeper. Now, that doesn't look like very much, does it? But if the keeper had been standing back, that would look like a pretty bad play and miss. But because it all happened so quickly with the keeper standing up, it doesn't look as bad.
Yeah, well, it's a nice take from Carey, actually. He's not a slow bowler, he's not quick, but Carey looking pretty comfortable behind the stumps, and Stokes left that first one really nicely. You'd think that just do the same again here, but...
Well, Carey's clearly sighting the ball, even if the batters are a little bit worried about it, and indeed the slips. It's another good take from Alex Carey, who just offers the ball to the stumps. Of course, he's standing up to keep Ben Stokes in his crease, because, like all of the England batters, he has been taking strike outside the crease, and he has been walking towards the ball. As twilight is definitely in, it will be dark, very, very dark, once they come back after the interval. What's it called, the interval? Is it the dinner interval?
Dinner, I think.
Us northerners, we have different labels for these eating times in the day. Taken at head height, is that from Carey, as Ben Stokes leaves it alone, and Stokes is certainly playing for the interval in this little session of play. 1 ball left in it. That's not 1 ball left in it. one ball left in it. So he's certainly earned his corn today as Alex Carey behind the crease with Josh Inglis looking on. This is defended by Ben Stokes. It's the end of the 47th over. England are 196 for 4. Ben Stokes has 14. Joe Root has 68. We will take a 20-minute dinner break, but before that, we'll come to you, Hector, for your thoughts, and we'll finish off with Colin with your socials.
Yeah, well, it's been another even session. 2 wickets to full. Zach Crawley, soft dismissal early on, and Harry Brook was looking nice, but as we said, just lost a bit of control and had a swipe at one. Found slips, but other than that, Ben Stokes has looked composed. He's been leaving well, as we've been speaking about, and Joe Root has just continued from where he left off. So yeah, all in all, pretty even.
Remarkably, both sessions have yielded 98 runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Colin, the thoughts of our socials.
Messi saying, I think Gary's posture in the chair puts him in perfect position to advise cricketers on how they should stand.
Oh, absolutely.
And Tim Moulton Davies, Gianni Infantino in Italian means Johnny baby.
Yeah, Johnny baby.
Appropriately enough for the head of it, for a football mafia.
Indeed. Is that the last one you've got, Colin?
Yeah, may as well.
Fantastic. Well, we'll leave you in the company of a podcast for 15 minutes or so. Tony, if you can put on a podcast, please.
Yes, sir.
And we'll be back, say, in about 15 minutes' time. Thank you very much, listeners. All to play for in the last session of this, I think, fair to say, fascinating Thursday.
Your favourites?
Ah, that's really lovely. Thank you. I love this tune.
Go on, join the party. I've got this.
A playlist for everyone on your list. Amazon Music.
Well, there's that. There's also the kind of what really did go on behind the scenes. So you had Usman Khawaja, didn't you, with a back spasm and allegedly caused by too much golf. But it happens to rear its ugly head or its ugly back just at the point at which it gave them the opportunity to do that, to be forced into a decision. And as it was, that decision was a brilliant one. But would they have made it were it not for Usman's back? And also got to slightly wonder how genuine was Usman's back.
Oh, I think that was genuine. I don't think there was anything Machiavellian about that. I think he'd been injured. I mean, if you watched the end of the first day, when Smith realised that England were going to fucking fold, you could see there was a picture of him actually somewhere where he was basically looking at the dressing room going, where the fuck is Usman? Because he's got to open. And he wasn't on the pitch. And he was agitating for Usman to get out because he knew he wouldn't be able to open. So I don't have any doubts about that was genuine. But what I would say to the questioners, who did England lose it or Head won it? I think you can't say anything other than Head won it, right? I mean, you only had a 50 in the game apart from Labuschagne's, which was at the end of it when everything was always tits up, was Harry Brook getting 52 in the first innings. I don't think there's any doubt, Tone. Hardly anyone scored any runs.
Right.
And Head came out and blasted 100 off 69 balls. I mean, he took it as an ODI innings. He played it that way. And he got away with it. Now, the interesting thing, I think, is if they think he can get away with it for the entire Test series and they put him at the top, I don't think he will.
Well, hold that thought, because I'm not disagreeing with you for a moment, but a question for Arnav then is, at one point in England's second innings, they were 65 for 1, they had a lead of 100.
Yep.
And yet, they ended up setting the most paltry of totals by a complete collapse. Boland again, who'd been rubbish in the first innings. Shot selection was poor on a bouncing wicket. Let's not forget the ICC, called to do its usual retrospective on pitch, rated the pitch as very good.
It was good.
And to be honest, it wasn't seeming square. It wasn't massively inconsistent bounce. So England, much like they did against India, Arno, England had got themselves into a position where that 0 up was, if not winnable, it was like being 4-0 up with 10 minutes to play, and yet they blew it, and they gave Head the chance. He won it, of course he did, but he was given the chance to win it. Why do you think that was?
It's a bit of a cliche in sport that, greats just need a sniff and then they just take over. So I think, as you said, losing the wickets the way they did, it just made Australia kind of sense that they have a chance at victory, because when you see a team in front of you just throwing the wickets away, going for shots outside the off stump, 5th or 6th stump shots, I said to William the day when they, I think, lost their 4th or 5th wicket, that it feels like watching Virat Kohli bat in, like, towards the end of his career for the shots they were chasing outside off stump. And just seeing that, a champion cricketer like Head, you just need to see a moment of like weakness in your opponent and then you just attack. I think England giving their wickets away, I think it was 20 wickets in 66 overs. I think them doing that set the mentality up for Head to do what he did in his 4th innings.
Yeah, I think it goes down to the question, does it not, guys, of, well, maybe the question is, would some additional prep on Australian wickets, at least even just one more game on a bouncy wicket, have given England a bit better state of readiness? Because remember, Australia, let's not forget, they fell over in the first innings. 2 things happened. One, having to go back in and bowl again, England's bowlers just weren't not fit enough, but they were so noticeably down on pace the second innings. And 2, I don't think Australia's ever going to fall over twice in the same way. So you combine those two factors. So I think you had that. But isn't there a question around, the one President's game, which is a game against each other, on what appeared to be a very different kind of track? Surely, going into a match like Perth, in a new stadium, only 5 tests played there, surely more prep would have helped. What do you think?
I'll come in on that one. I think that's definitely an argument. I think I was kind of thinking at the time, like, the fact they only really played one warm-up game, for me, it wasn't the biggest issue. I think obviously it used to be done differently, but times have changed quite a bit. So I didn't think that was an issue, but I think, when you and you heard all the journalists talking about Lilac Hill where they played, and about how it's a lot lower, and it's just not anything like the surface they were going to be playing on. And that kind of, for me, is where I'd question it. I think, like,
more English in a way.
Exactly, yeah. Fine if you want to kind of play a warm-up game, and even if you want to play the Lions, but I think you just need to kind of try and replicate the conditions as much as possible, which is kind of almost the point of a warm-up, to kind of replicate the conditions, which they didn't do. And then another thing I also think is that kind of how they approached it. So I think the players who kind of went in with the mindset of kind of wanting to get better and wanting to improve, like Ollie Pope, he kind of took something out of it, and also his returns weren't that bad in the test. I mean, there's a poor shot in the second innings, but he did get 70 runs across 2 innings. Whereas if you looked at how Harry Brook kind of approached that warm-up game, and I know obviously he did get runs in the first innings, but he just kind of went even more attacking, and he didn't kind of consider about like using it correctly anyway. So I do think the fact that they didn't kind of use the right conditions, or kind of try and find some way to kind of replicate it more kind of as they could have done, I do think that is a mistake in itself.
But the question is, the question is, could they find anywhere to replicate the I mean, it's like, I've been reading about, everyone saying they should go and play this fucking day-night thing in Canberra. But then you've got 2 Australians coming out and going, Stuart Law, who's I respect as a good batsman, and some other bowler going, no, they shouldn't. And the reason being that Canberra is knee-high bounce, and the Gabba will be, shoulder high. And it's going to do them no favours going to play at Canberra when they're going to go and play at the Gabba. So, I mean, I've got really fucking frustrated with it. I mean, the state of the press at the end of that first game is like, we've already lost the Ashes. That's it. It's done. One game done. We're done. That's it. I just get fucking annoyed with it. And they're having to defend themselves all the time against this because of the way they play. And yet, we're all very happy when they go out and they do it and they win. And
if it comes off.
But there's no good saying that, Tony. You get pissed off when they lose.
If it comes off.
Yeah, I know, but a lot of people give them so much shit when they lose one test. And then they go and win. Look, I get it. Against India in the summer, we threw it away in the last innings. And again, I'll go back to this. It's a real fucking bugbear of mine, is that Harry Brook did throw that away on that last day. You needed 70 runs to win with bloody 7 wickets in hand. And he thought he'd done the job and spewed it up to someone at cover when he was on about 130, which is pointless. Just should have seen the game through. That's the way England play. And you've got to take the rough with a smooth when they play like that. I do think they can come back. I'm not sure they will do it at the Gabba. I think it's going to be a tough ask at the Gabba, actually, just because it's a day-night test. And that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, if you bat at the right time, you probably make runs. You bat at the wrong time, you could get rolled. And it's going to be a tricky one, because presumably they start at, 2 in the afternoon. Dusk comes pretty much after the first break. Do you want to bat first and risk getting rolled pretty quick? Or do you want to stick the oppo in? Let them get some runs in the well, I mean, this is it. If they open with Khawaja, maybe they won't get that many runs in the first session, and suddenly you'll be in a twilight, and maybe you can roll them over in twilight. It's a cool. I'll tell you what, the Gabba, I would rather lose the toss and let Australia make the decision. That would be my call.
Well, that would be interesting. You've segued brilliantly there, like a pro.
Of course I have. I'm
like
a
pro. That was the next question. The Pink Book Kookaburra, which is not a Brighton pub. Or nightclub. I was going to ask the lads about the Canberra option, and I know there's 2 schools of thought. And the Bear's quite, I'm kind of with the Bear. Michael Atherton was really clear for those very reasons. He said, no, stick to their guns. Of course, by the end of the Ashes, the proof will be in the results. We've had 5-0, 4-0, 4-0 in the last ones. But,
exactly.
But the difference of conditions, weather-wise, bounce-wise, wouldn't have helped prep for Brisbane, even under lights. Do you go along with that, or do you think they are missing a bit of a trick? Ed,
the BBC just published a thing a couple of hours ago saying how they're doing an extra day of training, which is something very interesting to me, because it's like, well, yeah, okay, but apparently 2 of those training days are going to be under floodlights, so that's something, I guess.
Training nights.
Yes, true.
Moogie nights, training nights.
Yeah,
but I don't
quite know the hours on that, but yeah.
Yeah, well, exactly. I don't think you need it actually fully under lights, do you? You actually need to do it at the time of day when the light goes, because that seems to be the time when the ball swings the most. It's like an hour and a half where the ball goes fucking mental. Isn't it? Yeah. So you need to be training at that point. So they all need to be meeting up at 4:30 in the afternoon and going, right, we're going to bat for 2 hours now. And that's about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how much they try and control, the timings of things. I think Stokes is normally quite good at that, where you'll make an aggressive declaration or something to try and give them a tough half hour or something. I'll be curious to see if that kind of gets played around with, whether he even has the luxury of messing around with an option like declaring. But it should be, I can't expect us to win it. I think that would be crazy, given our record in day-nights and Stark's record in day-nights.
Well, we'll come on to let's look for some reasons to be cheerful, but before we do, let's refresh our memories perhaps on some reasons to be less cheerful. If you're English, to be very cheerful if you're not. Australia played 14 day nights. They've won 13. They've lost 1. But here's a reason to be cheerful. The only one they lost was at Brisbane. So that was when
the West
Shamar
Indies
chose it.
Yeah.
7 for 68, and it was only. But they've won 13 out of 14 of their day-night tests. England, as you alluded to quite rightly, I think have lost 5 out of their 7, and they've lost all 3 in Australia, Adelaide twice, and Hobart last year. But
last time round, not last year.
Yeah, last time round. Yeah, you're quite right. Mitchell Starc has taken more test wickets with the pink ball than anyone else. 81 at an average of 17. And last time where he had a pink ball in his hand was in Kingston, not up the road from me, but Jamaica. He took 6 for 9. If you remember.
Did you see that though?
Yeah.
Because I watched that live. That ball was hooping something rotten, and the West Indies are pretty shit at that time.
It was. England did play in the fastest completed day-night test in 842 balls. They didn't win it. That was in India. In Australia, the new ball stats in day-nighters for fast bowlers, they averaged 24 in day-nighters in the first 20 overs of a day-night match, compared to 33 in day tests. That's since 2015. So that's a bowling average difference of about 10. That's huge if you just look at the first.
Well, that's 100 runs. That's
20 overs,
innings, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a lot. Spinners don't go. Boland, 18 wickets in 4 day-nighters at 13. Cummings, 17. Cummings is going to play, isn't he? Yeah, we expect so. 17 innings, 43 wickets at 15. His career best came at Brisbane in a day-nighter. He took 4 for 39 and 6 for 23, 10 wickets against Sri Lanka. And Hazelwood, who still, I think, is in the frame.
I thought he was out for the series.
Well,
yeah, I read somewhere he's out.
But I think that was him being a bit skullduggerous on social media.
Was it? I don't know.
But well, just in case, 40 wickets in 17 innings in pink ball tests at about 19 or something. So I mean, it's very hard beyond the fact that Australia lost their last Brisbane test and against West Indies. The rest of the stats don't make good don't make good reading for England. So guys, help us out. Give us some reasons that there should be some English optimism of some kind. What have you got, William?
Well, I think if you're looking for kind of optimism, I mean, maybe it's kind of more on the kind of side of what we've kind of spoke about already, but often in kind of day-night tests, they don't tend to last that long. Often kind of teams struggle with batting, and this is kind of where maybe like the kind of school of thought of putting the pressure back on the other team may kind of come and kind of be advantageous for England. Obviously, they don't want them to go kind of too mental, but as in kind of maybe taking the kind of the positive option, especially at times where, because sometimes there will be in kind of periods in pink ball tests where there's going to be good balls, and I think that's where kind of like the England kind of mentality of maybe being a bit more aggressive could kind of be advantageous. Because if you have a shorter innings, then say for example, I think if both teams are bowled out in 50 overs, you'd back England to have more runs than Australia. So I think that's kind of a potential kind of thought, as in there is kind of maybe a chance of where if they kind of look to take the bowlers on, and even like I suppose putting them off their lengths, you'd probably expect Australia, the majority of their lineup, to kind of be a bit more circumspect. And then if there's a ball in there with their name on it, there's kind of a ball with their name on it, and they might not have advanced scoring along as much as England, which we kind of did see in the first innings. So I think that's a potential, but again, England will need to obviously get it right, which they didn't in the second innings at Perth.
Maybe we need to adopt the Baldrick principle with his bullet. If they carry around a ball in their pocket with their name on it, then it can't be got by it because they've already got it in their pocket. Didn't he say that? Yeah. Didn't he have a bullet like with his name on it? Arnav, what would you do with England's bowling attack, do you reckon? See, I think they're a bit one-dimensional, and I think they probably should have someone who can give it a little bit more shape and swing for Brisbane. But what do you reckon?
Well, I think Archer and Cars could be really useful in Brisbane, considering the extra bounce. And another thing, you asked for positives for England. I think in terms of batting, this could be the match where Zach Crawley could try and get back into form, because no one's going to expect him to perform. Obviously,
it's hard to get worse.
Yeah,
he hasn't got a run yet.
You're at rock bottom. The only way is up, and
he could get out in less balls.
Well, that's tricky. You know, he only lasted 6 and 5, so you know, or 5 and 6.
He could use this as a turning point for himself, because you can't go worse than 0 runs. So this could be a match for him as well as Archer and Cars, I feel, to turn it around. And in terms of other bowling options, well, I don't see who they can replace. I think they're going to go with the same lineup. They can't. They can't bring a spinner in, can they?
But I might be tempted to replace Wood with Tongue.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I was going.
Yeah, Tongue gets more shape.
And he bowls well for a fuller length.
Well. He bowls a fuller length. He bowls with decent shape. He bowls in that strange angle, and he does still bowl up at 9 miles an hour. I mean, look, Wood bowled at good pace. But
didn't take a wicket though, did he?
He didn't. Well, the problem with Wood is that he bowls at extreme pace, but he's not very tall, so he doesn't hit the deck very hard. And he tends to bowl it a little bit.
And then he starts trying too hard and face
skittish bowler. I think ball skids off the surface.
Exactly, and I think a lot of batsmen like pace on the ball, and if it's not coming up around their ear holes and that back of a length line, then.
We're back.
Well, good morning, peeps. Are you there? I can't hear you, Annie.
I'm here.
You are
I'm
there.
here, Bear, yeah.
Marvellous.
You're not even in pyjamas. Well
I'm
done.
not in my pyjamas, no, because it is actually gone 9 o'clock.
It is.
I have to get out of my pyjamas by then.
You're not into your pyjamas.
No, maybe not.
I would be getting into my pyjamas in a couple of hours. And,
I bet you will. You've been up all night.
Well, no. I mean, I got up at 3 and had about 4.5 hours sleep.
Yeah, that's all night. That's all night.
Exactly. I mean, these days, if I get 6 hours sleep, it's pretty good. So I'll probably go home and lie on the sofa and have a couple of hours kip on the sofa rather than go to bed. Well, otherwise, if I go to bed, I'll sleep for 4 or 5 hours and then I won't sleep tomorrow night. So I'm better off, or tonight even. So
And Messy
Well, I'm impressed at how sober you are.
Oh, is he sober as well?
Well, I'm having my 9 o'clock in the morning beer now.
Oh, God.
Well, it is the equivalent of like 2 in the afternoon, let's be honest. It's post tea. In fact, it's like 4 in the afternoon on a normal cricket day. So I think I'm entitled to a beer now. Root is going to face up the first ball after the luncheon break or dinner break, whatever it is. Anyway, it's driven by Root. He moves on to 69 and he gets a single off the first ball. After the session, presumably we've got 4 or 5 overs of start here. He bowled 3 before tea. He's on a little 20-minute break. And
Looking impressive, isn't he?
He's like got hoodoo over England at the moment, isn't he, in this series? So he's like, give him a ball and he gets a wicket for every fucking first over, it seems to me.
I know.
Of every spell. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. You really want to face him in his first over, would you?
No, you really wouldn't. I mean, it's bowled reasonably impressive. But the ball's not done. I mean, Brook got himself out. That was a terrible shot.
Yep.
Was it terrible? The ball was kind of there to hit, to be fair. I mean, it was a full wide half volley, and Harry Brook goes after those.
But he doesn't need to.
I know he doesn't need to. Of course he doesn't need to, but I mean, he had scored 30.
I don't think it was a half volley either. It was a bit shorter than that.
Well, it wasn't too much shorter than that. He was certainly on top of the bounce. That's a nice shot from, nicely met by Stokes, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Ollie Pope's shot was appalling.
Yep.
That was dreadful. Fair enough, he'd only faced 6 balls or whatever, but I mean, still, I mean, the angle of his bat and where his feet were, it was just horrible. I thought Duckett got a good one, and I think Crawley was a little bit unlucky. The ball was certainly there to hit on the pull. I don't think it bounced as much as he thought, and he got a thin under edge through the keeper.
Crawley's Jekyll and Hyde, isn't he?
Very much so.
You can never tell what Crawley you're going to get.
But getting 76 out of him is very useful. Stokes drives again on Stark, but this time to point. And there is no run. Get those 3 runs, get a nice 2 at the beginning of the score. That'll make them feel better as well, won't it? And and the ball's getting old now. We're nearly at 50 overs, so
the ball's getting old, but the lights are on.
The lights are on, but once they're full on, it's okay, isn't it? It's just a little switcheroo time.
I still think the ball is hard to see under. Ball's harder to see under lights.
Yeah. Maybe we should just switch to a white ball after the lights come on. I don't know.
Do you think?
Well, yeah. The trouble with the white ball is it loses its colour so quickly. I mean, they used 2 of them in 50 overs.
That's true. Basically, come up with a better fucking ball.
What? They become green balls.
Yeah. Well, that's what it used to be, didn't it?
End up being grey.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes green, depends on the pitch. But more often grey.
That last ball was just defended by Stokes, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean that was the problem, wasn't it? In the old days, before they had 2 white balls, it was difficult for the TV to pick up the ball sometimes.
How do you define old days?
Well, 3-2 ball white cricket, I suppose, white ball cricket, which is only about 14, 15 years ago. That's attempted Yorker by Stokes, well dug out. By Stark, well dug out by Stokes in the end.
Thing with the pink ball, I mean, you can't really tell what Stark's doing anyway with the ball, can you? But pink ball even less.
Well, they've desperately been trying to get this changed.
I know, haven't they?
While.
It's only the first over after tea. It's hardly going to not.
Well, they were trying to get it changed 2 overs before tea. I think they've been given it back again and told nope.
Be about a gummy shark wonders how long does it take players to have some sandwiches, party pies, fruit, Tim Tams, Lamingtons, and some mixed cordial. Well, it depends who you are. I mean, well, Samit Patel will take several hours.
As long as there was stuff left on the table.
Yeah.
And as for Mike Gatting,
well, yeah,
he does like a cake, doesn't he?
Oh yes,
certainly does. Stark in, defended by Stokes. And there is
he doesn't like potatoes though. I sat next to him at a meal and he didn't eat his potatoes.
Yeah, with waste of carbohydrates. He wanted the sweet stuff.
Yeah, obviously.
Is he diabetic?
Oh, probably.
I'd imagine so.
Yeah.
It's funny that some extraordinarily large people never get diabetic.
Yeah. Jay says, hooray, Annie!
Hooray!
Got some good end-of-year reviews for that book, especially from my ma and pa. So it's worth reminding people that in the lead-up to Christmas, Annie's book would be a great Christmas present. What's it called again, Annie?
Cricket Changed My Life, and it's not about my life, it's about 11 different people. Yeah. So
it's a really good idea. They don't actually have to be particularly interested in cricket because they're wonderful stories as well.
Yeah, I've got lots of people who aren't interested in cricket that have enjoyed it. So, yeah. Bear hasn't read it yet.
No. But then I haven't read a lot of books, Annie, so don't feel slighted by that. Defended by Root as Nisa is going to bowl the first over from the other end after tea.
Yeah, but you're in this one.
I know, and I still haven't read it. I mean, that's the biggest come on ever, isn't it? I mean, it's just I still haven't managed it.
Your ego is lacking. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, that's could be said. Root facing up to Nisa, and Carey is still standing up. It just seems like. Bowling at 130 clicks. I mean, that's Anderson pace. At the end of his career. That's quite
brave. It is quite brave, and it gives a batter an interesting dilemma, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, it does. Especially when you're used to facing sort of mid-80s and upwards bowling. I mean, that's high 70s.
Yeah.
Basically,
he's actually a very good keeper, Kerry. He sort of goes unnoticed.
Oh, I think he is. Yeah, that's a good bit of fielding. Is there going to be a bit of a no? There's going to be an overthrow anyway.
Shit throw
because he got a little bit over enthusiastic. It was a good stop. It was a good shot from Root, driven into the covers. As Inglis, who dived to his left and stopped it. I think they were thinking about a single. They kind of set off on the shot, but actually they hadn't. But then he just turned around, maybe he's assuming they were running, and just threw it over everybody, allowing them to get through for the single. So England move on to 198 for 4.
Yeah, talking of standing up to the bowler, Nessa's a county stalwart. He's the typical county bowler that Key doesn't want.
Well, yes, very much so. Defended by Stokes. And there is no run. I mean, he does look a bit under pace for Australia, though, doesn't it? I mean, this bowling attack doesn't look scary in any sense.
No, it doesn't. He makes me think of Peter Siddle, who was a really serviceable bowler and did a lot of good.
And still bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. Also a lovely bloke.
Yeah, eats a lot of bananas.
He had a great jingle.
Oh, was it about bananas?
Yeah. Or it's about his veganism anyway. That's full and driven, and I think Stokes might feel he missed out there. He ended up catching a big fat inside half of the bat instead of driving it through the covers. However, it ended up going back to the bowler and there is no run.
Aidan Davidson has a question for you. Would you see Root getting his first 100 in Australia?
I'm not even talking about that. I'm
I
quietly hoping so, but I'm not going to tempt the fates here.
I do, and he deserves it because he plays sensibly. He usually plays sensibly, and it's nice to see.
And he is so important. That one's just tipped into the leg side. Oh, my word. And they take the quick single. I think he would have made it anyway, but it was a quick one. They get through. Stokes retains the strike, and England are on 199 for 4.
Kiwi by Day says, can't imagine what it's like to be Cummins type who's injured and has to miss tests as a captain, or a newcomer who's in the wings waiting for years, waiting to be considered. Can the bear actually read, says Stephen Kilk? I think the answer must be yes, because he said he uses ChatGPT before.
Yes. I can read. I read the newspapers a lot. I just don't read books.
Yeah, well, as Jay says, Bear hasn't read it even though he's mentioned ignorance triumphs over ego.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah.
Is he mentioned as Bear or Nigel? Says Kieran. If he's mentioned as Nigel, there's no point reading it, is there?
I can't remember actually. I don't remember. I think he's in as the bear, but I can't remember. It's so long ago now.
Jay says he once read Hammer of the Gods. He is still proud.
Yes, I did read Hammer of the Gods. That's the last full book I ever read. Unofficial Led Zeppelin biography.
Was it good?
Yeah, it was quite fun.
Didn't put you off reading, it seems.
No. I used to read a lot. That's a beautiful drive from Stokes. That is very Stokesian. Takes England above 200. There's no need to run. It's gone all the way down to the mid-off boundary, and he picks himself up 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
See, there's a KFC bucket hat.
It's interesting. When I watch this, there's a KFC logo on the ground that's not on the ground for you.
Is it?
Oh, really? Yeah. Okay, so on Australian TV they've got one superimposed on the ground and it's not on British TV.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, we're not paying them, obviously. It's interesting that you use the word Stokesian. I quite like it. I think it should be.
Now that one nibbled back. I think there's no appeal for that. Maybe it's just too high. Probably.
I think, it was too high, and I think it might have been going down leg as well. Came back way.
No run?
Just because Stokesian is a good word, because there aren't many batters, players like Stokes.
No.
It should be a word. Definitely.
Oh, he's got a lovely drive when he gets going. Yeah, I think it's hit him on the top thigh, back leg thigh. Well above the pad. That's why there was no appeal.
Yeah,
Stark
well over.
In, defended by Stokes, and there is no run.
Leah reminds us of Siddle's jingle. She says, Potassium Pete, I'm at the Aussie team barbecue. You remember that one?
Yes.
Yeah.
I might even find it.
Yeah, I might have to hear it now.
Problem is, it might get us dinged because I think it's to the Joker or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Let's have a listen.
This is Brunton Avenue, Richmond.
No, that's the Banana Man one. Oh, swished at by Stokes. There's appeals behind.
Yeah,
but Starks didn't appeal.
Didn't look at all like he got near it.
Well, I mean, remember that the Smith catch in the first test, the bowler didn't appeal.
Controversy.
Well, Labuschagne looked like he was kind of appealing, but then looking away.
Labuschagne appeals when it hits the pitch.
Yeah, well, that's true. Can't trust him for anything. Here we go.
Well, I don't know quite what I should do. I'm at the Aussie team barbecue. I have found myself something to eat, but I don't think it contains any meat. Bangers to the left of me, burgers to the right, but I
That probably gets dinged, which is really annoying, but what the hell. Every once in a while you got to do it.
It's excellent.
Last ball by Stark was down the leg side, and there was no run. Barmy Army are probably well lubricated now.
Oh, I think they were at the start.
Well, they probably were.
Mm.
They're certainly in full voice. Apparently they're going to take over Bay 13, I hear.
Yes,
that's full and driven nicely by Stokes, but picks out the fielder, and there is no run. I don't know how they managed that. How did they do that?
Well, they were just allocated by the MCC. That's the Melbourne Cricket Club. So I don't know how that works, but
what are they trying to? They're trying to instigate a fight.
Yeah. Stephen Kelk says, I love that jingle, but very dingable, I fear.
We'll find out.
What is dingable?
Jay says, holy shit, Annie's going to cut someone's ear off. What's that about?
I don't know. Dingable means basically if it's the AI at YouTube decides that you've used someone else's tune. And
what happens? Do you get fined?
No, you don't get fined. It means you can't. You don't take any of the advertising revenue from the stream, basically.
Oh.
Anything that would have been advertising. That's driven up to mid-on. There's no run, and I've generally cut them all out, basically, because
it's a handy source of income.
It's a handy source of income, exactly. I ignored it for years and years and years, and then thought, actually, I ought to make an effort. And every time I got an email, but some of them, like the Third Man jingle, you know, that one from
Oh yeah, well that's a straight cut.
Well, it is a straight cut, but weirdly, the only place that it tells you where it's banned, and that's banned in Korea, North Korea. like we get loads of listeners from there. That's defended out in the offside, and there's no run.
Annie, your publicity agent Jay Grover has a serious point. He says that Annie's book is refreshingly uncynical, really worth a read.
Oh, thank you, Jay. Jay, I love you. You don't hear that very often, Jay. I mean, from me. I mean, I don't know about other people.
He's got loads of lovers up in Sheffield. I don't know what you're on about. I don't know. Nisa is in, and that's defended by Root back down the track, and there is no run.
DJ Bird F4G says, is rootish a term?
I don't. Sure. Stokesian is like Dickensian, isn't it? It does. It's a good word. It should be in the dictionary. I like it a lot because if you want anyone here at this point with Root, you want Stokes because think of Headingley, think of lots of places where he's just brilliant at forging an innings.
Absolutely. Root trying to work that into the leg side. Nisa falls over, a la Mark Wood, and there is no run.
We had a super chat from Glimmer Twin for $2.99 Australian, who makes a good point. He says, or she says, enough super chats and Guerrilla Cricket can ignore copyright. That's quite right.
Very true.
Mm.
That's very true. But yeah, any sort of income is good when you've got bills to pay.
And we've all got them.
Crisis Britain. What?
Oh my God! Don't.
Cost of living crisis. That's
don't
it.
even
all
go
we
there.
ever hear of it. It's defended up to mid off, and there is no run.
Yeah, if I go anywhere now, everything seems to be twice the price it used to be a couple of years ago. Right?
Yeah, basically everything jumped since COVID, hasn't it?
Yeah, massively.
So
and of course, it's all the Labour Party's fault.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Absolutely nothing.
That just fucking winds me up. Don't get me there. It's just like fuck off, the lot of you. Nisa is in, and it's just dropped into the leg side. They go for the quick single. They make it.
They're doing some tight singles, but they do feel in control at the moment. I'm not trying to jinx either of them.
No, they do kind of. Yeah, I think they plan themselves in after tea. It's under lights. They don't need to go off. If they solidify a decent partnership here, you could be looking at a big score, couldn't you? You've got 30 overs now till the new ball, which they might just about get to tonight if they're lucky.
How long does a pink ball stay new for?
Well, not very long. That's another thing. It goes soft. It's much like the white ball. I think it goes soft much quicker, and it's a kookaburra as well.
Yeah.
So,
Do we know if it reverse swings at all?
No idea, actually. I thought you'd know more about that. There's more pink ball.
I can't remember.
We've only had one pink ball test in England, or two? I can't even remember.
One, yeah.
One, I think, and it
At
wasn't
Edgbaston,
a great
I think it was.
success.
No, it wasn't a great success. It was
Well, you don't need them. You don't need
No,
them.
it's ridiculous.
It was freezing. I think it was about 14 degrees at night, wasn't
Freezing and still light.
it? Yeah, exactly. Ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Boland is going to come into the attack now. So he is taken over from Stark. Stark's only bowled 2 overs after 2. Interesting.
So, in response to a query from someone about Nathan Lyon's state, be about a gummy shark. I'll give you details in a minute.
Just dropped into the offside by Brook, but they don't go for a single. Yeah, what's this? I heard you talking about dislocated kneecap.
No, well, according to Fox Cricket, he was hurt in the gabonets during the first session when he was bowling to Bo Webster, when the Tasmanian whacked one and hit him flush in the ankle, and he was limped back towards the sheds to the end of the session, but Cricket Australia says he's all right. So he just copped a whack rather than dislocated knee. I don't know where the dislocated knee came from, to be honest.
Yeah, that would be quite harsh. And a long, and you'd imagine quite a long time out as well. Root comes down the track at Boland, knocks it behind square, looks at Stokes to say, "Where's the run?" There isn't one, mate. It's gone straight to the fielder.
Who was that with the dislocated knee? Not
Lyon.
Lyon. Oh, okay. So what's your thoughts on Khawaja?
He's shit anyway. It's probably good that he's injured and out of the side. I mean, I quite like him in the side, to be fair.
I think his fate depends on how Australia do in this match.
I think he's a busted flush, Annie. I think his eyes have gone. And I don't think he can face anything that's genuinely quick. He gets stuck on a crease every time now.
He does get stuck on the crease. I don't. How old is he? 37-ish.
38. He's going to be 39 in January, I think.
Okay.
That's defended out to mid wicket, and there's no run. Look, he's done his time, and he's batted well, and he's been for the last 5 years, or not maybe the last year, but he came in the side, got dropped, came back, and did really well for a period of time. But you watch him. I mean, you watched him last year against India, Bumrah. I mean, he was a walking wicket, and he got out in exactly the same way to Bryden Castle, who was getting out for them in that first test. In that one innings he batted, and that's nicely played by Root around the corner. Should get 2 for that, I think.
Yeah, he should do.
And he does indeed.
Yes, they do. Yeah.
I should confess that I have much more insight into Annie's cricketing habits after having had Harry stay with me for 2 weeks. Harry Everett. Harry doesn't have any filters when it comes to sharing.
Oh God, what's he shared with you?
Well, most of all, he said how lovely your husband was, to be honest.
Yeah.
He loves playing with him as well.
Yeah,
Root just guides that behind square on the offside once more, and there is no run.
It was all good, Annie. It was all good.
Yeah, no, he's probably quite fond of my son as well.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. It's a good cricket team we have, and it's fun, and he fits in well, but we all laugh at him. Everyone laughs at Harry.
Is he any good?
He's a cricket badger's cricket badger. He's absolutely nuts. Not interested in anything that's not cricket.
No.
Is he a batsman or a bowler?
He's a leg spinner, but not very good.
But he's a bat as well.
Root down the track. There's an appeal for LBW. Fuck off. That's it miles outside the line of a stump, mate. You can review that if you want. Quite happy with that.
Smith's quite keen to review it, isn't he?
Well, you happily review that. That's hit him a mile outside off stump.
Oh, he is. Well, he's going, I'm reviewing that.
I thought that hit him a mile outside off stump. And he was quite a long way down the track.
I can tell you, Annie, that Harry actually got himself a game last week and made 63, I think. So there you go.
He would get a game wherever he is. He will.
Yeah, he was in training with the first grade cricket team the other day, and he noticed how much more seriously they take training than English teams do.
Yeah, definitely. Well, ooh.
That's hit him about a stump outside off stump. And he's about 3 yards down the track, so you can happily have a fucking review there, Smitty.
Yeah, they've lost one already.
They've lost one. That's just a shit review.
That's dreadful.
It is terrible. There you go, outside off stump by a stump and a half.
Yeah, he was determined to review it, wasn't he?
He was determined to review it. I don't know what they saw, but I'm happy about that.
We could see it in England.
Exactly. All these miles away. And they've only got one review left now.
Yep.
Always handy.
Oh, getting desperate. They want to get one of these two out because these two are really, they could really, really take the game away from them.
They could do. And then you still got, exactly, if these two get a partnership together and get up to the high 200s, and then you've got Jamie Smith and Will Jacks to come.
Yeah, but these two play properly. They can both play properly. And accelerate. I mean, Stokes can really accelerate.
So we've got two super chats coming up.
If Root is to get to his 100, I think it'll be a slow from here on in until he gets there.
Yeah, and it should be. It should be.
Yeah.
What's the hurry? Why,
It is day one.
It's crazy. I made this point that what's the point of going so fast? The bowlers don't get the rests.
No, it's true, but then you are coming to... Well, I mean, there are several factors here. That was defended up towards mid-off, but it's cut out by cover. Several points. The bowlers are coming towards, towards the end of this day, the bowlers will be tired, and you'd hope to get some more loose balls, and that's a good time to score runs, and the ball will be getting towards 80 overs old, so it'll be as useless as it's going to be for the whole of that period of 80 overs. So there is a point to be made here that England, take it easy for an hour and 20 or something, but you've probably got a 2.5 hour session here. At some point you do want to try and put your foot on the neck and go, okay, we're going to score quickly now.
Yeah.
Nisa is going to continue, and Stokes just defends out into the offside, and there is no run. But it is important that they put a score on the board in the first innings, and it has to be over. For me, it's got to be over 350, and I'd quite like it to be 400.
And it's what they didn't do in the first Test match, and it's definitely what you need. Why would anyone want a Test match that's over in 2 days?
No.
Yeah. You can mix it up a little bit. You can have a bit of Bazball, which we've had, but you can have a bit of consolidation.
I mean, this is it. And we don't look like we're scoring particularly quickly. We were going at 4 and over.
Yeah.
And that's left alone through the keeper. And to be fair, I mean, if Duckett and Crawley go along at the pace they do, and you get a 100-run opening partnership, which they've done several times at the rate that they go along, then there is time to slow down a bit, and you're still going to end up with a fairly decent run rate.
Yep.
And I'm sure Harry Brook will come off once or twice in this series.
Oh yeah, I mean he's a fantastic, phenomenal player.
Yeah, he is. He's got such an eye and hand.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. He just his head.
But also, let's work on playing sensibly as well.
Indeed, Stokes just defends that. And there is.
We're about to swap over before we do. We've got a couple of super chats.
Yep.
Jay Grover sends us a fiver, and he says, as someone known for my right-wing political beliefs, I can only give you poor lefties some money and demand bootstraps. Vote reform. Actually, please don't. Please don't.
Well, I mean, all that stuff. We'll give us the other super chat.
It's from Beer Battered Gummy Shark, who sends us $2 Aussie. It says, disclaimer, I'm not a doctor. Did it make Twitter? I presume that's the
dislocated knee. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Now, what I will say is I used to play for Old Lanians, which was Dulwich Old Boys, and a lot of players who were a similar age of Nigel Farage, and a lot of chat that's been in the newspapers recently was spoken about at the club. So I have no doubt that a lot of it is true, no matter what he wants to say. That's defended by Stokes, out to the offside. And there ain't no run, and that is the end of our spell. Gary is going to come in and replace me. Who else are you coming in with?
I'm staying
Hector.
on.
Oh, you are staying on.
Okay, thanks, Annie.
I'll see you later.
Bye, Mercy. Lovely
Catch
to
you
see
soon.
Bye, Beth.
Bye.
So I'm staying on, but I think everyone else has deserted me. So I'll have a look at some chats.
Yes, Annie, it's nice to see you. It's nice to hear you. You seem to be on some Caribbean island there.
I bloody wish, Gary.
Yes.
I wish I was.
Yes, indeed.
It's just it's wishful thinking, basically.
Well, we need your legendary vivacity to keep us going because I'm rather feeling the long day.
I bet you are.
The long night, the long day's journey into night. Who was that? Was that Tennessee Williams? Can't remember.
Have you been up all night?
Oh, I've been up all night. Yeah, we suffer for our art here.
Yeah, I don't. You see, I'm a lazy old cow and I stay in bed.
Well, here is Scott Boland, and he runs in, but Joe Root pulls out, and there's a bit of paper across the pitch. Who knows? It's just another reason not to play cricket. We're joined by Hector. There's another all-nighter, Hector.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Hector. No
Hi,
way.
Annie.
Hello.
Yeah, our very own Pedro Pascal here is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you can't beat Pedro.
Well,
No.
that's right. One of the Avengers, I think. Maybe I don't know. I don't know those films at all.
No, I don't either, I'm afraid.
Boland's in, and Joe Root sits on that as he gets a lot of runs down backward of point. But Cameron Green, who's fielded a lot of balls there in the gully, does his job. Hector, it's been a slow start. It's been a slow hour, really, either side of tea.
Well, it has.
Not tea, dinner.
Yeah, definitely. And a bit of a cliche, but this next hour, 2 hours left in the day, this next hour feels so important, where these two are at a bit of a crossroads. Do they dig in and just preserve their wicket, or do they kick on and try and score some runs? I think they should do the former.
8 runs in half an hour as this ball is just sat on by Root again, but Cameron Green does the fielding at fine gully. Of course, he is both fine and wide gully, such as his wingspan, so he can do both positions. As England's two most experienced batters at the crease. Have England ever had two more experienced batters at the crease? Root's
Ever?
Maybe somebody batting with Alistair Cook, I don't know. I mean,
Straussing. Oh, actually, no.
Root's got 160 tests. I think Stokes has got 130 or something. So
it's a good question, Gary. It's a good question.
Yeah, that's what socials are for, and I'm sure they'll be flooding in soon, Annie.
Oh, I should imagine so.
This is punched to mid-on, where Mitchell Starc, curiously under-bowled, I would say, today. Would you say that, Hector?
Yeah, I think they were trying to save him for when it got dark, and then obviously he got that wicket straight away. I don't think they felt they need to use him. I quite like to see Travis Head come in.
I would as well, or rather I wouldn't, because I think it might be a bit scarier, because he turns the ball on anything, does Travis Head.
Does he?
Oh, he does, yeah. He gives it a hell of a tweak. We're not going to get much of a second new ball, because it will come at 80 overs, which probably will be tomorrow rather than tonight. This ball is again... Root just taps it on the head as it's coming past him. Again, Cameron Green does the fielding, and the game is at a strange kind of stasis at the moment.
Well, I think these two will be thinking that Will Jacks and Jamie Smith have never played a pink ball game, so to come in now when it is so dark, I'm hoping that they're just trying to keep them out the limelight for as long as possible.
I think that would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
hopefully.
We're going to need your socials, and if you super chatters, of course, you will be read at the top of the pile by our very own Annie. So here is Boland. This is a half volley, and again, it's just punched by Joe Root, picking out Mitchell Starc at mid-on, but he had no timing. There was no, as we saw in the first two sessions, there was no attempt to just sort of drop it and run. The ball's not coming onto the bat, it's soft. It's slightly difficult to pick up, and this is why pink ball tests have a bit of a poor reputation, don't they?
It's also still quite hot out there, I think. I wonder how
tired it is, yeah.
Tired Joe Root has been.
Well, he's not playing like a pink ball wizard at the moment.
What does a pink ball wizard play like?
Well, he has to have a trick. He's got such a supple wrist. This is punched hard by Joe Root, who has discovered the wizardry with a straight drive. It was there for the shot, of course, but here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4. Root goes to 77, and I go to you, Annie, for our socials.
Yeah, Root hit the jackpot there.
Very good.
Yay. So, Pink Floyd 870 says Gooch batting. I don't know. I don't know. Were they more experienced? I don't.
Oh, Gucci and Gatti. Oh, there's no way they played as many tests as these two.
No. And Messi Jess says to you, Gary, Stark has already bowled more overs than anyone else, 14, and there's 2 hours to go. There you are.
Yeah, I still feel he's a bit under-bowled. He wasn't much used in the middle session. He has bowled more than anybody else, but if you're only bowling 54 overs and you're well into the last session of the day, nobody's getting over-bowled. No. Speaking of which, it is not a barking mad move. It is this man who is coming in. Where is he? This man.
Brendan Doggett has arrived. He worried it never would.
And Ben Stokes is defending, and there is no run. Anything else coming in there, Annie?
Yeah, I've got a super chat.
Oh,
from Jay Grover, £2. He says, "We will never be read out by Annie."
That's one of those kind of paradoxes, isn't it? Where it's its own contradiction. All men are liars. Socrates is a liar. Therefore, Socrates is a man, or whatever it is.
Oh, and Leah says, pink ball wizards obviously play by sense of smell.
Oh, they do indeed. They do indeed. Here is Doggett, and this is just clipped, well, sort of half square cut to, I think that's Weatherald. Yeah, it is Weatherald at Gully. As we're up on a balcony here overlooking the ground. Not much of a view from there, is it?
No, you might as well
be away
on bloody telly.
Yeah.
Is that part of the ground, or is that?
It looks like somewhere well outside.
It looks like flats or so. I don't know why the cameraman's up there.
No. Well, maybe it's a drone. Maybe they've got a particularly accurate drone. There's certainly people enjoying a bit of a night out there in Vegas. This ball is defended by Stokes, who then takes 2 steps down the wicket and instantly shouts Joe Root to stay.
But it's interesting because they have been doing a lot of tipping and running, these two throughout. Root has been.
Yeah, it's been a good accumulating shot for them, and I was praising England for the way they were running, but again, it's harder to sort of tip and run if the ball is sticking in the surface and then sticking in the bat. And it certainly looks hard to generate any pace at the moment. But to their credit, what England have not done is lost their heads and tried to hit their way out of this rather lacuna moment in the day, as Stokes underlines that point by letting it go through to the keeper. ...
Just seen a bit more movement. That ball before looked like it swung a little bit into Ben Stokes, and then they're just shaped away from him. A bit more than we've seen in the past.
Well, I've been surprised because we get stats for everything, and here we are getting a stat for the weight transfer. Yeah. What I have not seen is a stat for movement.
And that seems a little bit more useful.
From session to session, or especially from first test to this test. As yet again, Cameron Green does his go-go gadget arms and manages to save that one that was bouncing over his head in the gully. And there is no run. He's turned into Victor Wembanyama, is how do I say his name? The American basketball, the French basketball player who was wowing up the NBA. 7'5", is he?
Is he?
Yeah, and can move like a guard.
7'5".
Yep, can move like a guard. Extraordinary athlete. As Ben Stokes. Is he going to be run out? Is he? Oh, he is. He's run out. That is the problem with dot ball after dot ball. Ben Stokes came charging down the wicket. It was never there. It was a tremendous piece of fielding by, I think, Inglis there in the covers. Ben Stokes just gives a tap on the back there to Joe Root. I hope saying you were right, mate. There was no run there. But I think it was Inglis. It was Inglis. A tap into the cover. That's the pressure that builds. That's what Bazball avoids, because the pressure doesn't build. And he had one stump to aim at, did Inglis, and he aimed it and he hit it flush on. That is a wicket taken by the Australians for all of the misjudgment in the run.
Exactly what they didn't need.
Exactly what they didn't need. Hector, Are you going to hector them for that run?
Well, I'm not happy. But I think Stokes knows that he brought it upon himself. He was clearly furious at the beginning. I was a bit worried that he was going to blame Joe Root, but there was never a run there, and we have been seeing this over the past few overs. Him and Joe Root always do want to push for that single, but
they needed to put a bit of pressure back on, and this is what happens.
He called me for a single and my stump shattered. Do don't run, do don't run.
Well, Annie, I suspect the socials might light up with blame allocation.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll just say, Lockie says Stark should have bowled all the overs from one end. Gary is right. There you are.
Mick Malone did once, pretty much, in a test match in England. His only test match, I think.
Beer Battered Gummy Shark says, oh yeah, Stokes is not impressed. Extra Fluff says, Englishman runs out, Englishman run out by an Englishman. English. Yes, and he is English, isn't he?
He is English.
In England, yeah. Very good.
We have a new bat.
Hey there, Jamie Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
I wonder whether that will be a Rahul moment at Lord's over the summer when Stokes did the run out himself.
It's
all been cruising, and then all of a sudden.
Well, it's the 1%ers, as Steve Waugh always said. Root comes forward and he times that beautifully to the hopeless fielder who is just who misfields an extra cover, and they're through for a single. Well, I'm sure we'll see a replay of that because it was really a tremendous piece of fielding. Not a bad piece of concentration either, because it's been a long day. We're deep in the last session of the day. He saw his chance, he swooped on it, he was on the move, threw down the stumps from about 10 yards away. Well,
it's a very impressive bit of fielding.
That's what wins matches. It's catches and fielding that wins matches. I said this at the start of the series. There's not that much between the sides. As Root comes forward, it's just Smith comes forward, it's just defended, and there is no run. So for all your empathy with two batters who've never played with a pink ball, they've been thrust.
Yeah, and
thrust.
He's got some time in his hands as well. He could be at 50 for all we know by the end of the day. I do think Smith is one of those batsmen that isn't phased by much. He seems very level-headed, and he's not going to get sucked into playing a certain type of way.
Well, we hope not.
No.
All that education. Let's hope. Here's Boland's in, and he's bowled. He's completely bowled, Jamie Smith. I don't think Smith saw that. I really don't think he saw that. It was through him before he got his back down. He was playing down the wrong line. I just don't think he saw it. But this is the problem.
Why Stokes should be in still.
Yeah, this is the problem.
It wasn't rash though, at least.
Then he waddled away, waddle.
Missed it by a mile.
Yep.
Oh dear. Well,
you two haven't been very lucky, have you?
No. I mean, should England declare? That's the question. Have a go at them under the lights.
But it's exactly why you didn't. A run out in a test is ridiculous anyway.
Yeah.
But at that point, when they should be staying there for the rest, it makes me really.
But they brought it on themselves by inviting pressure. In half an hour, they scored 8 runs after tea. You could understand, or after dinner, you could understand them playing for the break beforehand. But
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree. I think they just needed to stay there. I think they both needed to stay there.
Especially Stokes as the captain and the leader of the team, and he knows that Smith and Will Jacks, who's coming in now, haven't played under lights with the pink ball in first class cricket.
It's this man.
It might be Will Jacks. Maybe it's Will Jacks. It's probably Will Jacks. Yes, Will Jacks.
Well, unlike Terry Jacks, he's not going to have much of a season in the sun here because he's under lights.
Oh dear.
Annie, what's the socials doing?
Yeah,
Are they excoriating England?
Jay Graver says bother, and he's off to write some poetry. Lockie says stupid Stuart. Stupid. Tim Wilton asks where Inglis is from. I think it's somewhere like Leeds or something. Bazball can start now. Easy, Ollie says.
Here's Boland. He's in, and Jack survives the ball. He survives the ball. England have had 3 noughts today, and Jax is on nought himself. The reminder is a first baller for Ben Duckett, a third baller for Ollie Pope, and I think a second baller for Jamie Smith.
Second baller.
Oh dear.
My anchor's blaming me. Wheels have come off. I blame Annie for this.
Well,
I suppose I was saying.
Look, in any group of men, there's about 6 or 7 in here. There's God knows how many more online. They're gonna blame the woman, Annie. You should know this.
Oh yeah, of course.
This ball is defended, and there is no run. It's fielded by Josh Inglis at extra cover. I mean, that's.
I don't blame them. I'd blame me as well.
You blame you as well.
Yeah.
You're a hard woman. You're a hard woman.
Yeah. Jay Grover's suggesting Root's going to get stranded on 90.
Yes. Yes, that would be stranded on 99. Yeah, that would be. There'd be a poignancy in that. Hector, what are we going to do? What are we going to do?
Well, I'm very excited to see Will Jacks back, but I don't really want to say too much.
Well, is he edged it through to the keeper? Is he bowled him? Again, Will Jacks simply did not see that ball, because you don't play that shot if you've seen the ball. The bat was late down to it. It was on the wrong line. The ball did nothing, really. Gone over the stumps to the keeper. It does become a little farcical. I just don't think he saw that. Anyways, anyway, I mean, it was exactly the same shot as Jamie Smith played, except the ball was a few inch or two higher. Yeah, I mean, it's moved in a little bit. But yeah, the Bears shouting enough, but anyways. There we are. If you cite it, yes, your socials. I'm getting annoyed.
Ghost Rider, here comes the collapse. Be about to come shot. England need to get their ducks in a row.
Oh, very good.
That damn double C. Joe will be Root Ed at the non-strikers at this rate. Extra fluff up. More Surrey. I don't think you can get much more Surrey. Be about to come shot. Is it time for Bazza Ball? I like that. Bazza Ball.
Bazza Ball. Here's Doggett. He's in, and this is defended by Joe Root, yet again backward of point. I should remind you of the score after that flurry of action. As the camera picks out Nathan Lyon there with
Bo Webster.
Yeah, Bo Webster, the tall Bo Webster. 211 for 6. Will Jacks is on nought, which is obviously a very dangerous place for an Englishman to be these days. And Joe Root is on he's on 78 of 153 balls. Wishful thinking there.
Yes, definitely.
As yet again he knocks that down to Gully. Yet again, Cameron Green does the fielding. Yet again, there is no run. They were all singles in the first 2 sessions of the match. All of those little dabs.
Cameron Green's wingspan is ginormous. And when Bo Webster joins the team, you've got those two and Brendan Doggett. They're all 3.
They just need
big.
2 fielders, don't they? One each side.
Yeah, and then they'll be fine. But you can't play that shot.
Be like vampires with the wings out. Christopher Lee. This ball is defended back to the mid-off where Travis Head, who we were calling to do some bowling, I don't think he's going to do it now. No. Just to remind you, England have scored 13 runs in, let's look at it, in 52 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
It's called Test cricket.
I know, but they're stuck. Joe Root
they are stuck.
Joe Root can't rotate the strike.
Yeah.
Will Jacks can't see the ball. To credit the Australian bowlers, but they're not doing that much to get their wickets. Root just pushes the ball
But they are in that dodgy condition where the lights are, it's changing over and stuff. So, they've got to be careful at this point.
They do have to be careful, but if you have to be careful for an hour before the dinner interval and another 2 hours after, it's a bit much, really, isn't it?
Well, it's a stupid day-night game.
Let's hope they're all enjoying it, sitting, watching it over a barbie in New South Wales, wherever
with their bananas.
Yeah. As Doggett's in, and Joe Root plays a cut, and he actually connects with it, and he beats Cameron Green, and it goes all the way to the fence for a very, very, very much needed one of these.
It's just another score. It's just another 4.
So Joe Root's hit the 2 boundaries since the break. A lovely straight drive and now a lovely square cut. There hasn't been much to cheer in between times for England fans. It's the last ball of this over from Doggett. And he sort of offers a bat at that as Joe Root and then withdraws it. Slightly false stroke. Goes through to the keeper. Doggett has none for 53 off 11 overs. He's not been that impressive, has he?
No, he hasn't. He's been quite expensive, but also just quite predictable. I think he tried to change it up, in his second spell of the day, where he bowled short and he had his men back, but other than that, he hasn't really provided any challenge.
Nope. Speaking of challenges, can you read a few more of our socials out, Annie?
Yeah, we've got a super chat from Jay.
Super chat.
He says, Gary makes a good point about online sexism.
Well, not just online.
No, just everywhere.
It's offline as well. It's so bloody grim, honestly.
Tim Wilton says England missing the Currans. It's obviously not sure about that, but there you are.
It must want some more Surrey players in the 11.
Yeah, I think
as Boland's in, and this ball is just pushed into the leg side. He saw that one, did Will Jackson. There is no run.
You'll like this tweet. The damn double C. Will this day's play end tomorrow as there are still 35 overs left?
Well, quite.
Yes.
Quite.
That's not the real.
If it was a snooker match to be playing at 2 a.m. in the Crucible at this rate.
It's where they're missing Lyon, though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's not like they bowl much more, even with a spinner.
No.
It's all the time they take getting round and checking the ball, and it's ridiculous. Just means you can play with 4.5 bowlers. Taking on the pad, I think possibly off the inside edge, is Will Jacks, and there is no run. I get told off for boring on about it, but if you're only bowling 81 overs in a day, you can hide a whole spell, more than a spell, from your 5th bowler. So why bother playing 5 bowlers?
In case one gets injured.
Well, quite, but you can play half a bowler, and arguably that's what England are doing in Will Jacks. Certainly not a full-on all-rounder.
Definitely not.
And yes, Cameron Green certainly isn't going to bowl 15 overs in a day for Australia. This is defended by Will Jacks, and there is no run. 215 for 6.
Mayank's hitting back. He says, I don't blame Annie because she's a woman. I blame her because she never reads all the messages. That said, you're killing it today, Annie. Thank you. Thank you.
And Mayank, it was no calumny on your character, my reference to the bullying of women. It's just been very grim in English politics.
Yeah, but it's just the way life is at the moment. It's bully, bully, bully. Everyone's a bully.
Here's Scott Boland. This is very full, but again, it's the reticence that you have as a batter after you lose wickets. Instead of driving that, Will Jacks just drops a dead bat on it. What can England do to get out of this rut here? Because, take away the 2 boundaries by Joe Root, England have barely got it off the square.
Well, first things first, Will Jacks needs to get off the mark, because the longer he stays on naught, the more it's going to eat away at him, the more he's going to get nervous and play within himself. But as soon as he does that, I think they just still need to stay positive with their running, with their calling, and try and find some
agree.
gaps.
I know Annie's point is it's a test match, so you can defend for half an hour if you want to, but this ball is punched hard to Mitchell Stark at mid-on. Yes.
I just think that Stokes and Root needed to stay there. I really thought they needed to stay there. So that was my main point.
It's a good point. But I think we all
It's
know...
only day one.
We've seen it so often. If you just let the bowlers bowl, you're a sitting duck and something bad will happen. And something bad did happen.
Yeah.
George Bailey laughing away there, getting ready for the reruns of It's a Wonderful Life at Christmas.
Hey.
Here's Scott Boland. He's in, and he's off the mark. Is Will Jacks.
There, listen to you, Hector.
A single to mid-wicket, and Hector has got his wish. Jacks has 1 off 9, England have 216 off 6, and we have your socials.
Yeah, Tim Burton says England should have declared hours ago. Beer Battered Gummy Shot says still light outside here in East Coast Victoria. Remember, as a kid in Tasmania, we played cricket right up until after 9:30. Tim Wilton, I used to play croquet until 11:30 and still have change for the bus fare home. Easy Joe says, imagine being a sentient being and not thinking Joe Root is the GOAT.
The GOAT.
He is the GOAT.
We used to play football till about 10:30 when we were kids at night, but we had a gigantic roundabout by the docks. It's all sealed off now because it's a free port, but then you could just go onto it. It's a gigantic roundabout because it had big container lorries going round it, and it was lit up because the docks were lit up all the time.
It sounds like a fairground ride.
It was a little bit like that. A horrible waft by Will Jacks. That's a get-out shot if ever there was one, but he missed it. Goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. So yeah, you used to be able to play football pretty much whenever you wanted to on this gigantic round. It was fun.
Nick Vickers says, hi Gary, Hector and Annie, don't want to jinx anything, but Rooty knows what he's doing. It's a 5-day game, plenty of time.
Well, that's good. Any relation?
No, I was thinking about this, but I don't think so. I wonder whether for Will Jacks he should go on the attack here because he's clearly not picking the ball up.
No, this is through to the keeper, and it is his game. You know, his reputation at Surrey and indeed for England in one-day cricket is a bit of a crash bang merchant. He's better than just a slogger.
Yeah, he's more controlled than that, I think. But I do think
he is a white ball player.
He is a six-hitter. Oh, he's got some great scores in the championship. We're used to Surrey winning the championship, but I think in that first year he was really vital, making big runs.
Very much so. But since then, he's played a lot more white.
He has indeed. As Doggett's in, and this is defended slightly off the outside edge by Will Jacks. It goes to Wetherell, who is its gully.
So, sorry, Gary, just to your point about being a sitting duck, for Will Jacks, if it's hard for him to pick up the ball and find the gaps and rotate the strike, I don't see why he shouldn't start playing an aggressive game and let...
Well, the thing is, if you're trying to hit the ball hard, you really have to see it coming out of the hand.
Yeah.
And if you're struggling to see it from the hand, it's much easier to be defensive and kind of wait a little bit until the ball comes into focus, as he does there, and just defends it to mid-on.
I think we're due a changeover at the end of this.
We are definitely due a changeover.
We've got Beer Battered Gummy Start says, I think Jacks needs to wait until Stark is on, then tee off.
Oh, very good. Yes, I can imagine there are plenty thinking that. Mo Webster seems to have a gigantic face. Is it just me, or is his face like really big?
I think he's just big in
It's
general.
a baby face, isn't it?
Yeah,
He looks like a baby.
Like an Easter Island statue, but also a baby. As this ball is punched by Doggett, off Doggett through mid-wicket, and Will Jacks will get himself 2 runs there, and there's
He's
just
teeing off.
there's just one more ball before we will bring you a coherent ball by baller, rather than this sort of William S. Burroughs cut-up technique of commentary that I'm indulging in. It's
late at night.
It's 10 o'clock in the morning, but it's also kind of double 10 o'clock at night as well. So if there's anybody awake in there, it looks like the kind of final scene of a zombie movie. Then they'll be coming in here as Will Jacks looks up and he sees Doggett come towards him and he defends. You saw that ball, I think, Hector.
Very solid.
Yeah, well, I've got the bear lurking, and when the bear lurks, it's best to get out the way.
You don't want a lurking bear.
No, you don't want a lurking bear.
I'll just read a few tweets while you're coming on. Extra Fluff says, just eat more bloody carrots. Yeah, that'll keep you awake. Only a matter of time before Jax goes on the attack, says Ghost Rider. A Lucky 6 says, use the force. And I'm going to head off now, so see you all.
Nice.
And I'll be back tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. We're going to be joined by Morg. All right, Morg.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Positive.
What I was going to say is, I think the ball is really soft, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really difficult to actually get any pace on the ball.
What did you think of the Stokes run up?
It was his fault, man. There was never a run there. He hit it straight to the fielder. Root was right to send him back.
Cam Green has rejoined the attack into a 6th over, and Root's driving that out to backward point. Definitely 3 for 1. Yeah, jogs 3 for 1 in the end. Moves to 83.
Stupidly, they've moved the man out of. I suppose Cam Green was the man who was there.
Yeah.
So he can't be bowling out there. And the other thing I was. What was the other thing I was thinking? Oh, right. So Steve Smith, actually, we were talking to him about the pink ball. And he said the difficulty under lights is you can't tell which side is the shiny side, where the seam's at, all these things because of the shininess of the ball and where the light hits the ball and stuff. Unlike a white ball, I don't know why it's so different to a white ball, but presumably because of the colour. And so it's a lot harder to pick what the bowler is actually doing with the ball.
Cam Green in again, wide of the crease and wide of off stump, and that's a really nice drive from Will Jacks. Pierces cover, and that will run away for 4.
Yes, just about, but that'll do.
Yeah, it really does seem that Will Jacks has been struggling to pick it up, especially just those length balls that he sits in to defend. Especially early on, it seemed like he couldn't really pick where the ball was going.
Yeah, I think it takes a good old time to get. Yeah, I mean, apparently, Smith's been trying out black under his eyes to stop the glare from the lights and all sorts. So it's clearly not easy to bat under lights with a pink ball.
Green in again, shorter, and Jacks just sits back and pulls that down to fine leg for a single. I honestly think everyone should be wearing those strips. It looks silly, but if it does work, which Steve Smith and Shivnarine Chanderpaul say, then there can't be any harm of having them.
Yeah, I guess England just don't have enough experience at it, do they? I mean, it's the third. Is it the third day-night test they played in Australia, or just the second? They played one last time. It is the third, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I guess if you're not used to it, as Root says, he doesn't like them, and I can completely understand why.
Yeah, and Will Jacks hasn't played a single pink ball test.
But
short and wide of off stump, and Root just plays his trademark glance down to backward point, runs through for 1 more.
That's what I was asking Tone, but he's now fallen asleep. So, Will Jacks played quite a lot of Big Bash, hasn't he? Am I right in that? Because he doesn't get picked up for the IPL, doesn't he?
I think he's done more IPL.
Well, he has recently, but I saw earlier in his career he played quite a lot of Big Bash. Maybe I'm completely wrong in that, but
he plays a lot of franchise.
Yeah, well, exactly. And if you don't play in the major leagues, i.e. the IPL, then you tend to try and get your name down in the BBL.
2 more for Green. Fuller and straying down, leg stump and flicked from Will Jacks. This is a good over for England, starting to rotate the strike more, 4 singles and 1 boundary. It's good because they're quite a slow period that we've just had.
And I thought Gary's point about Jamie Smith and one of the ball that cut Jackson half as well when he first came in. He said, it didn't do that much. It did enough, and that's the whole point, isn't it? It came in enough to get in between bat and pad.
And with this light, enough is actually a lot more than enough.
Attack.
Last over of Green's 6th. Full and straight, and Root just clips that into the onside. For a moment I thought it hit his pad, but
I think it did, but I think he got enough inside edge on it.
Runs through for a single. End of the over. England are 227 for 6.
Mark.
Not entirely convinced green is very good. I've forgotten where we're up to, so I will just read this one out from Jay that says, "Hooray, Mog!"
Well, of course you'd read that one out, Mark.
Well, it's convenient praise I'll be getting this evening.
Well, yeah, we'll praise you.
Mike says it may be 10 a.m. in the UK, but at least it'll be pitch dark in the UK by 4:30.
Yeah, well, it will be.
Be asleep by then.
Tim Wilton Davies says more like 3:45.
We're getting to the shortest day of the year, 24th of December.
Is that the shortest?
24th or 21st of December? Yeah. It's just before Christmas. Who's ringing me now? Ben. I'm at fucking work, mate. Right, I'm going to stop that.
Doggett will continue into his 13th over and short outside off, and Joe Root leans back, tries his glance, and he's quite perplexed. He's indicating that the pitch did something there. I think it hits his glove and bounces down, and hits the glove down into the ground, and Carey gathers behind the stumps, but he thinks something's happened in the wicket there. Jagged back inside, maybe.
Well, there seems to be more movement with this underlights, doesn't there, off the pitch? There hasn't been a lot all day, but it seems to be that the odd one is now moving, even though the ball is 60 overs old. It does strange things.
2 slips, the gully, cover a mid-off on the onside, and it's straight, and Root straight bats that down to Josh Inglis at mid-wicket, no run.
How many times have they replaced this ball so far?
They haven't. They've tried replacing it several times, but the umpires have refused so far.
It slips through pretty easily. I think didn't they cut a bit of the
They cut
seam?
a little bit of the seam, a bit of string was hanging out, but they've not replaced it.
Quite a tight field here, just the fine leg out for Joe Root. He is on 85. 89, of course, his highest score in Australia at this ground. Short and wide and cut nicely, and that is tracking away to the boundary. 2 fielders giving chase. It won't get there. They'll come back for 3, and Root will move to 88. Short, wide, and a nice cut. Didn't get all of it. 88 for Root.
Oh, is this the day? But that's a no ball.
And it's a no ball.
So we move on to 230. What do we want? I mean, ideally we want 300 plus, don't we? But
that's a gaping no ball from Doggett. I'm not exactly sure what. Sorry. I'm not exactly sure what a par score would be here.
Well, the average under lights apparently first innings is 270 or 280. It's either 277 or 293. They said I think it was 277. They said on the commentary whilst I was listening around lunchtime.
Straight Doggett into Jackson. He just turns that to Mitchell Stark at mid-on, no run.
Well, I mean, with Jax as a genuine batter at number 8, if he can get in, then there is potential still for a big score, but you just kind of feel that England don't really have it in them. There's still a bit of nervousness, I feel, around the England side about trying to put a proper score on the board.
Well, Joe Root 12 away from that elusive first 100 in Australia, if he gets there. I'm not saying that he will, but if he does, it'll be interesting to see how he plays. Anyway, Doggett in, Jack's on 9. Defends that into the offside for no run. 2 to come because of that no ball earlier on in the over from Doggett. He hasn't looked particularly threatening at all really today, Brendan.
No, a lot of them haven't looked very threatening. Boland and Stark's the one who looks dangerous, as long as you seem to keep him out. But I mean, he's taken 3 of the wickets of the 6. And generally in the first bloody over of each spell he bowls, you know.
Pretty good run out from Josh Inglis to get Stokes.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. The other bowlers have actually only taken 2 wickets.
And Nisa was slightly gifted from Zach Crawley, a short ball wide of off.
And 2 of the wickets were gifted to start. Pope was gifted, and I think Brook gifted as well.
Straight in on the pads to Will Jacks, who flicks that, times it really nicely through mid-wicket, really, and it races away, beats Mitchell Stark, races away for 4.
I didn't think that was going on.
I'm looking over a 4.
And this is kind of what Stokes needed to do. I mean, if Root's going to be your sort of anchor, whoever's at the other end has to be trying to make runs. I think that's where Stokes tried to do what Root was doing, and England were getting nowhere, were they?
They made 4 runs in the previous half an hour, and now it's flowing.
Dog it in, short and wide of off stump, and Jacks stays on his front foot and sort of carves it to a backward point. No run, end of the over, 235 for 6. Are there any socials?
There are many of them. Extra Fluffo says, my cousin from Leeds can have a word with your boss. He needs something to do after being released from Durham prison. Okay, cool. Andres Rousseau asks, how many overs are left in the night?
Well, potentially 29, but they're never going to get there because we've got, what, an hour and 15, an hour and 20 minutes tops, I think.
They can play to 10:30, I think, so yeah.
Which is 8, which is 10:30.
It's 8 past 12, 12 past 8 where you are now, isn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, and I presume it's 12 past 8 in Queensland then, and they're exactly 12 hours ahead of that at the moment.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Messi also confirms that Jack's played 8 BBL games.
Cam Green is going to continue to Joe Root, who leaves that one outside his off stump.
Okay, so he only played 1 year there. I thought he played multiple years there. I always think some of the England players have played multiple years in the BBL, and I'm always wrong.
Played for the Hurricanes, no less.
Hobart. That'd be your hometown.
The proper team.
Yeah.
No, that's the wrong part of Tasmania.
Oh, right.
Southerners, God.
God damn. How big's Tasmania?
Not very. Not very at all. It's only a few hours drive from sort of one end to the other.
Well, that's reasonably big.
Cam Green
4
in
hours.
again, wide of the crease, and Root is forward, defending at it, and narrowly misses the outside edge. I think he tucks his bat just inside it. Had to reach it. Quite slow there from Green, angling away from the off stump, and
It went a little bit, didn't it? Straightened a bit, and it was started wide and went a little bit wider, dragged him out.
Really had a bit of a poke at it. Luckily avoids that edge.
Yeah, let them bowl to you, not the other way around.
There's a deep square just in front of square, actually out for Joe Root. Green north of 41 from his 6, just the one slip in, and oh wow, again another one. That was closer to Joe Root's body there, just over off stump, and he does in fact tuck the bat away, late leave.
Yeah, it doesn't. They don't look like they pick it up nearly as well, do they? Under lights. I do think it's an odd format for Test cricket. I just don't think it's right.
It's certainly a lot more stressful, I think.
Yeah.
It's making the advertisers a lot more money.
Well, yeah, it's fucking all about the fucking money, isn't it?
Green coming in again, 3 to come, and again this one's left alone more confidently from Root, just through that 5th stump channel, which Green's been plugging away at so far this over, just trying to find that outside edge, which ironically they only have one slip in and then a gully, so there is a big gap through the slip. Mitchell Stark looks to be warming up on the boundary.
Oh fuck, here comes another wicket.
It's game over, declare.
That's the spirit.
Well, we've scored, what, 60 more runs than we scored on a maximum. We've still got 4 wickets left.
Just the one slip still in. Green's coming wide of the crease, short, and Root slashes, and that finds Marnus Labuschagne at that gully point. No run. 5 dot balls so far in this over. Root 88 from 169 balls.
Lovely shot of some
spitting
there.
Do you think if Root gets to 100, he'll free him up a little bit?
I think it will.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
I think he will start to play some shots. We haven't seen a reverse ramp today.
No, well, I doubt he'll play that till we get to 300.
Not yet. No. Not yet.
Or tomorrow, when it's a bit lighter.
Yeah, possibly.
Last ball of Green's 7th over, and it's full in. It just seems to going in straight middle stump, then jags away to the off stump, and Root defends that into the offside. No run, end of the over, still 235 for 6, and I think it's a drinks break.
Is it? Yeah, well, probably is actually.
Lucky 6 says, bring back Peter Siddle.
How old is Siddle now? He's still bowling.
He must be 40 at least.
Well,
he played in the England Lions game.
Yeah, he did. Well, Jimmy's still going at 44, isn't he? Or 43?
Yeah. Let's have a look at how he did.
send a message to the selectors. I'm sure they'll be happy to listen. Tim Milton Davies says, first time a Test captain of England has been run out in Australia in half a century.
Wow. And it was his own bloody fault.
That's quality niche statting. Drag Driver was very disappointed at my name that I had up on my screen, so I've changed it. He also says, gaping no ball, just made me laugh because I'm a child.
Well,
same reason I laughed. Farong says, just under 1 hour of regular time and only 61 bowlers owed. Super fit, these modern day players. BS or bollocks?
Yeah, I mean, it's in the last test, they were not getting even 80 overs in a day. I mean, I know there was a lot of wickets and everything, but still, you know, that's just really poor. And I don't think anyone would have got. Would they got fine points for slow play? I don't know.
They're supposed to lose points, but I don't.
But there's loads of things that get taken into account, like run-outs, and you know, every time there's a wicket, obviously it takes time out of the game. Injuries, concussion checks, all that kind of shit. And there were a few of those as well.
Well, Jay, it is not a Doctor Who cat, nor is it from Blake 7.
What? Your name?
The name I've got up on the screen currently.
I can't see it from this distance. What does it say?
Tavildo.
Tavildo. What does that mean? Who is it? What is it?
Well, that's the point. It's supposed to be mysterious. Drive engagement or something.
I'm just going to go get my phone.
Andres Russo says, if I'm England, I'll bat out tonight and go hard for the first 2 sessions tomorrow. And Rick My Frapp says, a slow ball, caught and bowled is required now. Do they do that anymore?
Caught and bowled?
Or a slow ball that results in well,
I think
they haven't tried one.
One would be a bad idea, actually, with how soft this ball's gone.
Peter Siddle's 41, according to Aidan Davidson.
Yeah, there you go. He's a little bit behind.
A couple of years to go till he catches up. It's also not an Italian comedy, Jay.
Well, still at drinks here. Joe Root not out on 88 from 170 balls. Will Jacks with him on 13 of 22 after that Penn Stokes run out. Was never really a run there, turned back by Root, and Josh Inglis had one stump to aim at and threw them down with an amazing piece of fielding. Jamie Smith then came in and couldn't pick up the pink ball. First time playing against a pink ball, and second ball was bowled through the gate by Scott Boland, and Will Jacks almost fell to the same fate a couple balls into his innings, but since then tried to steady the ship. 13 from 22. And it looks like Brendan Doggett will continue. Looking at the Barmy Army, still very much going. Got some songs going. Fitchy playing the trumpet there.
Do they look sunburnt?
Yeah.
Some of them seem to be red.
Quite red. Well, they've had quite a lot of time off to go outside.
Go surfing down at Surfers.
Looks like the short ball plan for Will Jacks. 3 men out deep on the leg side, 2 men on the leg side in the ring. Just the one slip, who's at third slip now. It is short, and Jacks pulls aggressively, times that really nicely, and picks the gap.
That's a good shot.
Picks the gap through his deep square leg, 4-4. Knew what was coming there, didn't he? He was pretty clear with that field.
Yeah.
And he was quickly onto it, just swiveled on one leg almost, and yeah, timed it perfectly. Yeah, just very nice rotation there. And it is the English way now not to defend against the short ball. They know it's coming, they know how to play it, so they are going to take it on. Dog it in again, short again, and Jacks takes it on.
They played it pretty well, I have to say, today as well. Not a lot of it's been up, a lot of it's been rolled on the wrists, which is quite boring because you don't get the boundaries. But actually, you know, if you can do that for 6 overs, they're going to get bored of it pretty quick, aren't they?
Well, as they did earlier on today with Doggett. Single there for Jacks down to fine leg, which means that Joe Root is on strike. Same field. A lot of men out deep. Couple out deep point, deep cover. And then 3 out on the leg side. 4 to come from Doggett, 0 for 68. 68 for 0 from his 13.2 overs.
No sixes hit today.
No sixes.
No, well, it's a test match.
34 short, and Root takes it on. And Marnus Labuschagne has come in to a sort of halfway between the boundary and the ring at fine leg-ish. Throws the stumps down, but Root was back in his crease, no run. Timed it really nicely, but Labuschagne was in the perfect position.
Marnus looks a bit like Miley Cyrus.
I have to say, Miley Cyrus has not got the good-looking genes.
No.
3 to come for Doggett here. Root 12 runs away. Short again, and an outside leg, and Root has a swing at it, gets an edge, and beats fine leg. 4 more, moves into the 90s. 92.
Woo! This is high score in Australia.
It's me, Senshi.
Well, the nerves, they're here. 8 runs away. It was a stray short ball. It was loose. Root just helps it on his way. Gets a bit of a top edge. Beats fine leg. 2 more of those.
Yeah, I mean, if I was Root, in my head, I'd be going, I'm just going to be really bloody minded. Don't care how long it takes me to get to that 100. I'm just going to get this out of the way. Because he gets that monkey off his back, and the rest of the series is free, right?
And then next is a 200 and a 300.
2 to come. Doggett, short, Root. Pulls at it, beats Marnus Labuschagne, and that will be 4 more. Whoa. 1 hit away, 96 now.
Come on, my man.
Come on.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
That was wide outside off, and Root, as he does so well, just plucked at it, timed it perfectly, beat Marnus Labuschagne in the fielding position that I just mentioned, and no one there to sweep round. And now he's 1 hit away.
Don't get out trying to get another 4. Just block the fucking thing.
Or just stop the shot and let it run very fine.
Doggett, last ball of his over. 2 boundaries in a row. Short, and Root looks to have a go. Ducks underneath it. Alex Carey has a half-hearted appeal. End of the over. England 248 for 6 from 63.
Suddenly it looks kind of okay again, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Swings and roundabouts today, totally. Those 2 wickets, 6 for 210, or 210 for 6, obviously.
3 boundaries in that over.
Was looking, we could, they've managed to drag it back again. And now you'd think 300 plus is back on the cards,
Will Jacks, hopefully he'll look to get a single early on in this next over, just while Root's got a bit of momentum his way. Plays the
Is that an attempted appeal to try and cover up that it might be a wide? Is that what they were trying there?
I think so, because then they ran through quite quickly.
That should be worth a penalty run or 2. That's shit.
Well, Cam Green to Will Jacks. Jacks has 18. 2 slips in the gully. Straight defended into the onside. No run.
See, Jacks has added real impetus to the innings again, hasn't he? 18 of 25.
He's done well. He survived.
He's looked good. He's looked really... I mean, I do quite like Will Jacks.
He had that scare, just pierced through the gate, but bounced over the top of middle stump. And then since then, he's looked to steady the ship. He was scoring at a decent rate, 18 from 25. 32 fours now in this innings. Green bustles in again wide of the off stump, and an inside edge onto the pad there from Will Jacks. Just make sure he's back in his crease. Green does the fielding off his own bowling for no run.
I mean, how long before Green gets injured as well? I mean, he's constantly getting himself injured bowling.
Will he be injured, or will he actually hurt himself?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they want him to be a genuine all-rounder, don't they? But a lot of the time, he just seems to be in as a batsman because he can't bowl.
It's not a great display of bowling thus far.
Well, it's been tough conditions for it. Short, and Will Jacks just guides that to cover, no run. I wonder will they bring Mitchell Starc on for the next over?
Oh, that's a good point.
Especially if Root's still on that 96. Mitchell Starc does like bowling to Joe Root, and it will make sense after that previous Doggett over. It's quite loose. 3 to come though from Cam Green first of all. The partnership now 37 from 49. Will Jacks on strike, 18 from 27, wide and full. Straight onto the pads, and Will Jacks clips that out to Mitchell Starc at deep mid-wicket. They'll just take the single, so Joe Root is back on strike. He has 2 balls left of this Cam Green over. I wonder if he'll be thinking they're going to bring Mitch Starc on next over. I don't think you can think like that. I don't think he will.
I don't think you can think like that. He's faced 174 balls. He's the best batsman in the world. He has got to believe in himself. He's, how many fucking tons did he score? 33, 34?
39.
39 now.
He's probably thinking this Green guy bowls like shit, so I should get my 100 up this over.
I mean, I remember a time when a top English batsman scored like 27 tons.
2 to come. Root on strike on 96, and now leans forward, presses forward to defend, goes through to Carey, and Green for a moment looked back at the umpire as if to say, how is that not out? It doesn't look like they'll review it, so 1 more left from Green. Just looking, England have...
Well, Smith, they've only got 1 review left as well, isn't it? So they're going to need to be really short. Yeah, it's like his bat hit his pad, doesn't it?
Angled in and seemed to straighten up off the wicket. Seems like it might be starting to do something.
There was a gap between ball and pad.
Last ball, Green, 0 for 42. Last ball of his 8th over, last ball of the 64th. 1 slip in, a gully, 3rd man, wide fine leg. Carey standing back, in he comes. Over the wicket, short and wide, and Joe Root cuts it, and it won't beat. Deep backward point. He wants to turn back from Will Jacks. Calm. Wanted to come back for 2. Will Jacks said no. He was stranded halfway down the wicket, but luckily the throw went to the keeper's end. If it went to the bowler's
he
end.
gave him the call early enough, and the ball was still out on the boundary.
The cries of horror from in the green room.
Yeah, that was Tony.
Yeah. Chaos.
We have a super chat, by the way.
Oh, I can play a jingle for that one. Let's go.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Jake Grover with 2 of your English pounds says displacement activity, guessing Mog's name. Leah has worked out where it's from, and so has CRS.
Well, then tell us.
Tevildo is an early version of Sauron from Lord of the Rings. It's called Tevildo, Prince of Cats.
Is that from the Silmarillion?
No, way before that even.
Oh, right, okay.
Way before.
Not that I've ever read the Silmarillion. I tried starting the Silmarillion, but it was just a long list of shit.
It's not quite a narrative book as such.
No.
Gonna have to cut in here because Steve Smith has gone to Mitchell Starc. He's going to be bowling over the wicket to Joe Root on 97, 2 slips in the gully. Starc has 3 already, entering his 3rd spell, 3 for 41 from 14. And he is over the wicket straight and defended to mid-off by Joe Root.
Come give us a nice straight full one. You can just drive straight back past the bowler.
Highest score in a test match in Australia. Previously 89, 87, 83. His previous top 3. Now 97 not out from 177 balls. It's a smart move from Smith to bring Starc back in now. When the nerves will... No matter how good a batsman you are, the nerves,
especially when it's the only place you've never scored a ton, isn't it?
And all the build-up, all the media.
Just let him get it.
Matty Hayden should be feeling pretty nervous right now as well. Starc.
Well, no, I suppose he wants him to get
5 to come over short, and Root just guides that to cover coming round. Root runs through for a single, moves to 98. Well, I think
all Australia will breathe a sigh of relief when he gets 100 because we won't have the spectre of naked Matthew Hayden hovering.
Well, exactly. No one wants to see that. Maybe they could put his sanger on a barbecue, though.
I'd be happy to watch that.
We'd all be happy to watch that.
Partnership now at 40. Will Jacks is on strike, so we can breathe a little bit. Joe Root at the other end on 98. The ring coming in. They're not going to let him have an easy single here. Fine leg, the only man out on the boundary. Starc steaming in over the wicket, left arm short and just clipped down to mid on, no run.
I have to say, Will Jacks looks pretty comfortable.
He's worked out where the ball is now.
Surely not.
I'm going to carry on touching wood for that.
Not after all that we've been through today.
I know, but the 250's up, by the way, as well, which is good.
251 for 6.
Always feels better.
Joe Root just leans on his bat, looking calm, looking composed. Sure, that's not how he's feeling. 3 to come from Mitch Stark. In he comes, angling in wide, and Will Jacks has a big drive. It's about 6th or 7th stump coming across Will Jacks, and he leans into it.
It is the tempter, though. I always think, actually, as a right-handed batsman, when a left-armer overthrows it wide, you kind of feel like
across the body,
because you just feel like I can't get out bowled or anything, and it's out there. I can free my arms, and so you are tempted to throw the bat at it.
And it looks like a drive all the way, so you can see it coming in.
Exactly, and you've got the space, so it doesn't really matter that it's close to your body and you're over it. You can just slap it.
2 to come here. Jacks 19 from 30. Root still at the other end on 98. Partnership of 40. In full, and Will Jacks plays and edges, and he's gone.
Fucking should have shut up.
It's the exact same delivery, a bit straighter. Will Jacks has a flash at it, clips it to Steve Smith at second slip, and that is the end of Jacks for 19 of 31. He was looking good, and just didn't move his feet.
Rechristen the bear as Shelley.
Yeah. Well done, Bear. Off. Well done. I hope you're fucking happy.
No, I'm not.
Another one bites the dust.
Can't one of these be checked for a no-ball?
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Man, every time he fucking comes on, he takes a fucking wicket.
Stark has 4. Stark has 4. Only positive is Root will stay at the other end, hopefully for Cam Green. Stays on 98. England are now 251 for 7, and another Surrey man.
Oh yeah, another Surrey
walks
man.
out.
He's a Test centurion. It's this man. Where is his fucking jingle gone? There it is.
Gus, the hat-trick son, that's 3 wickets in a row. Gus, the hat-trick son, a bowling impresario.
Gus Atkinson goes out drawing Joe Root ahead of Bryden Cast, who I would have thought actually might have come in ahead.
Well, I think Gus is a better bat.
I think
certainly
both.
More organised.
Yeah.
Certainly got a better technique, and he does like the short shit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He can't fucking stop himself from pulling and hooking.
Well, look at that. Average of 22, 100, 418 runs in 15 matches.
Games. It's not bad, is it, really?
It's not bad at all for a fast bowler.
You know what, we might actually have to bowl tonight, but I think we could probably get another 30 or 40 runs before we have to. I think I don't know if the tail will hang around that long, even though it is a reasonable tail that will maybe score runs.
Last ball here from Mitchell Stark. 2 slips in the gully. Atkinson's first ball, it's straight and it's full and it's defended to mid-off. End of the over, 251 for 7.
Are we having a switcheroo? The tired-looking tone is coming on with Messers and Gary.
Well done, Bear.
Right, thank you.
Congratulations on your wicket. That was a fucking awful shot.
It's tempting though, Messi. If you throw it up wide,
Yeah.
I think it's a very tempter for a right-handed batsman across a left-hander. That's what I was just saying.
Yeah, well, I don't know why Australia hasn't bowled that line more today, to be honest.
Well, you can't let a half volley that wide of the off stump just go, but at the same time, you've got to move your feet to get across to it. You can't just swing your arms at it. And
as beer-battered Gummy Shark says, a 7th stump special.
Yeah, and the only England batsman who was a batter who was lining the ball up with any consistency is Joe Root, and he's 98 not out.
Well, pivotal moments in Test. 251 for 7. Ben Stokes thought there was a second run. Joe Root knew there wasn't.
Yeah,
and that bought. Is it 3? But it got Jamie Smith pretty quickly. That was almost inevitable. Jacks looked like he might put in some resistance, but the reality was he still was suckered into one by wafting at one outside of his off stump.
But England's
Joe Root's on 98, Gary.
Yeah.
He's facing. And that's popped up. Was no bat involved, although Carey made a bit of a production number of diving forward to catch it anyway.
I mean, England's perhaps their most experienced partnership ever in Test cricket, Ben Stokes and Joe Root, allowed themselves to just become becalmed.
Big
there.
inside edge, actually, to be fair. That's why Carey dived forwards.
Just dot after dot after dot before the interval and then after the interval, and you just felt something was going to happen. Australia were so on top, they're tight in on the field because they know that the singles are not being taken, the boundaries are not being hit.
Bolland, who's going to be bowling to Root, high tension. Slip is there. Root wasn't quite sure. I'm not sure he fully picked that up. It's given as a wide by umpire Holdstock. So it's one more to England score. They move on to 252. What really matters is not the statistic we're looking at under our screen, which says Joe Root's highest score in Australia. No one's going to remember that. What they are going to remember, if he gets there, is that he's got that no 100 in Australia voodoo.
I think that was a bit harsh, that wide, because it was head high. I don't think it was overhead high.
98, Joe Root. Bolland over the wickets, full. It's driven, but it's driven straight to mid-on. Didn't quite middle it.
England have timed so little in the second half of the day. It was that lovely shot down the ground and a square cut from Joe Root, but I don't think England and Will Jacks hit a 4 through mid-wicket. I don't think England have timed the ball since it went dark.
What is it, 3800s, Joe Root? This would
39.
39. No, 38 so far. This would be.
No, 39. 39. This would be a 40th. 39 and 67 50s.
Pretty impressive.
So it'll be 40 and 66 50s.
It is 39. You're dead right. Well, this would be his 40th, but he's not there yet. He's not there yet. England, I would argue, are at least 70 runs short of where they need to be as well. That's tickled round the corner. He's going to take one. Is he going to come back for two? He is. It's going to go. Doesn't need to. Up go Joe Root's arms. He's tickled it off his legs. Down to fine leg. And Joe Root has his 40th 100. That's significant in its own right. Of course it is. But he has that 100 in Australia. That monkey is off his back that he's never got one. The Barmy Army to a man, woman and child, dog, cat, ferret have all risen in applause, as has the England dressing room. Quite right. It's not been a one-man show altogether, but it's all about Joe Root right now, and what a fantastic effort it has been. Needs to keep going though, Gary.
Well, thank God Steve Smith didn't hold on to that catch when he got 4, I think. Would have been a great catch, but you know, we've seen them taken.
Joe Root, you're one of these.
10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
102 off 181 balls. Bolland in. Root defends towards gully. Our crowd continues to cheer as he plays that defensive shot. 160 matches, 40 hundreds. He's behind Tendulkar, Kallis and Ponting.
Only one behind.
Particular table, and he's only one behind Ricky.
Yeah. It's amazing how Kallis got 4,500.
We like Ricky.
200 plus test wickets as well.
Maybe if Ricky went into the wine business when he retired, perhaps Joe Root will go into the Yorkshire bitter business. I think it's unlikely. That's defended. That's defended into the offside.
Well, I've got the brand
and
name.
There's no run.
Root the beer. Brand name.
Root beer.
There we are. You see.
I saw that one coming, Gary.
Yeah, you did.
I saw it coming. So 50 up for Bolland, but he's got that wicket. Was that Smith Bolland got? Yeah, it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Bear was saying he didn't see it. Well, his job's there out there
No,
to go and see it. He only was in a
Gary
position.
Who was saying
I said he didn't see it. It was a good ball. It moved in, but you know, he was so late on
256 for 7. Bolland is going to be in to Joe Root, who comes down and just clips him past mid-wicket. Is it going to go all the way? I think it should do. It's being chased. It's not going to be caught. It rolls against, not over, but against that boundary sponge. It's 4 more for Joe Root. The Barmy Army is signalling frantically. And Joe Root just seems to be on a different planet to everybody else. Hector called it. I thought it was interesting. as he was in those 90s. Bring back Mitchell Starc, Hector said. Who was it who then, amongst our number, said, no, he won't do that? Well, he did.
Well, it wasn't me.
No, I think it was. I think the bear. I think the bear.
My view is that Mitchell Starc has been underbowled.
But anyway, well, see, so you've got to think a par or the average first innings score here under lights we think is about 280, 290. We still haven't worked it out, which is really bad of us. We do know that it's 333, which is easy enough to remember, in all test matches. So if England can get towards that 333, they'd be over par, or they'd be around par for the course. That's a beautiful shot by Atkinson. Oh, no, it's not by... yes, it is Atkinson. What a lovely shot that was. Eased into it, steered it away through covers, got himself 4 runs. That's a belter.
It's more or less exactly the same shot that got Jacks out, except he didn't edge it, he middled it.
Well, I might point out that
the difference between an 8 and a 9, I know.
He got forward
a little bit more.
His eyes were over the ball, and
not quite.
His foot was to the pitch.
No, don't think so. But anyway,
yeah. Well, thanks, Messrs. Yeah. Oh, that's gone up in the air. Is someone going to catch it through? They've fallen into each other. One of them's caught it. Atkinson 4 and out. He top edged it. Labuschagne and Carey went thundering after it as a duo. One of them had to take it. I'm not sure who actually did.
It was Carey. It was a good catch. It was a very good catch.
And Atkinson has gone. And again, I'm not sure that was the right shot to play. It's Mitchell Starc again. Yep, it was a top edge. Came on in too quickly. Backwards they ran. And Carey it was, with Labuschagne there putting him off, who then proceeds to near enough make love to him. It's not a pretty sight. As they roll around together on the ground.
I mean, he did well, Alex Carey. He's got the gloves on. I mean, Labuschagne's job is to get out of the way.
Completely in the way.
His job is to get out of the way.
His job is to get out of the way. With the bloke with the big gloves is literally about to catch it. Instead, he's literally almost mounting him as they slide along the ground.
He almost knocked the ball out of Carey's gloves.
Fucking idiot.
Anyway, another wicket has fallen. Oh. Why are England
I should say we do have a super chat, courtesy of Joe Root.
Hang on one second. I'll celebrate that one with one of these messages. Here we go.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Stephen Kelk, a man of his word, has sent us €3 as promised. Root. And Jay Grover sent us £2, says Root in Henderson's relish business, not a drinker.
Well, that's true. But you don't have to be a drinker of the product to market to sell it, I suppose. Anyway, look, this one's for Gus Atkinson.
You silly little boy! What on earth were you playing at? Oh!
It was the hang time, if that's still a word or 2 words, a phrase, was forever.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't so bad.
They
a
are
ball.
double checking it though. What did they think? It never looked like when we saw the shot from behind. Right, so Mitchell Starc has another 5 foot, and to add to his pink ball day-night collection of 5 foots.
I mean, it was just a length ball on or about the stumps. There's no need to play that shot there. It's not like say it's a half volley and you can't afford, especially in what's going to be a low-scoring match. I think we can all understand that. Can't just be knocking the half volleys back. But there was no need to do that. He could just have played ordinary defensive shot, and Joe Root wouldn't be batting with number 10. He'd still be batting with number 9.
Well, he should be batting with number 5. What number did Stokes come in?
5. Yeah.
So that's what really should be happening. Since then, the rot that started with that ludicrous moment, as much as we love England's captain, the fact is he's got to look at the consequence of not just his own wicket but everything that's followed.
Was there any
Labuschagne, you idiot. The more you look at him, the more you think he could have just had one quick look
I
to his
didn't see a shout. Did you see a shout, Messrs? I didn't see a
shout.
No,
I didn't. I mean, I would assume that Carey thought, well, no, this is my catch. Fucking Labuschagne.
But why doesn't he
must
shout
have been
it
able
then?
to see Carey. Yeah.
264 for
He's
8
a
anyway.
dickhead.
Cass is going to be the new man for England. Here he is.
Stick your hopes of victory up to Brian Cass.
Not his bright new fabulous. Oh, there we got his new jingle. No, we should have. Mitchell Starc, who is in a class of his own, along with Joe Root, and that's a swing and a miss from Cass. That's that same ball. Feet planted so deep they could almost be popping up under the studio floor back here in England. And nonetheless, that one he survived. I'm sure if it was
You'd
me,
be watching Stranger Things too much, I think.
Well, I'd be doing the same thing. Let's face it. We probably all would. But Mitchell Starc is. It's not. The thing is, it's not extravagant hooping, looping stuff. It's simply just getting a little bit of movement with a ball slanted across the right-hander. He's got the 3 slips in place. It's full. There it is. Edged, taken. It's a 6th wicket for Starc. It was a prod from Cass. You can put that in any schoolboy coaching manual as don't do this if you ever want to play cricket.
Yeah.
And England are 9 down for 264. And Joe Root's opportunity to post a big one is disappearing before his eyes because of the ineptitude of all around him.
But thank goodness he's got his 100.
Well, yeah, thank goodness.
So
I think this is for Bryden Cass.
Fuck off! Just fuck off! On your bike, mate.
Or was he sent in with a pistol and a bottle of whiskey and told you might as well be thinking about a ball tonight, lad?
Well, there might.
But at least if you're going to do that, have a proper shot at the ball.
You're just not going to connect very often, especially if you're a tail ender, especially with a pink ball under lights. If your foot goes down leg stump and the ball's on about 6th stump.
Poor. I mean, Mitchell Starc is a class apart. That is his 6th.
Didn't need to do much to get that wicket.
5 wickets haul. Under lights, that gets him to 87 wickets now, and it will be at less than 17, which is where it started.
The foot just goes pretty much down middle and leg, and the hands are way outside the eye line. The bat is at sort of 7 o'clock. It's
Carey has 2 catches in the last 2 wickets. The second one of those you'd say was regulation, as Stark's going to be into the new man, Archer, who defends. It was a good catch. They say that you don't draw pictures in the scorebook, so if when you in the future you look at that scorecard and you'll go, who was it? Atkinson caught behind by Carey, and you'll go, oh, well,
yes,
fair enough, that's pretty normal. What you won't see in the scorebook is Labuschagne veering like a drunk driver towards Carey and then basically leaping on top of him. But nonetheless, he held on, which took some doing. 264 for 9 England. We'll jingle up Jofra if he survives this ball at the end of the over. It's wide, it's left by Archer, which is probably the wise thing. Here is England's new man at the crease, England's last man at the crease. And, well, we did know that wickets come in clusters under the lights, and so it is proving. Here's Jofra.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. Jofra.
6 for 46 off 16.
Jofra.
264 for 9 after 67 messes.
DJ Burt says, well done, Joe Root. 40th century away in the Ashes. Must feel good.
It won't be feeling quite as good as it should, based on everything that's going on around it.
No, I thought the applause from the balcony was slightly sheepish in that England didn't want to seem to be too celebratory in the midst of a horrible collapse.
Yeah, no, I think that's probably fair enough. Messes.
The Jetstar, YT says, "What on earth am I watching? Did I die and arrive in boomer heaven?" Are you talking about us?
Right.
And Lockie Six says, "Rather be a boomer than a bitter homeless millennial."
Who's the bitter homeless millennial?
I don't know.
264 for 9. Barmy Army are still cheering. They're trying to keep themselves enthused and roused. I mean, it's a score to bowl at. It's 100 less than it should be, at least.
Well, I mean, they had a lead in the first test with 100 less than this, basically. So.
Yeah, they did. We shall see. The fact is, almost certainly England are going to get a bowl tonight. How does Joe Root play from here, do we think, Gary? Does he look to really be expansive? Because frankly, Jofra's not going to last long.
But I think he's in a rhythm of batting. I think if he tries to hit every ball for 6, it won't work. I think he's got to do what has got him to 106, which is largely blocking the bad ball and driving the full ball.
Well, he's facing
blocking
Scott Boland, who has 1 for 54, just the one slip. Forward comes Joe Root, as have all the England batsmen tried to do to Boland, but pretty well with most of the time. Really get forward, negate any swing at all. I would have thought the instructions are, Jofra, you're going to get more runs having a swing. You can get us a quick 20 or 30 that's invaluable. That's better than hanging on. Wouldn't you rather have that pink ball in your hands tonight? Well, having a big go at Australia.
If you're in at number 11 and the 10 fellas in front of you, only one has really looked at ease at the crease. Why would you try to block everything out? It hasn't worked for the 10 better players or 9 better players.
And Joe's going to keep doing what he does. That's clipped nicely by Root. That's a mid wicket. Did he run?
No.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
So tedious.
Joe. Okay. All right, so someone probably needs to explain the thinking here. If Joe Root just going to keep going and protecting Archer?
I think he's going to look for 2s and then a 4 off the last 2 balls of the innings. And to be fair, on a ground of this size, 2s are a possibility.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
I mean, you could interpret it more positively, saying he wants to make the best of the scoring opportunities.
If England were 4 down, 5 down, even 6 down, I would absolutely 100% be thinking, well, do you know what? Play sensibly, be there tomorrow. You won't be under lights come the morning. However, if they just take loads of time to get almost through tonight, and then lose a wicket tomorrow, they're just going to have to bowl with the pink ball in the least favourable conditions when it's hot and sunny, which makes you think, surely now you're better off bowling.
Yeah, but he can still score runs. I mean, that's the thing.
Okay, but he didn't. He turned 2 down. This one is chopped. Chopped for 4. There are going to be 4 of them. That's that shot he loves. Late cut. Down through backward point. 4 runs. Fine shot too. Well done, Joe Root. Here we go. One of these. How do you? It's not really a late cut. It's a glide.
Yeah, it's a steer as much as anything else.
Yeah, it's a steer. Yeah. It's a steer. To
beautiful shot.
Yes. It is a beautiful shot.
It's not quite a late cut either. It's just letting the ball run off the face of the bat.
It is. It's putting the bat there and letting the ball do the work, as they say. 268 for 9. Turned away round the corner. They know he gets his runs down there, so there is the finest of fine legs, which is Mitchell Starc. Very much the Australian hero, as almost the entire world who knows anything about cricket will have predicted.
Yeah,
but, Joe Root will get to his 100 at some point. Yeah. He'll be a class apart, and the wickets will go to Mitchell Starc, and there it is, the script.
Well, I think Inglis deserves a mention. It was a spectacular run out of England's captain. Just as much as a bowler maximising when being on top, he is a fielder maximised while his team are on top, and these are the things that win matches.
Well, and somewhere, I don't know where he is, he may be there, Ricky Ponting is either that or shouting at his TV.
Yeah.
That's for Gary Pratt, you fuckers.
Yeah. I think he might be.
269 for 9. Which is not a bad score. I mean, let's face it, when England were 2 down, for 5, was it?
Yeah.
We'd all have feared considerably worse, let's be honest. Jofra Archer is going to be facing Bolland, who beats his outside edge.
Best ball all day?
That is Bolland. Certainly Bolland's best ball all day. Is a late nipper away.
Lovely ball.
It's too good for the likes of the Jofra.
Brought him forward, pitch 4th, 5th stump, and then jagged away. So England Jofra particularly should take some encouragement from that, because that's almost the first time the pitch has really offered significant help. It's sometimes when the ball has been moving in, it's moved a little bit further in, but that's the first time I've seen it sort of jag away from the right-handed bat, from the right armour over the wicket.
Well, a penny for the thoughts of that England balcony. I've made my case. We shall see. That's nicely played. Nice soft hands by Jofra Archer. He does get forward. He does just guide it to gully, but all the way along the grounds, no run. 111 for England. That's not a great score for an Englishman. It is not one that Australia worries about, though, is it? They're not troubled by Nelsons. It's the end of the 68th over, so England have gone over twice as far as previously. 269 for 9, and Joe Root, most importantly, 111 not out. Messers.
So there's a lot of stuff here, so I'm only going to have to do a few here and there. STZ024 says England is going to need some wickets tonight. Tomorrow is going to be a great day for batting.
Yes, thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Yep. McKinney Saj says, what do we think is a good first innings score? Is 270 competitive? Well, who knows?
We think it's around par for the 3 day-nighters played previously here. It's somewhat below the 333, which is the average for the ground. Stark in. Root has decided to risk things. He was looking for the ramp, and he sort of rather got a leading edge to it and dropped it out into the offside towards cover, when I think what he had in mind was fine leg, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, it all gets a little farcical, doesn't it, now? Turning down singles, then trying to hit boundaries.
Okay,
it's the reverse.
He's going for the reverse
scoop.
ramp. He's brought out the reverse scoop. Mitchell Stark sees the funny side. The 2 stars of today, without a doubt, by...
And now, having turned down runs, Archer's facing the second ball of the over. Kind of muddled thinking.
Get on with it.
Get on with it. It's definitely better, because they might get 20 minutes bowling. Yeah.
Get on with it and get bowling is 100% what England need to be doing here. Archer's got Starks to face.
6 or out.
Steps across his stumps. He is looking to get on with it. He drives. He'll get a single. He'll bring Joe Root back onto strike. And he'll get himself off the mark. 271 for 9.
Yeah, the only thing that makes sense here is to try to hit the ball very hard. And if you get out, you've got 20 minutes bowling.
Yeah, well, I think they need to be thinking about that 20 minutes bowling while they really got the opportunity. So many arguments in its favour. You're not going to put on another 100. You've got a new ball tonight. It'll still be new in the morning. You've got 2. I mean, would Australia even think about sending in a night watchman to open? You never know. Jamie Smith. Here's an indicator. Jamie Smith is sat there with his wicket-keeping gloves on and his pads. That which seems to suggest he said, well, I did fuck all with the bat, but I want to get out there and take some catches. That's full, and it would have been a great Yorker, but Joe Root's seeing the ball so well. He gets a single. No turning down singles now. Brings Archer back onto strike. I don't think that matters. It's what you want. You just want to keep scoring. You've either got to be making runs or bowling. There is no middle ground for me right now.
Yes,
272 for 9.
Do what your opponent least wants you to do, and what your opponent least wants you to do
is be batting tonight.
Hit sixes or get out.
Bear's wandering by. Bear.
Very happy with the odd single here and there.
Keep batting for 1s or 2s, or get in and bowling at them. What do you reckon? Okay, 285, 290 is Bear's target, and he wants the best of both worlds. He wants someone to deliver his Ferrari to the front drive, with Taylor Swift sitting there, nothing but a shorty 90. 272 for 9. That was wide.
Travis Kelce in the backseat.
So, Mark asked an important question.
Yes.
And we're about to go, so I'll answer it. If the final wickets falls in the extra 30 minutes, does play just end for the day since it's the additional half hour? No, it goes on till half past the hour.
Yeah, I think it does. It's only in the final over, I think. But there won't be a final over. But did they say the last 5 minutes? I don't know. I don't know on that one.
I think that you'll definitely get the extra half hour tonight.
Yes.
Because the number of overs is
pathetic.
Is nowhere
dismal.
near. Okay, yes. The broken record that is Gary's point of view of over rates.
Enough, Gary. We've heard it. We've heard it so many times. I'm sick of it.
Okay, where are we now? 272 for 9. I was just having a look at how many overs have been bowled. There should be just over 20 overs remaining tonight, and they aren't going far. Shall I tell? I've just realised we're looking at that's Weatherald, isn't it? Jake Weatherald.
Yeah.
Doesn't he look like Andre Agassi?
Does
he look
bit.
like Andre Agassi to you?
Yeah,
not quite. He's got that sort of bowling ball with a nose look. Do you know
Slightly more compressed features than Agassi, I think.
Yeah, nonetheless.
First time we've had a short leg in all day, which is why the helmets come out.
Yep.
Some of that might be Australia taking a bit of time out of the match, so they don't need to bat as long.
Yeah, I think there's definitely they'll be conscious of the fact they're not keen to they're not going to be saying to Mitchell Starc, "Don't go and get your 7th wicket," though, are they?
No.
And in he comes to Archer. It's full and wide outside of off stump. Actually, they might be, because if any ball was designed to not concede a run and not take a wicket, that would be it.
Well, I don't know. That's the one that got was it Jacksard?
Well, it was wide. Surely it was wider than that.
And Jay Grover sent us £2. He says, "What's up with Gary's watch? I'm getting the fear."
What's wrong
I don't know. I don't know. It jabs away at my wrist. So they've definitely taken 3 or 4 minutes out here by bringing on a helmet for one ball.
Yeah,
and now the field is changing. So it's not gamesmanship. It's just
it is
smart play from Stephen Smith by making sure that this over is lasting a fair old while, which has definitely taken at least one over out of.
It's canny.
Yeah, it's
canny.
Exactly,
but it is gamesmanship. That's what gamesmanship is, I reckon.
Yeah,
it's
but
not sporting.
It's fully within the rules. They know that they don't want to bat tonight.
I agree, but I still think that's what gamesmanship
round
is
the
all
wicket
about.
Comes Starc. We're going to see some runs though. Speared into the right-handed Archer, who didn't look a most convincing shot. It was played on the full with a sort of full face, but it finds its way to mid-off, gets him a single. It's 273 for 9 after 69. Joe Root 113, Archer 2. We want to see England bowling, but it's going to be the Bear. Hector, who else is with you? Mog! Magnificent Mog.
So I'll see you tomorrow unless you catch me on the Guerrilla Roundup, which we will record after play.
Well, I guess the flip side is if they don't want to take a wicket and give us an extra 20 or 30 runs, 300's better than 270. I don't know, but I mean, I quite like England to get 300. I think this might be enough. I think it would be advantageous to be bowling with 10 minutes left. You could get a head out tonight before the end of play. That'd be fucking fantastic, wouldn't it? So, you know, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, really. Boland is going to bowl anyway. He's bowling at Jofra. It's 10 minutes for a changeover, so we'd have to get him. We'd have to be out in the next 10, 12 minutes or so to get an over in. Boland is in. Down the track comes Jofra. He's giving it a big heave. There's no one out there. I don't know if it's gone all the way. Has it gone all the way? Is that the first 6 of the day? It is! Yay! Well
Finally
done, Jofra. Well, he does hit a long ball. I've seen him do it in the IPL. I saw him score like 50 in about 12 balls in the IPL. So if he could do that now in the next 3 overs, that'd be very nice. That's a big hit.
It's a high ball. Massive boundaries at the Gabba as well. That'll be good 85, 90 metre 6 there.
There's no one out there, so he might as well, eh?
Free hit.
It is a free hit if you get a hold of it. If you go down onto the one that looks like an atom, that's it. And then click on either of those. Yeah, he's done it again, but this one's gone straight up in the air. So we might be bowling in about 3 minutes. No, we won't actually, because it's landed in the middle of fucking nowhere. And that brings up the 280, which always feels better than the 270s.
Massive. Yeah, that's another mix-up between Labuschagne and Carey. Carey gave chase. Joffre Archer sends it above the floodlights, and Marnus Labuschagne in the end pulls out. And Carey can't get there in time. So 2 more.
I don't think Labuschagne would have got there either, to be honest.
I still blame him.
Yeah, well, fine. We can all blame Marnus. Must be one of them. Oh, he got back for 2 as well. Archer moves into double figures.
So high.
All runs valuable.
Declaration, end of this over?
No. Might as well just carry on.
Really?
If they can get another 19 runs somehow, get sometimes cricket scores are psychological. 281's only 19 runs short, 300 obviously, but the 3 at the beginning suddenly looks a little bit further away than 280, doesn't it? Well, it is, but that much further away. Boland in, down the track comes Joffre. The field is spread, and they bashed it out towards the cover boundary. Inglis is out there. They come back for another 2.
Well, I'm thinking just Travis Head-wise, would it not be better to have him opening under the lights?
It would be. Look, Travis Head, he's with 300 on the board, is he going to do what he did in Perth? It's the first innings of the Test match. I mean, this is it. He hadn't scored in 18 months in a Test match, and then he got fucking 120 odd in no time at all against England.
Stokes in his whites though.
Stokes in his whites. I wouldn't declare they pulled hard.
Wow.
And it's another 4 runs. Well, here you go. Declaration bowling, declaration batting.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And I tell you what, if he does this for another 5 minutes, I might well declare and say Joffre, with his pumped up,
He's loving it.
Bowled that first over as well. He scored 14 off this over.
14 from the first 4, and Stokes just down there by the boundary edge, looking like he's about to declare. He's in his white, got the baggy on.
I mean, this is the other difference between the sides is who have they got number 11? Boland.
Doggett, Boland,
their tail is quite. I mean, they've strengthened it by bringing in Inglis, I suppose, and Nisa. That one's cut nicely by Archer down towards backward point, gets himself a single. Moves on to 17 off 13. England are 288 for 9.
Yeah, I just think
they've got themselves to a score. It's not the largest score they want, but I think that's above the average. First innings just around abouts at the Gabba.
I just think that wicket of Travis Head is. I know he hasn't scored recently, but the most recent game he did score in, I think.
And the bonus is if you get him out when he's opening, he can't cause you the pain at 5, which he often does anyway, because the ball gets a little bit older and he can come in and counter punch. But if you get him out, he takes the counter punch away.
And you get him out tonight, and mentally,
you're
not bowling to him the next day.
Well, Joe Root's now in on the act, and he slapped that. That's a nice pick up from Rooty down to the wide long on boundary, and England are into the 290s. 292.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
I wouldn't declare, because all you're going to get is an over and a half, and you might as well take the extra runs. For if they get out, fine, but I wouldn't declare on them. I would say you just carry on batting. If one of you gets out and we get an option, then all is good.
19 from that over. Very spread field, and Joe Root and Archer just cashing in.
Yep, all very handy.
Have a super chat.
Oh yeah, lovely. Give us to them. Give them to us, even.
Jay Grover with 2 more of your English pounds says, Hector, don't be seduced by Bear's Apple obsession.
What do you mean? The jingles aren't on an Apple, Jay. That's the only computer that isn't an Apple, because the software that runs it doesn't work. They haven't got an Apple interface for it. Right, Stark around the wicket to Joffre, who just spangs that straight back down the ground, and there's no one down there. It's gone. Well, there is someone down there, but it's gone over his head. It's not even green down there as well. 6 more. Loving it.
2 sixes now.
2 sixes.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
Well, everyone's out on the boundary here, and Mitchell Stark trying to go for the Yorker, just turned into a low full toss.
It was Doggett.
Brendan Doggett. He's not small.
He ain't small.
Well timed that from Archer.
And suddenly England on 298, and that 300 isn't out of the question, and they could still get an over or two in tonight. Another 4, get out, I'll be happy. That one's gone into the leg side. He didn't really know where that gone, Joffre. It was another full toss from around the wicket this time from Stark, outside his off stump. Big inside edge that just dribbled out towards square leg, but allowed them to get through for a single.
35 from 22 this partnership. Joffre 24 from 15. What a cameo.
That is a cameo. That's exactly what you needed.
Word up.
Indeed. Yeah. But I have to say, 70.2 overs in a fucking day, and we're in the extra half hour, is absolutely shite. I mean, it's something, 80 is bad enough, but there's another 10 overs short. I mean, they might get another 3 or 4 in, but still.
A few people on the messages really not happy about the over rates.
Well, it is. It's really dreadful. I mean, do they get any points out of Perth? Because they must have docked shitloads for. That's gone straight back down the ground, and it's gone dead straight, and it will be 4 more. And England's 300 is up. Sweet, actually. You know what? It doesn't matter how you get there. We got there. We got to 300. And England on 303.
And one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
And the other thing is, Hector, if they come in tomorrow morning and these two are still there, they're likely to get out very soon.
Yeah.
I mean, their eyes in, they're just playing shots freely. They might as well just carry on whilst. Because if they bat for another 20 minutes, they could get another 30, 40 runs here.
And I guess also then Mitchell Stark's going to have to warm up again. All the bowlers are going to have to go through their pre-game routines.
And that's not, exactly that. And it's never a bad idea that's pulled into a vacant mid-wicket because everyone's out in the outfield. And they were going to thinking about 2, but they decided not to. And it's always a good thing if you can get the bowlers to come out and bowl so the batsmen are prepared to go out. And then even if you're only out there for an over, they have to go in, change, and they don't have the chance to prep.
Whole process. Yeah. This is absolutely brilliant watching. Joe Root just falling over, trying to scamper back for 2 there. So that's in the end why they turned down the second run. But yeah, I mean, kind of any position here is a bit of a win.
Yeah, and 300 is not a bad score.
Mitchell Stark's 12 from the over so far. This man with 6 wickets to his name already.
Well, and he could end up with another 7-fer here, couldn't he? I mean, we've got to find a way to stop him taking wickets and get big scores. Down the track comes Joffre, he was trying to hit it over the leg side, but there's acres of space on the offside. And they get back for 2 as he Q-ended that out into a vacant cover area, or extra cover, really.
You can do that with everyone out
the boundary. It doesn't matter. Miss-hits.
What Australia should be looking at, as what they've done most of the day so far, is when they send a man out into the boundary, they won't be fully in. They'll be a few steps in or 3/4 of the way there. And if it's going all the way there, then chances are it's been timed perfectly. So it'll be 6 anyway. So I think they should bring their fielders in a little bit closer.
Ruining Stark's figures.
Well, yeah. Certainly won't be his best match figures now. They were the last ones, weren't they? 7 for 50 odd. Can't get 7 for 50 odd again. You can get 7 for 60 odd. Archer facing up. Stark over the wicket. That's a full toss, which is driven sweetly by Archer. It will only be a single this time. Out to, is that Marnus? That deep extra cover. England move on to 307. And they've got themselves to a respectable score, I would suggest here. See you later, boys. Tone and Gary ducking out early.
We have another super chat.
Tony's saying something I can't hear. I've got headphones on.
It's probably not important anyway.
No.
Can you hear me? No, it's not important anyway. Pirate Badger for €2 says, funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, betcha.
And Aidan Davidson says, hey Mog, here's a stat for you. There have been 39 4s and 2 6s hit by England in this innings, in this test. I'm going to write that down.
Yes.
Archer's highest test score is 30, according to Banana Brooks.
Well, he was always touted as an all-rounder. He doesn't. I mean, he can hit a ball. He's got a fairly decent eye. Generally doesn't hang around too long. But 27 or 17 isn't too long, but it's a decent amount of runs.
It's been 2 off 7-8.
Boland is coming in now to Joffre, who has another big swing. This time no ding. goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Well, we've got about 3
Check the
minutes.
GPL.
The GPL. Oh yeah, that's a good point. If you click on the Firefox sign, yeah, and then go to the first tab, refresh the page. There we go. How many people scroll down? No, the lowest score is 327. Another 20 runs required.
Could be.
12 minutes left. Yeah, it could be at this rate.
Could well be.
You never know.
We've probably got about 3 minutes until an English wicket will end the day.
Indeed.
So next couple of balls, if there's a wicket, then Australia will bat again. If not, then that'll probably be stunts.
Down the track comes Jofra. Skews that in the air. Is anyone out there? No. Boland has to field it himself, going all the way from bowling to where extra cover would be, and they'll get a single.
Adding insult to injury.
Indeed.
That's what I mean about having 3/4 or maybe one person in the ring.
Well, this is what England, to a degree, did wrong to Travis Head. I think when you're getting smashed around, and England do it a lot, to be fair, is to suddenly change your field to expecting every ball. If you're going to leak runs, you're going to leak runs, but you're better off having fielders in positions where the actual wicket is going to be taken, right? If they miss-hit one and it bobbles up into the infield, you don't want a completely vacant infield.
If you've got a tail end, the swing, everything, chances are he's going to miss time one.
Exactly. And so even if you only have one guy at mid-wicket and one guy at cover, at least you're covering something, you know. Boland is into route. Hey, it's the reverse sweep, but it could get out. No, he's got 6 with it. Yes, the reverse ramp gets him a 6. Well pulled out, Joe, and England move on to 314. Wow.
His intentions were 6.
That was a lovely shot.
It is. Missed that shot.
Well, he's got over 100. He's free as a bird now for the rest of the series. He's got that monkey off his back.
Duck 4, duck 17, duck.
Well, yeah, but he'll go on the best batsman in the world, and I scored a ton in every place I've ever been. So, fuck it. Fuck you, Mo.
I was trying to be supportive.
Yeah. Didn't
Not
sound
really.
that way.
50 partnership.
50 partnership of 29 deliveries. That's going to be painful for Australia, to be fair. Boland in route outside his leg stump, tries to clip that. He's got followed a bit by the bowler. I mean, 1 for 85 with 18.3 ain't great bowling from Boland, is it? I mean, it's just got to start taking fucking wickets.
Boland, Dog and Green have been a bit useless.
Well,
really.
they are. They're not particularly quick, you know, and everyone talks about pace in Australia, and, you know, these guys aren't. They are kind of English trundlers to a certain degree.
And they haven't been helped by the ball going so soft pretty quickly. I think it was about over 22 that the ball started to go flat. Mitchell Starc just has so much up his sleeve, whether it be length or the angle that he attacks a batsman with, so, and his pace obviously, so he'll be fine.
Boland in, down the track comes Root, drives it straight back down the ground. Presumably there's someone out there. Looks like it, because they're only dawdling a single. Now, if England do, I would definitely not declare overnight as well, if England make it to the end of play.
Just go out for a ball even, just they have to go through that process.
Precisely. Doesn't really matter.
If you're Mitchell Starc...
Just for annoyance value.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so important.
Imagine Mitchell Starc, you're going to bed, you've just taken 6 wickets, England should have been all out, but you know you've got to wake up in the morning, do your exercises instead of go and have a cup of tea and watch your batsman bat for the whole day.
And if England get another 20 runs by slapping it around for 2 overs, that'll be even more annoying, won't it? Right, so if the wicket is taken now, that is the end of the day. It's 20 past 9. It's 20 past 9, it says in Brisbane. That's what it said on that clock.
Correct.
So they're only 11 hours ahead of us. That one is driven square. And they took a run. And that was the end of the over. So Root will retain the strike.
Colin, aka Sudahu, says Archer 27 kind of points that this wicket isn't that bad to bat on, and also adds it's only not a bad score if Australia score plus minus 50.
That's true, but if the average here in under lights is 277, and you've heard Piggy Smith bitching about having to batting against the pink ball under lights, doesn't reckon it's easy, then you'd have to say it's a reasonably good score.
Well, you won't really know till the Australians.
And you don't know until both sides are batted. Exactly that.
To drop a horrible, horrible cliche.
A massive clanger of a cliche, that one, Mog. But hey, it happens to be true. That's why cliches are cliches, I guess.
Nick Vickers says, love the Frank Black 666 jingle. Well, if they could hit some more sixes, you might get to hear more of it.
I didn't even know that one. Which one was that one?
Top right.
One you just played when the scoop happened.
I'm going to have to remember where that one is. I have to remember the good ones, Mog. That's down the leg side, and it's pulled by Archer down towards long leg. It'll just be the single.
Partnership now 53 from 33. England 317. You're right. Probably a good decision not to declare because they've gone from 280 to 317 in no time.
No time at all.
Mentally, that must make.
And mentally,
it's
good. It's a good thing to get over the 300 mark. And what we got? Probably 2 overs, maybe 3 max.
Iggy's such a bundle of twitches and neuroses that one more bit of worry wouldn't even make him blink.
Yeah.
True that.
Quite an open stance from Root. Is that more open than usual?
It is, I think, because he's looking to hoik it anywhere, I think. He's giving himself options. Clips that one. He's probably seeing it like a fucking football now anyway, isn't he? They're coming back for 2.
Giant pink football.
Absolutely. Move on to 319 for 9.
Good from Stark there. Nailed his Yorker. You could see Root had opened himself up just to hoik it through mid-wicket.
Yeah, exactly.
So Stark had no option. Either push it wide or go for the Yorker. Went for the Yorker and nailed it. But as you say, Root's seeing it so well that he can make.
You know, he's moved on to 131, having got that monkey off his back. He's now. It's not a big 100, but you know, when the wickets are falling, the potential is going to end up on 106 or whatever. Now he's made it to 131.
In the context of the game, etc., etc.
And I'm sure they'll be interviewing him at the end of play. Short, pulled nicely, well timed by Root. Probably only gets a single this time out to Inglis in the deep. And
so you said Inglis that time.
Huh?
You said Inglis properly that time.
I've been saying it properly all day. I haven't been saying English.
Bollocks.
Fuck off.
You were saying English all this morning.
No, I was not. I said English. I know it's English.
Bollocks.
Just need to get your ears syringed. England 320 is up now for England.
Fun fact, I am mostly deaf in one ear, so...
Yeah. My kids reckon I need a hearing test, but I refuse to go for one. I selectively don't hear shit from my family. Stark is in, and that's nicely guided by Archer. Out towards deep point to get himself another single.
Well, they have brought a man into a 3-quarter, almost in the ring actually at cover. They put a slip in. So it does mean that Joffa can't just swing at everything, especially now that he knows that there isn't a chance of them bowling tonight.
Well, I think he's got the freedom to do that now, actually, because it doesn't matter. If the wicket falls now, I think it's a reasonable score. It will be the end of the day. I think it'd be nice to be there in the morning. I don't think it's the end of the world if they're not. I think they should just carry on as they are. Maybe if they get to the last over, but then if you block it out, you make the mistake and actually the ball just nicks the outside edge, you get caught. You might as well just carry on.
Mid-wicket.
Yeah, there is a mid-wicket and there's a cover and there is a mid-off in for Root. And he does that thing where he just clips it sweetly out to mid-wicket. Archer was thinking about a run. It was shied by Nisa at the bowler's end. I'm not sure he'd have been out if it had hit, but it certainly wasn't a single there.
5 minutes left, so likely 1 over, maybe 2 after this, depending on how quickly Australia can get through.
Well, 73 overs in the day.
I mean, how many points do you get docked for slow over rates? I don't even know what the system is. Is it a point per over or is it just a flat?
Oh, I hope it's a point per over because that'll fuck them.
Well, I mean, England got hammered in the home Ashes for docked points. I mean, considering it was a 2-all series, I think we got 20 odd points less than Australia. That's driven straight back down the ground by Root, past the bowler. Mid-on and mid-off are up, so he gets the single.
Be interesting to see how quickly Australia get through the over now. And
I don't think they're going to be in a hurry. I think they want to get off the park as much as... Well, England probably don't want to get off the park. Stark's looking a bit stiff there, isn't he?
Oh, they might have broken him, finally.
There's a little bit of a limp, it feels, and he's It's a bit of pain on his face.
Beer Battered Gummy Shark says we should chase these runs with a session to play and roll England for 80 tomorrow night.
I love your fighting talk, man.
Messi reminds you that there are no bad jingles, Bear, especially when you're on air with me. That's fine, because I'll tell you which ones are the shit ones, and it's most of them.
Yeah, Mog's an honest man.
Oi, fuck off. Most insulting thing you've ever said to me, you prick.
Dear. Rooty.
We also have a super chat from Jake Rover for £2. Bear has pronounced English correctly all day.
Thank you.
I disagree. And there's recordings of it, so I will go back and check.
You can do that all you like.
There'll be a new English jingle tomorrow, you fuckers.
Nisa is into the attack, taken over from Boland. He's gone for 40 off 13.
The seam is looking battered on the ball at the moment.
Yeah. Well, you don't get another new one for another fucking 7 overs, do they, either? I mean, we're going to get this old soft ball in the morning. That's driven by Root up to... did they take the single? I don't think they did. Maybe they did it straight at the fielder.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did, yeah.
59, the partnership. Archer still there. 31 from 22.
Really handy. 10th wicket partnership of 59 is magic.
Highest score for Jofra Archer.
Oh yeah, it is. 30 was his previous highest, so yeah, this is his highest. He's walking down the wicket, Nisa, and then defends it.
I think that says more about Nisa than...
Well, it does. I mean, he's not a test bowler, is he? I mean...
Well...
you know, maybe for some other sides, but not traditionally Australian side.
I think potentially...
He's been lurking around the fringes for a fair while.
Yeah,
maybe just decided it's time.
He's done his time in the county system. I think he's more suited to an English seaming wicket. He's not really made for Australia.
Well, no, I mean, this is it. He's not extreme pace, is he? I mean, it's... yeah. I think a lot of these bowlers are not as good as they've cracked up to be. That's full, driven sweetly by Jofra. Square. There could be 2 there. They want it. Yeah, they don't. Just the 1. And Root will be on strike on 134.
Look at that, the Barmy Army.
Barmy Army
absolutely
loving
it
as well. I imagine they are all very heavily pissed.
What a day for them after that first test.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, you know, it's got to give them confidence we can score runs in Australia. You know, to be fair, they fucked up a lot of the time as well, you know.
Part of the thing was
4 ducks in the innings.
Yeah, but you had 12 days to pick apart the last test and get more and more depressed.
Exactly, and feel more and more uncomfortable about the whole thing. That one's just dropped into the leg side. Archer's good throw by Carey, but obviously Archer was beyond the stumps by the time the ball hit the stumps. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you've got to think Stokes and the people in the camp have got to try and keep them positive, but exactly that, they're being bombarded from every side.
Every day,
telling them they're shit and they haven't got a hope, and Bad's ball's crap and all this bollocks, and it's just like...
And wear a helmet when you ride a scooter and all that shit.
That's a bit unnecessary.
What was? Oh God, that was it. They were driving scooters, weren't they? And was that in Brisbane?
Bollocks. No, that was in Brisbane. And that kept on getting asked about it at a press conference.
For fuck's sake, leave them
Do you
alone.
have to apologise to the people of Brisbane?
Oh, fuck off, Brisbane. That's defended out to the offside and there's no run. I mean, shit, everyone in London drives around on electric scooters and they're illegal to drive in London unless you hire the ones from the actual hire firms.
The joke's on them because there's no people in Queensland at all. I'm not quite sure what species they are.
Well, I think this will be the last ball of the day.
My watch has gone past. We're at the half-past mark. So this should be the last ball. Well. So just don't get out, and he hasn't. Excellent. England should be batting in the morning. Make Australia bowl. We're still in with a wicket in hand. 325 for 9 England end on after just a paltry fucking 74 overs in a day. Absolutely pathetic. 16 overs short of what they should be able to bowl in a day. They haven't got a spinner, fair enough. And there has been 9 wickets, but maybe that takes off 2 minutes per wicket, supposedly 18 minutes what is it, 3 or 4 minutes per over. So it's supposed to be 3.5, I think, at professional level, which it never is. Which is only, 5 overs, so they still should have bowled 85, theoretically.
My anchors told us that point deductions are 1 point per over per hour, below 15 per hour, but only happens if the inning goes 80 plus overs. If England are all out in 79 overs, Australia will not be penalised.
That's what fucked us up in England, because Australia kept batting for 130 overs to get the same amount of runs that England would score in 75 overs, and that was it.
We have a super chat from Aidan Davidson for $1 New Zealand with message retracted.
What was his original message? That's what I want to know.
Hopefully it was a statistic about 4s and 6s, because that's what I'm interested in. Leah says, just imagine the World Test Championship final being the Saffers versus the Lankans, because the Aussies got fucked by over rate penalties.
Well, if England don't last another 6 overs, exactly that, it isn't going to matter. And I think that's a travesty. I think you should fuck the 80 over rule. If you're going to do it, it shouldn't really matter how many overs are bowled in an innings, should it? It should be exactly that. How many overs are bowled in a day? It doesn't matter if you bowl under 80 to a team. What the fuck difference does that make? Nonsense. England scorecard: 76 for Crawley, 0-0 for Duckett and Pope, Joe Root 135, Brook 31, Stokes 19, Smith none, Jacks 19, Atkinson 4, Cast none, Jeffrey Archer at number 11, 32 not out. So there's been 4 ducks. A couple of half decent scores. 76 by Crawley was a decent score. He did all right considering what he did in Perth, and 135 not out from Joe Root is obviously the standout performance and has glued the entire innings together. England end on 325 for 9. Stark has 6 for 71. Neser 1 for 43. Boland 1 for 87. None for 76 for Doggett. And Green none for 43. Yeah. I'd say that has not been a bad day for England.
I think England will be very happy with today, especially at the end of the day, the fact that Australia still have to come out to bowl tomorrow, and that partnership was pretty special to watch.
And the fact that they've got over 300 when it was looking at one point, they were 210 for 6.
I think the most pleasing thing for England today will be the performances, clearly, of Joe Root and Zach Crawley. Just because Zach Crawley coming in off a pair, that thing, 12 days would have eaten him up the most, because he's got 12 days to sit on those runs, people calling for his head, and he played really. Yeah, and he had to face Mitchell Stark with a pink ball, where Mitchell Stark is said to be at his best, first over, and he fronted up really well, and I think he just played very calm.
Yeah.
And it must have taken a lot of mental strength to get to that place. So
and England got themselves into good positions and then threw it away throughout the day, didn't they? But at the end of the day, it's getting a score on a board, and they've got a score on a board. It doesn't really matter how you get there. Obviously, you'd like it to be nicer, and you'd like it to be bigger. But at the end of the day, 325 for 9 at the Gabba on a pink ball test is above par.
From 5 for 2 as well.
Yeah, from 5 for 2 and 210 for 6. At that point, it could have quite easily gone downhill and ended up at sort of 230, 240 all out, which probably wouldn't have been enough. And we'd have all been a bit upset. But at getting over 300, suddenly everything looks kind of okay. We're certainly in with a shout. We're not out of it, put it that way.
I think they'll be the happier of the two sides.
I think they will be at the end of that. Tonight. I think Australia will be very annoyed that that last wicket has cost them 60 runs so far, and they still haven't got through it. So, if they can come in tomorrow, and they're not going to have a new ball in the morning. They're going to have 6 overs with an old ball. If they can somehow get themselves in an over and a half and have 4 overs of slog, and then a new ball comes along, they lose the wicket, they get another 20, 30 runs, and it's only another 350 or something like that. I think they'll be very happy.
Yeah. Dare to dream.
Well, got to dream somehow, Mog. Got to dream somehow.
The GPL was missed by 2 runs.
Oh, yeah, it's true. It was actually at 327, wasn't it? Fuck.
Hombre nuevo.
Unlucky, hombre. So close, but yet so far. Have another go tomorrow. And so some other people should have a go tomorrow as well.
Oh, everyone should. Yeah. Like and subscribe.
Super chat. Become a patron. Obviously become a patron. That's our regular source of income, and we love all your super chats, and they are very important to us. But patrons are what keep us going. You get loads of extras with patrons. You get first go at the podcast. You get a gift. Occasional bits of writing. other stuff, access to the archive, jingles and all that kind of nonsense. So it's worth becoming a patron. And we love you for becoming patrons. And we're having a special...
I did, and I never looked back.
Exactly. And we're having a patrons lunch, actually, tomorrow. Which means that patrons get to ask us lots of questions, and at lunchtime we'll sit here. And I don't know if any of you are joining us. Well, Mog's a patron; he might well be there. But I think you can be invited to join the Zoom at lunchtime to ask your questions. I think I'm not sure. Tone has organised it, and so
I think that was the plan.
That was the plan. So there's lots of extras to becoming a patron, and it's well worthwhile. Supporting us is a worthy cause. And on that note, line up the theme tune. We're out of here. It's been a long night. I was up at 3 a.m. Theme tunes. Number 1. We are out. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades. Patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come. This is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre,